I thought that was the
What just happened?
I thought that was the ones from the Chinese restaurant.
You thought it was the girls from earlier?
Yeah, but
Oh my god.
that's what we was really doing.
I think you jump scared them.
I did. Totally.
Did anybody notice?
Oh, you're right.
In either of our
Go to work, get shit done.
I'm not interested, but thanks for the offer. I was gonna sub, but it's your choice. It's okay, I'd rather be poor than deal with weird people like you. Sorry. No hate. Feel free to hang out and get to know each other. You don't have to ever sub. I'll gift you a sub, bro. It's all good. Oh my god, he's running towards my van, bro. Are you fucking serious? Okay, he fell down. He's laying on the ground. He's not nude and it's not toss. Just show him. And you guys know I don't like putting people on blast. But last night, this guy came up to my van, ripped his shirt off, and asked me if I wanted to buy a car battery. And I thought he was gonna fucking try to fight me. He like walked past me, ripped his shirt off, turned around really fast. And this is what fentanyl and trank and all those fucking drugs will do to you, bro. And he's parked in my goddamn spot, this motherfucker. I'm never ever... Okay, listen. If you guys... Listen. What year is this car?
It's a 28.
It's so nice. The door opens like it's brand new. All right, guys, we're back.
Oh, back in the AC.
How you doing?
What are we vlogging? What are we doing?
I'm streaming on Twitch.
What are you streaming?
Just going around, traveling around, and visiting places.
How's the pizza?
It's really
It's good, isn't
so
it?
good.
I'm Jimmy Lee. What's your name?
Danny.
Danny.
Yeah,
Nice
pleasure
guy.
to meet you,
We're
Jimmy.
wanting to get some pizza too, Danny.
All right.
Do it away, blog away.
Thank you.
Shout out to Jimmy Lee, the Jersey Outlaw, and
Jimmy
on
Lee,
my
guys.
channel. Shout out to what's your handle, Dan?
Potential Bliss.
Potential Bliss.
Yeah.
I hope the broads don't get moody when you tell them your name.
I was like, oops.
Hey, question.
Yeah.
Is that your real hair?
Yeah.
Pull and improve it. Tell them no, it's my nutsack I wore it on my head today.
What just happened? Ah!
I'll be honest, I'll just don't listen.
Marley_81 said not US, only Europe, but maybe next year I can afford it.
Ah, okay, cool. But in Europe, will you go?
Marley_81 been in Swiss. Marley_81.
Nice. You've gone before? Is it fun? You've been to the one in Europe? Feel like you like their account, if you feel like it's interesting, definitely give them a follow, like 100,000,000%. Go check them out. Click their username. If you guys didn't check out their page when they rated, Go do that. Little white boy head nod. You guys see that? You see that connection I had there?
Look at this coffee. You think this fit for a Rasta? No.
IRL hosting says scene switch to live.
And there we are. What's up, Kill Road? Excuse this loud kickstand sound. Maybe I should take this bike down to the pier, try to trade it for a skateboard today. Or to like Venice waterfront or something. This shit outside. Always in my way.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hi. How's it going, Dahlia? Good morning from LA. Oh, man, I'm slacking. I'm a slacker. How's it going? How are you? Your stream was so much fun yesterday. So glad you were streaming, honestly, because I took the day off to just like reflect.
Dahlia_Rex says I'm an idiot. I stared at you for like 20 seconds before realizing it's not another clip.
Oh, sorry. You're not an idiot. I don't think you're an idiot, Dahlia. I don't think so. Then again, if you were, I probably wouldn't tell you.
Dahlia_Rex says, "Hey, thank you so much. I'm glad you had fun."
I love you too much to call you that.
Dahlia_Rex says, "I'm so happy."
Aww, that makes me happy. I always say one of the best things a streamer can feel is happiness for other streamers. It's a weird thing to say, but it is very true. It shows a lot about...
Dahlia_Rex says, "But very low energy today. How are you?"
Yeah, you fucking went hard yesterday. You must have streamed till sunrise or something, because our time zones are so different. How am I? You know, I'm alive. Been feeling a lot of things. Thinking a lot. Which is kind of dangerous for me. But I'm okay. I'm doing good. Just gotta get out of that cloudy weather slump.
Dahlia_Rex says, "I went to bed past 5 a.m. again."
Oh, jeez. Worth it. Worth it. Yeah, I've just been thinking a lot. Trying to think about what winter will look like, what winter will feel like. Because I get seasonal depression pretty bad. So like the second there's like 2 days in a row that are cloudy like this, like just totally bleak. This is why I could never live in a place like London or Seattle, because my seasonal depression is the realness. The second the sun stops coming out every day is the second that I start overthinking every bit of my reality and my existence. But I'm working on it. It's all good. All I gotta do is do the things that I love and try not to get too caught up in the gloom. Definitely not perfect. I know I'm like going through something when I go to sleep early every night without a problem. It's just like I'd rather sleep it away. Wake up another day, sun shining, beautiful, inspiring, warm, comfortable. But, you know, I have lots of tools, lots of things to use and create my own vibe. It's not dictated by the weather. Maybe we should move somewhere where there's less airplane activity. Might trigger me a little bit. I grabbed my old backpack out of my storage unit, because this is like what I use when I travel instead of a luggage suitcase. I just put like just enough clothes, just enough electronical gear and stuff into this. And then I just carry this on the airplane instead of checking it, so I don't have to wait around at luggage claim and all that shit. It's crazy how much that this black has faded into like an ashy kind of color, but then like under just the hood, where the hood is like always folded back, it's still like the perfect black color, dark, that it was when I first got it. I wonder if that's the same, yeah, for the armpits too. That's funny. Never really noticed it until right now. I wore this thing for like
Dahlia_Rex
5
says
years.
it's the sun. Some of my clothes are the same way.
Mm-hmm. I've probably told you this before, but since you're the only person chatting right now, I'll force you to listen to me. So, this is actually like an artisan design from South America. And these people, the Shipibo people, they actually hand stitched this. So this is like, in my opinion, this is better than designer shit, you know. This is like and then like the designs that you see, like this is transposed into music as well. So like a Shipibo person could look at this and then play a song on a guitar that's like in representation of what this means. And these actually come from psychedelic entheogenic substance ceremonies like ayahuasca, San Pedro, Bufo frog, all these different things. So these are like these are like what they see when they're under the influence of this substance. And like their whole villages and even their faces are like tattooed with these designs. Their arms tattooed, their chests.
Dahlia_Rex says this is so cool, I love it. I don't think I've heard this before.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the most meaningful, interesting art pieces in the world. And it's all hand done. I wore this thing so much, the stitching is starting to disintegrate. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Like a hoodie like this is like $250, I'm not gonna lie. The price doesn't really indicate jack shit, but it's pretty expensive. Yeah, I took yesterday off completely, which was nice. Big truck sound. I wonder if that guy looking at my bike, can you see that I put my bike out there against the tree? I'm waiting to see if somebody tries to steal it. That's our goal for today. Let's see.
Dahlia_Rex says, why are you tempting the devil?
Because I got it for free and it keeps being in my way. Last night I spilt like a whole bottle of water trying to just navigate around the bicycle, and it was like so fucking annoying because it was like the middle of the night. I was half awake and all of a sudden I had to be way more awake to clean everything. But it's okay.
Dahlia_Rex says, oh no.
tune this bitch up. Let's add. It's gonna give me an ad. Watch. Let's see. Here's a free guitar tuner. Oh my god! It didn't give me an ad. That's incredible. First time for everything. Now it doesn't work. Oops.
Giggity Sponges says hey hey.
What up, Sponges? How you doing?
Giggity Sponges says how's it going?
It's going, thank you. How are you?
Giggity Sponges says I'm doing good.
Good.
Giggity Sponges says did you hear about the One Direction thing? Giggity Sponges says here.
I did. Yes.
Giggity Sponges says that is why mental health is so important.
Yeah, mental health is very important. You never really know what's going through someone's head at all times, you know? So it's hard to know whether even somebody needs help until it's too late. Check on your happy friends. Check on your successful friends.
Giggity Sponges says ye.
Check on your quiet friends. Where have my brothers gone? They fall into the sword. No longer do you serve to hurt nobody. You're not hurting anymore. Could have safely walked away from that lonely bed of thorns. Opened up your eyes, boy, to the world, oh it is yours. You've always been enough, always been enough, always been enough, always been enough.
Always _Emiliana says hey Dan. Hope you're doing wonderful. I
alarming statistic is that like for every like one woman that commits suicide is that like 10 men commit suicide. So if you ever think about how dramatic that is, that's a really crazy ratio. There is clearly an epidemic of mental unwellness with men. Obviously it's not gender specific. Everybody has a brain and everybody's got their own, you know, version of mental health crisis. But the staggering information is that, you know, the odds are that you lose a friend to suicide, it's going to be a man, are very high. So check on the men in your life, man. There's you'd be surprised how little bit of love and unconditional friendship can really remedy a day of woes, things like that.
Says singing is great for heart, lungs, liver, and brain.
Yeah, singing is good. But yeah, I know that he supposedly fell off the balcony or whatever, but and he was obviously struggling with some things, and he's also like an actual famous person. One Direction was huge. So I'm sure there's a lot of mental struggle and like an uphill climb when you're trying to continue living, or your career, or your family, or your partnerships, or things like that. And you know, nobody's perfect, man. Even the best of some of the best people, you know, struggle. So yeah, let this be a friendly reminder just to be loving and kind, treat everybody with respect, and don't always look at them like they are the status that they have created, or
Roy
that they
Explorer
are,
says, good morning,
you know,
Danny and friends. Thanks for that message.
Aw,
Totally agree.
love you, Roy. But yeah, I feel like it's important to remind people that, like, you know, men are constantly belittled and shit on, and it's not gender specific, but when it comes to, like I said, the staggering numbers of men that have mental unwellness, that take their own lives or fall into abuse and die from drug abuse, it's very high. Or drug abuse related incidences and stuff. Yeah. It's that time of the year when the clouds get gray and we start talking about what it feels like to feel that way inside. You got seasonal depression, you got lifelong depression, you got all this stuff mixed in. And when this time of year comes, people try to escape it and run from it. I think that, you know, one of the most important things you can do for yourself is to get yourself help. You know, get therapy. See multiple therapists. Try a bunch. Try one that finally feels right. Maybe one day you'll find that. And even that is temporary remedy. That's not permanent. Even if you learn things about the way you act or treat your life, I think that in that instance you still need to continue the work, and sometimes it's easy to stop treating yourself the way you should, or stop, you know, finding the routines and self-care that
Rainbow
help
Raccoon 82
with that
says,
kind
hey
of stuff.
dude.
What's up? How's it going? You know, I've had like 10 men in my life that have just died very unexpectedly, from
Rainbow Raccoon
self-inflicted
82 says,
death
pretty
to
good.
just abusing themselves enough to where their body was like, you know, we can't do this forever, to, you know, all kinds of stuff and in between. And it's never been easy processing that, you know. Some of my most fucking inspirational friends, some of my friends that were the light in the group, the light of their family, some of the people that you would think are the glue that keeps things together, you know, those people struggle a lot. glad you're doing pretty good. Climbing up the pine tree, high as we can go. Climbing up the pine tree, find a pine cone its home. Let's get into the cover zone. Okay. Capo 5th? That's cool. Love of mine, someday you will die. I'll be close behind, follow you into the dark, no blinding light. I don't remember the fucking lyrics. Oh, good, an ad, nice. Blinding light of tunnels of gates too wide, just our hands clasped so tight, waiting for the hint of a spark. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the nose on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when you're... What? If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, I'll follow you to the dark. Good morning. Catholic school, as vicious as Roman rule, I got my knuckles bruised by a lady in black, and I held my tongue as she told me, son, fear is the heart of love, so I never went back. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the nose on their vacancy signs. There's no one beside you when
embarks, then I'll follow you into the dark. I'll follow you into the dark. Can I change this to a different range and it'd be okay? Heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the notes on their vacancy signs. There's no one beside you when your soul embarks. I'll follow you to the dark. Okay, let me Kajip. Reference to earlier discussion, checking your strong friends. Yeah, for sure. What up,
King
Giggity?
1130 says, "What's good, bro?"
What's good? Chillin'. Just going through some songs that I like. Dude, I gotta fix my fuel lines. I can smell fuel right now. That's not good. Maybe it's in my head. Missed the last train home. Birds pass by to tell me that I'm not alone. I'm pushing myself to finish this part. Handle a lot. One thing I'm missing. Song is a little too depresso. Let's move on. I love a good depressing song though. Children broad, Whipple is burning, and the girls are getting sick of huffing glue up in the bathroom while your boyfriend picks up chicks. And darling, I'm lost. Heard you whispering that night in Fountain Square. These trash-filled streets made me wish we were headed home. And there was love inside that basement where that woman used to lie in a sleeping bag we shared upon the floor most every night. Darling, I'm drunk, and everything you thought you had is turned to stone. So pack your bags and come back home. And I'm wasted, you can taste it. Don't look at me that way, 'cause I'll be hanging from a rope, and I'll haunt you like a ghost. And if my woman was a fire, she'd burn out before I wake and be replaced by pints of whiskey, cigarettes, and outer space. Somebody moves. Everything you thought you had has gone to shit. Well, we've got a lot, don't you And when a woman that you loved was gone, she's bombing East Japan. Don't fucking move, 'cause everything you thought you had will go to shit. We've got a lot, don't you dare forget that. And I'm wasted, you can't taste it. My voice is shot. Don't look at me that way, 'cause I'll be hanging from a rope. Don't you like to know? Alright, any of these songs not super duper depressing? I think we'll get to the not so depressing ones. Oh yeah, this song's nice. How do I play this shit? This song is also depressing, I think.
When I sleep, I'm dreaming. When I sleep, I'm dreaming. When I sleep, I'm dreaming for you. Feel my heart, it's aching. Wish I could stop breaking. Spend all day just thinking for you.
This is an ukulele. Capo on the 5th, I think.
When you sleep, I'm thinking. When you sleep, I'm thinking.
King 1130 says you gave me dazed and confused. Lord of Dogtown vibes, love it.
Wish I still could love you. Floating high above you. Just don't think I'm sinking for you.
This pillow talk don't wake me up.
My dream is done.
I'm still in love.
I know your fear.
Just lying here.
I think I'll leave.
Please don't, my dear. This pillow talk will wake me up no matter what I'm dreaming.
When you leave, I'm lying. When you leave, I'm lying. When you leave, I'm lying for you.
Oh wow, Capo 3. I lied. Bad guess.
And I know it hurts you. Nothing else I can do. You won't let me know I want to.
When you leave, I'm lonely. When you leave, I'm lonely.
When I sleep, I'm dreaming. How's that? Oh. Oh. When I sleep, I'm dreaming. When I sleep, I'm dreaming. When I sleep, I'm dreaming for you. When I feel my heart, it's aching. Wish I could stop breaking.
Says you, what's up, Danny and chat?
Spend
How
all
you
my
doing today? Just finished up a work meeting and I'm
Spend all
about to head
day
home
just
for lunch.
thinking for you. Hey, Lakebug. Just chilling, just chilling.
KCKSUM
It's a gloomy
says
day,
Lakebug.
so I'm kind of just like
Lakebug says 53
Feeling it
100s.
out.
Danny is only 47 points away from
What up,
reaching the Plus
Major?
program
Welcome
for
in,
the second month.
everybody. Today's a Van
Let's
Chill
help him
day.
get the raise he deserves.
Thank you,
Every paid not gifted or found Twitch
guys.
subscription
Yes.
adds points. Tier 1 1 PT, Tier 2 2 PTS, Tier 3 6 PTS. Plus, Majorskills_ says morning Danny and chat.
How you doing, Major?
Secret City 19 says at Lakebug waves.
What up, Secret
Lakebug
City?
says you at Casey Kasem. Secret City 19 says Danny.
How you doing? I'm gonna mute you guys for a second. When I sleep, I'm dreaming. When I sleep, I'm dreaming. When I sleep, I'm dreaming for you. Feel my heart, it's aching. Wish I could stop breaking. Spend all day just thinking for you. When you sleep, I'm thinking. When you sleep, I'm thinking. When you sleep, I'm thinking for her. Wish I could love you. Floating high above you. Just don't think I'm sinking for you. Is there like a chorus? Oh yeah. Yeah, what's the chorus?
Wish I still could love you. Floating high above you. Just don't think I'm sinking for you.
This is it. This is the chorus. Pillow talk, don't wake me up. Dream is done, I'm still in love. I know your fears just lying here. Leave, please don't, my dear. This pillow talk will wake me up. No matter what I'm dreaming.
When you leave, I'm lying.
When you leave, I'm lying. When you leave, I'm lying for you.
And I know
it hurts you.
nothing else I can
do.
You won't
Let me know
I want
to. Okay, it's a good song, but it's a little bit too much. I could fuck this song up though.
Well,
It's been a long time, long time.
since I've seen you smile, and I'll gamble away my
Let's fuck with this one. Welcome in, everybody. It's so good to see everybody. I love and appreciate you guys. Oh, thank you. I wish... Wait, did YouTube not connect today to the chat? There we go. Oh, thank you guys. Okay, apparently I have to reconnect it like every time. Thank you, Lakebug.
Okay, let's just try to do it without. Well, it's been a long time, Wait, it's been a long time now. There it is. Since I've seen you smile, and I'll gamble away my fright, and I'll gamble away my time, and in a year or so, this will slip into the sea. But it's been a long time now since I've seen you smile. Nobody raise your voices. Oh, damn, that's a crazy range. Let's just fuck it up big time and not go up that high. Nobody raise your voices. A little higher. Nobody raise your voices. Just another night in Nantes. Nobody raise your voices. Oh, just another night in Nantes. It's kind of an interesting song. I'm playing all the songs that I just don't want to actually play.
These days I keep finding myself caught in between. Am I awake or am I walking in my sleep? Just never know what I'll be feeling today.
Tori Kelly.
I'll be a son, yeah, it could go either way. 1 minute I'll be fine, then I don't know how to feel. I'm in between the two, standing still and on the run. Don't know what to do, running to places at once. I feel like the moon, trying to stay up for the sun. Heart is so confused, cause it's two places at once.
It's a good song.
I'm always spinning.
So Twitch is still working, right?
Potential
Okay,
Bliss
good.
says hi.
I only think about it in the nighttime, always in the nighttime.
This could be fun.
Lying on the floor, thinking I've been here for so long, just a little too long. Think I need to get out of the door, but I've never been a brave one. Always was a tame one, always double checked all that I knew. But the safety is a danger. Yeah, there's only one way out. It's through and through. Oh, through and through. I'll find my way to you, though all in it may take me some time. Oh, through and through. Oh, through and through. I will be there for you, even if we may seek a separate life. And I don't know what I've been waiting for. It feels like I'm always losing my way. I'm doubting every step I take. I know that
This kind of seems like a fun little ditty.
although I wish I knew where to, I guess I'll have to see it through. Oh, through and through. Oh, through and through. I'll find my way to you, though all it did may take me some time. Through and through. Oh, through and through. I will be there for you, even if we may seek a separate life. Oh.
got an F sharp. We love that. Shortest song on planet Earth, yes.
Melissa 420 Honeybee says good morning Danny and chat, hope everyone is
morning.
well.
How are you?
How can you miss someone you've never met? 'Cause I need you now, but I don't know you yet. But can you find me soon, because I'm in my head. Yeah, I need you now, but I don't know you yet. 'Cause lately it's been hard. They're selling me for parts.
Blakebot says hey and Melissa 420 Honeybee, hope you are well today.
So that's how it goes?
Melissa 420 Honeybee says I'm good, just woke up and going to make some coffee and have some tokes.
Oh, okay, good.
Melissa 420 Honeybee says oh this song gets me every time.
How can you miss someone you never met? 'Cause I need you now, but I don't know you yet. I love it. But can you find me soon, because I'm in my... Wait. Find me soon, because I'm in my head.
Melissa 420
Yeah, I
Honeybee
need
says
you
and
now,
Blakebot
but I
thanks
don't
you
know
as well.
you yet. Lately it's been hard. God, I love this. Selling me for parts. I don't wanna be modern art, but I've only got half a heart to give, to you. How can you miss someone you've never seen? Tell me, are your eyes brown, blue, or green? Do you like it with sugar and cream?
Melissa 420 Honeybee says I miss people I be never met a lot lol.
Yeah, me too. Or do you take it straight, oh, just like me? Lately it's been hard. I don't know, the cadence isn't perfect, but what a song though. How can you miss someone you've never seen? Do you tell me, or tell me, are your eyes, wait. How can you miss someone you've never seen? Or tell me, are your eyes brown, blue, or green? And do you like it with sugar and cream? Do you take it straight, oh, just like me? I don't wanna be, right? I don't wanna be modern art. I think that's... No, it's... And lately it's been hard. They're selling me for parts. I wanna be modern art. Only got half a heart to give to you. Well, how does this part go? It's like...
Secret City 19 says dude just walked by with a guitar.
Yeah, that guy.
Secret City
walks
19
around a lot
says
here.
jam session.
Definitely. Never seen him playing it before, but I sure do see him carrying it a lot. Put your dreams away for now. I won't see you for some time. I am lost in my mind. I am lost in my mind. Maybe a third capo on third. Put your dreams away for now. I won't see you for some time. I am lost in my mind. I get lost in my mind. Mama once told me you're already home when you feel love. I am lost in my mind. I am lost in my mind. Man, I'm feeling a little bit lost in my mind. Oh, my brother, your wisdom is older than me. Oh, my brother, don't you worry about me. Don't you worry, don't you worry, don't worry about me. I can't do the high notes. I don't think I'm playing anything like I'm supposed to. Today's just a day where I make up all my own rules. It's my own fucking rules. Clouds move over Pontiac skies. The silent thunder matches mine. I know this feeling from long away. I wonder was it gone, but now I know. When she calls, don't send my way. When it hurts, you'll know it's the right thing. Michigan in the rear view now. Keep your hands where I can see you. You took the words right out my mouth. When you knew that I would eat up. What am I supposed to do now without you?
Lakebug says it's fo_yogi at Giggity Sponges.
I actually need to get this song down. Like you expected. Down brake lines and Motown records. And all that's left is your blind reaction. But you know what's coming and you regret it. What a fucking song. So when she calls, don't send her my way. When it hurts most, it's the right thing. Michigan's in the review now. Keep your hands where I keep your hands where can see, where I can see you. You took the words right out my mouth. There's got to be a range where it makes more sense. Michigan's in the review now. Keep your hands where I can see you. You took the words right out my mouth. When you knew that I would need her. What am I supposed to do now without you? Without you. Damn, some people just sing real good, and that's not me most days. Michigan's in the rear view now. Keep your hands where I can see. Keep your hands where I see you. Why is that part of that little lick right there so confusing to me? I literally can sing it when I'm not playing it, but not when I'm playing it.
Crowds move on the extent, and now I know that you're silent. You took the words right out my mouth.
Wait, let's try this. It goes.
Keep your hands where I can see you.
Michigan's in the rear view now. Keep your hands where I can see you. Took the words right out my mouth. When you knew that I needed you. Michigan's in the review now. Keep your hands where I can see you. Took the words. And maybe I just need to go super duper low. In the rear, Michigan's in the review now. Keep your hands where I can see you. You took the words right out my mouth. When you knew that I would need her. When you knew that I would need her. Okay, so this tablature, whatever the fuck we call this shit, is wrong. It's a little bit off. Yogi 45, that's epic. Why, bro? Why, bro? What? What you need? What you want from me? What do you expect from me? What do you want me to be for you? Fuck you.
Kilo_Merc says why I wanna hear her story.
You wanna hear my story?
KCKSUM says ha 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 ha. Albus Engelbrechtson says sup chat, Danny.
What do you wanna know?
Kilo underscore Merc says yes.
Sometimes the sounds that I make are a pretty good indication of how I feel, but it doesn't always tell my story. Well, yeah, hi everybody. My name is Danny, also known as Potential Bliss. Welcome to my live stream. I hope you're having a good day or night, depending on where you're from. I am currently in Los Angeles, California. I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan. I live, travel,
Kilo underscore Merc
stream
says so. Let's hear it.
Time. I live, stream, travel full time out of this van, and that's my life.
Alvis Engelbrechtson says at Kilo underscore Mercs hang a while. Be patient. You will learn things about Danny.
Where are you from? What's your name? How old are you? Tell me all that first before I start telling somebody who requests to know my life story, because let's get to know each other a little bit.
Melissa 420 Honeybee says yup, definitely. Alvis Engelbrechtson says patient. Lakebug says heyo at Alvis Engelbrechtson, great to see you.
I don't know why I'm doing this alone when you're a phone
Melissa
call
420 Honeybee says I'll start lol, I'm from Canada and I'll be 35 next Tuesday, a Libra lol. Alvis Engelbrechtson says at Lakebug. Kilo underscore Merc says I'm Chris, I'm 24, I'm in contractor out of NC, but I was born in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Nice. That's what's up. Well, my name's Danny. I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan. I'm currently in Los Angeles, California. I've been road tripping all summer, traveling around the country, streaming all around the country, meeting up with amazing people, making new friends in the most unlikely of places, and streaming hundreds and hundreds of hours every month. And we're kind of just chilling today. But I'm an IRL streamer. I stream out and about. Some days I walk like 20 miles on foot, and some days I just chill like this.
Kilo underscore Merc says wish I could do it, but I got kiddos.
Oh, well, maybe you can do it with them. You ever thought about taking them on like a family road trip, like the good old days? It's what we used to do in America.
Kilo underscore Merc says fun idea.
The only people who bought RVs and like big travel vans and conversion vans back in the day were mostly just like people who want to take their family up and out of the state for a little bit, or even a staycation where you kind of just go to national landmarks in your own state.
Kilo underscore
like
Merc says we go on vacation every year.
Nice. Yeah, I still think you could pull it off, and obviously it might be a little different than maybe this, right? But I think that it's if you're not streaming this stuff, you'd be alone all the time unless you're a hyper social person. So I feel like bringing your family with you is a big bonus. Kind of awesome. I highly recommend it. Some of my favorite little road trips growing up were
Melissa 420
like
Honeybee
that.
says yays definitely can be trickier with kids, but it's most definitely doable. Kilo underscore Merc says been to all states except Alaska and Hawaii.
Oh, nice. You
Melissa
gotta go to Hawaii, dude.
420 Honeybee says and great experience for them too.
Yeah. Maybe that's the next place you should take the family, is to Hawaii. It's a great
The
place.
Daisy Dude says OMG hi.
What up, Alvy? How you doing?
Kilo underscore Merc says yes. Melissa 420 Honeybee says Hawaii would be amazing, I hope one day to go. The Daisy Dude says better now.
Aw, me too.
Lakebug says you at the Daisy Dude.
Actually, Kilo, I met the Daisy Dude on a
Melissa
beach in
420
Hawaii
Honeybee says a lot
like
energy there.
12 years ago. I met that guy right
Kilo
there in the
_ Merc
chat.
says live long and prosper bro, keep on the grind.
Thank you. Yeah, so this guy right here, the Daisy Dude, I met him when he was just a boyfriend, girlfriend with his now wife, now mother of children, now family.
Melissa 420 Honeybee says Lop, speaking of Hawaii.
And yeah, so it's funny that we're just randomly talking about that right now. You definitely gotta go check it out. Hit up Maui. I'm crawling on my knees straight out of hell when you wait. I'm crawling on my knees
The
straight
Daisy
out
Dude
of
says
hell
Maui no
when
follow
you're
at Peace Love and Delays.
around me. I wanna be my best self 'cause I know this is love. Damn airplanes. Michigan's in the review now.
Melissa 420 Honeybee says, well,
Keep
it's if the
your
full moon
hands
brings
where I can
coincidences and such.
Keep your hands where I can see you. You took the words right
Melissa
out
420
my
Honeybee says it peaked like 6 hours ago, was at 4:26 I believe.
right when I need her.
The Daisy Dude says new song. Michigan in the rear view, beautiful
It's a
lyric.
band. It's a band called the Milk Carton Kids. I just got to see them perform at Hardly Strictly, and I was like, "Oh man, I bet they don't play this song because it's so like not related to San Francisco or anything." And they fucking played it, and it was so beautiful. Oh, they were so good. I loved it. I'm in the season of depression, guys, where the second there's more than one day in a row with gray clouds, I start feeling gray inside, and I'm not a fan of it, but
The
I'm
Daisy Dude
here
says,
for it.
OMG, did you see Chad Arcade
I
selling
did. I
halos?
ran into Chad a few times, actually.
KCKSUM says, I feel that.
I made him introduce himself to the stream.
The Daisy Dude says, niece.
I need to learn some new
The Daisy
finger
Dude
picking
says, ha
patterns.
ha ha.
I want to learn what the fuck is the pattern that these guys are doing all the time.
KCKSUM says, reminds me that I need to go get some vitamin D. Melissa 420 Honeybee says at Casey Kasem Ye's same, I have some Amazon but waiting enough money to get them lol. Melissa 420 Honeybee says living in BC sad as Faye. Melissa 420 Honeybee says is definitely a thing here.
seasonal affective depression. What is that? Seasonal something depression. Seasonal ass depression. I trimmed my nails yesterday, so gotta get used to it. Nothing sounds right or feels right today, huh? That's an interesting thing for me. Yeah, the weather is big time fucking my brain up and my vibes. But we get through it. Just another day. I mean, I took the whole day off yesterday and just was, trying to be my best self, feel a lot. How are you guys feeling? Ugh. Did you guys see my tweet where I talk about how I'm probably not going to use Twitter anymore because it's so fucking toxic and just like all the political grifting and the fact that they basically fucking paywall all my posts from being discovered? It's like ever since that you could pay for a verification check mark, it doesn't even show my fucking tweets to my followers. And I know a lot of people say this shit and I feel like some people overthink it and some people like
SFO_Yogi says F Twitter.
Haven't really had like big engagement on Twitter, but I did used to, man. The second that they fucking made it so you can pay for verification and I didn't pay, it was the second that I stopped getting thousands and thousands of impressions from my followers. I mean, I have posts that are like been retweeted hundreds of times. I have posts that you know, of my own music that would get hundreds and
Melissa
hundreds of
420
likes.
Honeybee says seasonal affective disorder, SAD, as a type of depression that comes and goes in a seasonal
Right.
pattern.
But yeah, so I've been just quite obviously fucking just shut the fuck down on Twitter because I'm not paying for Musk's political grifting campaigns and
Melissa
shit.
420 Honeybee says I never had Twitter.
You know? It just feels weird. It's like, bruh, like I really it's not like it's not a self-worth thing. It's it used to operate and function great, and then once Musk was like, yeah, you guys can pay for discoverability, it's like they took it away from people that would get it normally. Like dude, what year and month was it that you could start paying? And I'll literally go to a month prior to that and show you what a dramatic difference that it is. I mean, I went from getting a minimum of like 1,000 impressions because I have 5,000 followers on Twitter, and I've been promoting it for like fucking 15 years. Like, these are real people. And I went from getting that kind of discoverability to getting dog shit discoverability. None at all. And I don't even care to be discovered by new people at this point. I just want to see all the people that used to see my posts. I want them to see them again. It's quite annoying. I should also just stop caring. That's not really what's bumming me out today. It's kind of just the weather, but you took the words right out my mouth. Like, before live streaming, my tweets got so much better discoverability. What year was
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says how is the weather where everyone is?
what year did they start letting you pay for fucking Twitter check marks?
Harsh_media says popping in on my lunch break. How's it going today, man?
What up, Harsh? It's going, thank you. How are you?
Melissa 420 Honeybee says wrong, it's only 9 degrees here, lol. Lakebug says hey at Harsh_media, hope you are well today.
I'm just looking at the old engagement from my tweets before I was gatekept from you guys.
Harsh_media says at Lakebug I'm dragging butt, how about you? Melissa 420 Honeybee says looks little sunny and cloudy, bit also seen yesterday, warning F9R parts Vancouver Island if an atmospheric river. Lakebug says hi at Rainbow Raccoon 82, going to be 72F this afternoon, it's 65F here now, great weather.
Hell yeah.
Debbie Herman says hey there Danny and Twitch YouTube peeps. Melissa 420 Honeybee says at Rainbow Raccoon 82 Richmond, BC.
Posts with 195 retweets, 500 likes, 50 likes.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says Virginia.
27 likes, 30 likes, 28 likes.
Melissa 420 Honeybee says oh lol.
73 likes, 11 likes, 5 likes, 19 likes, 62 likes. It's not about how many likes I get. I've been on social media for way too long to fucking base my value off of a like or how many likes. But as far as observing what Twitter has done to just paywall everybody into buying verification, it's pretty fucking obvious that the only way even our followers are gonna see us is by paying.
Lakebug says at harsh_media doing good. Been busy at work so far today, having a nice lunch break now. Melissa 420 Honeybee says okay Vancouver closer to my weather lol.
Remember when FaceApp had that like make yourself old feature?
Hugh Jackman 196,809 says what's up man.
What's up, Hugh Jackman?
Lakebug says he at Debbie Herman. Rainbow Raccoon 82 says oh yay. Harsh_media says at Lakebug enjoy. Let's finish the day strong. Melissa 420 Honeybee says haha yay lol. Hugh Jackman 196,809 says what's up man. Lakebug says at Hugh Jackman 196,809. Harsh_media says you that looks real lol. Melissa 420 Honeybee says looking good still lol. Debbie Herman says at High Lake Bug. Hugh Jackman 196,809 says my birthday 5 days ago.
How you doing, Debbie? Happy belated birthday, Hugh.
Harsh_media says any good events coming up.
No. Unfortunately, everything dies down this time of year. That's another thing that's like kind of a wall I'm standing in front of, is that like once the winter comes, it's just like depresso emo vibes all fucking winter. So we're gonna do our best to not feel that way all winter. You know, definitely a lot of thoughts going through my head about my life, my lifestyle, and what I can do to improve upon
Hugh
it.
Jackman 196,809 says E3 gone. Debbie Herman says yay. Another year older just in age only.
Right. Yep. But yeah, just trying to kind of think about what I want to do. I need to be vigilant and do things and not let this gloom take over my life, because this is just a small stint of it. But even like last year, I always felt this way, where it's like once this weather starts coming in, it's yeah, I mean, because I feel like my most bright and wonderful days are the days where I'm out and about, you know? The second that, dude, if it's like fucking 6 in the morning and I see that it's a clear day and it's gonna be so sunny and beautiful, It's like, boom, get online, go do something epic, like have fun, make the best of your day and share it with everybody. And on days like this, I just need to be okay with chilling once in a while, you know, and not feeling like an obligation to go out. But then again, I just need to start looking forward to how incredibly grateful I am to have such a beautiful and responsive community that comes every day. I still smell fuel. I need to replace these fuel lines like tomorrow. Starting to smell the fuel is not good. Yeah, that's true. That makes me miss it. I miss everybody there. Oh yeah, birthday vibes too, yeah. Yep. And like last month was the 1 year anniversary of my brother passing away, and I've been like purposefully distracting myself to the nth degree from thinking about it too much, you know? And like just, it's a lot to process. I see that, Melissa. I can relate too. I mean, I'm 37 and I'm the only person in my entire family that hasn't been married and have kids in like their own home and all these things. So, wow, who the fuck is this Tweaker McGee? I love the way he's just very interesting. Let's see if he tries to take the bike.
Media says gratitude and something to look forward to go a long way. Staying in the moment, lol.
I think he laughed because he saw my bike not locked up. Maybe he just laughed because he's got some funny shit going on in his head. I don't know.
Definitely understands that my cousin and dad passed 5 years ago, March and May, so can be hard months then too.
I see. Gratitude and something to look forward to go along the way, staying in the moment, blah. Yeah, right? Harsh, exactly. Yeah. There's you know. We're only capable of gaslighting ourselves into happiness until it doesn't work, you know? Until we have days where it's just, you know, you might need to see a therapist or something.
Living among the living, Danny, and have sadness, but just know, we are still here to spread love.
100%. And I've got a great group of friends here on Twitch, and I'm really grateful. So, you know, we can always make the best of it together. Yeah. Yeah, I think that, like, you know, we are capable of working on our own mental health and capable of counting our blessings every day and not counting our faults or counting our negatives, you know, because the more you focus on the negative, the more that it ruminates through you. And I feel like that's pretty obvious. But, you know, no one's perfect, and we can't always be able to just, you know, I feel like everybody's like grieving and everybody's mental health process is different. It's not linear. So it's like, and then even we'll reach a point where when people kind of like tell you how you know better, you know, like, come on, you know this and you know that. And while sometimes that could be the reminder you need, for some people that could be a deterrent from giving a shit. You know, it could be them being like, well, fuck it, man. I'm not perfect. I can't do what you're saying right now. I'm in a rut or something. And sometimes the advice doesn't help. You know, sometimes the gentle reminders feel like a stab in the heart for some people because they're already in a place where they wish they could get out of that place, you know.
Melissa 420 Honeybee says we are all going through things.
But that's life. Anybody who says they're happy all the time or says you can be happy all the time is a fucking lying person. A liar. Thanks, Harsh. And you know what? You too and mine. And I don't mean to just say the same shit back, but it's true. It's true. I mean, I feel like these days are necessary for me. Like, while there is an undertone of me like having my own like self-doubt or my own fear of rejection, you know, I'm a single man living in a van. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like there's always the gentle approach, you know, and some people need to like headbang it out, you know, or like fucking, everyone's different in a way, in the ways that they process what they're going through. Some people love quiet, some people love to read, some people like to listen to inspirational stuff, some people like to up their therapy to like, you know, a few times a week instead of once a month, and like there's all kinds of ways to really diligently do what's best for yourself. I didn't get the shoes and phone yet. I am going to. I've just been doing a bunch of other stuff, paying bills, handling odds and ends, running errands, and all this kind of stuff. So not yet, no. But I will. I will, definitely.
Melissa 420 Honeybee says, I'm usually the one who gives positive affirmation and things to friends and give them positive perspective, but when it comes to myself, I need to do that more for myself too.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are like that. You know, and not everybody was raised the same, and not everybody has coping mechanisms that are the same. So, so it really different. It's really different between everybody's own experience and how they handle it. What up, Bobby? How are you?
Media says back to work. I'll catch y'all later. Take care, guys. Be easy, Danny.
Later, Harsh. Have a good rest of your day. I appreciate you. See you later. And I hope work goes well.
Melissa 420 Honeybee says exactly.
But yeah, I gotta get the shoes and the phone sometime soon.
Good, thank you. Hope you are doing well.
The phone is like a $1,200 purchase, maybe a little more if I get a case, which I have to, and screen protectors. So I'm a little bit apprehensive of just jumping right into it, not knowing like how much money I'll have afterwards, and or how long it takes for them to give me the rebate when I trade my phone in and stuff. But it's all stupid shit, you know. It's always the stuff that I worry about that I should have just taken on head on and just gotten it squared off earlier in life. But at this point, it's just me being mindful of spending and stuff.
Says going to get the phone before going to see your mom or after.
I don't know. Probably before. I think that'd probably be a wise decision. But my mom said she would take me to a shoe store so I can look for my shoes that I want to buy, because it'll give us something to do. So I might get those in Michigan. But then again, I've had such a hard time finding shoes here that a part of me doesn't even feel like that I'll end up finding ones that I like. But
420 Honeybee says, how far about are we from La?
we're in La. We're in Venice, California right now. We're here. We made it. Well, I could stream when I go get the shoes. That'd be fun, because you guys helped me support me in getting them. I can do that. The iPhone, I stream from I thought about going to the Apple store and stuff and doing it while streaming, and then putting on clips while I set up my new phone, and then be like streaming from the new phone. But I'm a little worried that like I might have to do some extra setting up or extra logging in of certain accounts and stuff like that. Pasta Water, I'm looking for a nice pair of walking/running shoes, which I have found a really good pairs. They're around $100, $120 after taxes. but they look and feel like they would like actually be really efficient shoes for my walks when I stream and stuff. The only discrepancy has been that they only have the really ugly, loud, ridiculous colors, and I think some people love those colors, but like I'm more of like a standard whole color guy, you know? I'd rather have like an all dark blue or an all something that's not too flashy. I don't want everybody looking down at my shoes all the time. I just want them to realize they exist out of nowhere when it happens, not like because they're so flashy. So I've found a bunch of shoes that I really like and that I tried on, and I probably went to at least 12 different shoe stores in the last month or two. And
says, I'm surprised you even need shoes. Van lifers usually don't need them.
Look, flip-flops, baby. It's just that you can't put like 2,400 miles on a flip-flop without ruining your feet, stress fracturing your bones, and messing up your muscles, and hurting your ankles, and stuff like that. So I did have to get a pair of shoes last year, which helped a lot and really kept me in a way better cardio space. You know, like we're doing so many streams over and over and over.
Stop being picky on shoes and you would probably be able to find some sooner.
Yeah, I guess that's true, but also I'm gonna wear them every single day, so I'm not about to just pick the random fucking white and yellow and neon green shoes because I don't like them. They're ugly. I think what I really need to do is commit to having a pair of shoes delivered to the shoe store that are in the right color so that I can still get them, but I just can't. I have to wait like a few days for them or something. Because I could do that. Damn, the new wave? I used to hitchhike all around the country like 13 years ago I started, and I did it for a few years. And a lot of my friends bought those like 12, 13 years ago. I'll never forget, my friend stepped in dog shit without realizing it, and then he put his Vibrams on, and the second he put his foot in the Vibram, he realized what the mistake was that he made. And we were like hitchhiking together and stuff, and like we always had to get into strangers' cars together, and we always had to like go into friends' houses together and stuff when we were meeting with people and traveling a lot. And I'll never forget the look on his face when he fucking stuck his shoe on, put his shoe on, and was like, oh no, wait, no, and it like squished into all the toe areas and like oh man. I don't like Vibrams because you also need to wear toe socks or no socks. Either no socks or toe socks. It creates like a new market to capitalize on. I feel like that's a little out of my liking. I took a picture with some shoes last time I was there, but they're on my streaming phone. And I took a picture of brand and the company and the shoe boxes and stuff, because out of all the shoes I've looked at, these seem the most durable and also the most lightweight. What up, Magic? How are you? Yeah, Vibrams are the toe shoes. I would imagine by now they probably made ones that are also like not toe shoes. I would guess maybe they have by now. Probably. Vibrams smell like shit, even if you don't step in shit and then put them on. Like eventually you're gonna be like, ugh, like when you smell them. Maybe it had to do with how the lack of cleanliness and hygiene of the people that I knew that wore them. Maybe that was the case, but I don't know. Oh. I skipped the gym today. Skipped the shower today.
Says, hi, fam.
Hey Dolty, how are you?
Melissa 420 Honeybee says super full moon in Aries this and 2 of 426 and think was at. Taste underscore magic says I am doing alright, but I'm a bit confused at what conversation I've stumbled into. Rainbow
We're talking about
Raspberry
shoes.
says I am surprised you skipped the shower today.
Yeah. Cheers. I usually don't.
Loyalty says I'm not so great RN with ya.
Oh, I feel ya. I feel a little off today.
Taste underscore magic says speaking of, I might lurk and leave you up while I go shower.
Okay, enjoy. I'll see you soon.
Mommy Ninja 06 says good afternoon Danny. Loyalty says love you so much.
Love you too. Good morning. Well, it's almost afternoon here, Ninja. We're getting close. How are you today? It's good to see you.
Taste underscore magic says I hope you have an awesome day bliss. I'll see you post rinse.
Okay.
Melissa 420 Honeybee says yay I be felt off think B-Day coming in the full moon to a lot energy.
Yeah. I feel like we do our best. You know, sometimes you gotta.
Melissa 420 Honeybee says that loyalty sending you lots of love.
Sometimes you just gotta find your joy. You gotta find your happiness. You know, it's not always gonna find you. And you gotta try to make the best of your days, even on the worst of days. Like there's a lot to say about being grateful, even if you're having a weird day.
Not feeling good today but still kicking.
Aww, I feel like I think it's like collective energy thing. I think we're all like feeling it.
Hey man, you can't park here. Melissa 420 Honeybee says I was having weird dreams right before I woke up this am.
I can't park here? Yeah, I can. Watch. I'll park here all day. I used to live like right here, not in a van. And so I know this area pretty well.
Honeybee says definitely.
And I know a lot of locals here. And I know all the homeless people, all the tweakers, everybody who comes and parks here or rolls through this park. I know them all by now. I didn't stay here all last year every day because I've been traveling, but anytime I come back and I feel like chilling here, I've never had an issue. Luckily, my van size isn't over the limits of the signs that say no vehicles over 7 feet high or 22 feet long.
Big Loving 31 says today is my birthday.
Oh, no way. Happy birthday, McLovin. Thank you for the 714th hug. McLovin is almost the only person who uses the hug thing. I know some of you do sometimes, but let's be real. If I looked into the analytics, McLovin has given like 575 of the hugs. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear McLovin 31. Happy birthday to you. And many more. You guys, everybody say happy birthday to McLovin.
Melissa 420 Honeybee says at McLoving 31 oh sweet another Libra yay happy birthday I hope you have an amazing day and year. Costa Water RR says W tweakers they make the most of every day.
They sure do. I wish them the best. I wish them a steadfast recovery because most tweakers could be such hard workers if they could get cleaned up, you know? Like, a tweaker could fucking disassemble an entire vehicle with their bare hands just to steal a part. I feel like, you know, they're capable of... Their self-worth is so much more than what they know, in my opinion. Happy belated Realm Babe. So many birthdays. I didn't realize we had so many people here. Fall babies. Libra vibes. This park used to be, I don't know where everybody is now, but this park used to be a hotbed for van lifers, school bus lifers, RV lifers. So like when I would park here, I'd talk to like everybody that also lives in their vehicles, because they were all like very nice, very friendly. Then everybody looks out for each other's vehicles and stuff. Like if you know somebody is the only person living in their van and anybody else is walking up to that van, you go ask them, hey, you looking for John? What you doing over here? Are you looking for John? And then when they say yes, you're like, get the fuck out of here, because there's no John that lives in that van, you bitch. Quit thieving in this side of the neighborhood, motherfucker. Go do it somewhere else. There's kind of like an unspoken rule between van lifers and tweakers where they don't tend to break into these vans or RVs or school buses because or vandalize them and shit, because we're here so much, and you know,
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says, who is ready for Halloween? I am trying to get all the parts of my costume together.
van lifers and shit are the last people to call the cops. They handle shit locally, as I call it. They handle it natively, where, you know.
Costa Water RR says, what is your opinion on the current state of van life?
I think that van life has been over-glorified by people who have way more money than the average van lifers in history. So, like, when sprinters, like $100,000, $140,000 tiny-ass little home on wheels became a van life trend, that it kind of gives this, like, convoluted idea of what living in a van is and why people live in a van. And why people choose to travel in this way, and why people just decide to uproot from having to pay thousands in mortgage or thousands in rent, and they sell their home and they start traveling, or whatever the reason might be. Could be young, could be older, could have kids, could have you finally have the time to get out and now you can do it. But traveling has always been this way, but there's always been like RVs, and like they were always, you know, 50, 60 grand for an RV back in the day for a real nice big long one.
Jeff says, do you follow the tiny home movement?
I mean, I know about it. I definitely have been observing it. But I think that van life is a risky kind of niche to just say you're a van lifer now, because there's all kinds of assumptions that can be made that are so random. And like, I also think that most people cannot afford to spend $50,000 to $150,000 buying and building out a masterful rig to live and travel in. And I think that my version of this is a more realistic example for the majority of people that are interested. You know, like myself personally, I started studying diesel engines right away when I bought this. I started studying German motors. I started studying German tools, German parts, you know, and then upon studying it enough, I realized, holy shit, I can work on this on my own. Okay, that's intimidating, but cool. So like I'm in the demographic of van lifers that will refuse to pay $4,000 or $5,000 to get one part fixed because you drive a foreign vehicle, right? And a lot of van lifers or travelers that are financially blessed, which God bless them, it's all good. I have no personal vendetta against people who can afford to pay somebody $4,000 or $5,000 every time their foreign engine fucks up. It's all good. At least they have a way. If there's a will, there's a way. Sometimes you gotta pay. Sometimes you gotta wrench on your own. I am happy breaking my knuckles, stabbing my hands, busting my fingernails in half. I am happy getting a 2.5 week migraine because I had to learn the shit on my own, and I had to risk taking my home on wheels apart and make it non-operational temporarily in a situation where I maybe will get a ticket. I might get towed. I might get an environmental hazard ticket from the city, from the environmentalist side of the city. I might get hated on for being stalled out in front of someone's neighborhood or house or whatever because I'm working on it. And I had to take all these risks, you know. So I had learned pretty early on that they need to be well calculated. and but there's still a risk, and I feel like everybody's story and everybody's version of this is going to be different, and it's going to be what's best for them. There's not going to be a dude who pays and pays and pays money to fix his vehicle that it ruins his self-worth based off of not being able to fix it on his own, right? Maybe, but I don't think so. And I think that, like, it doesn't ruin my self-worth because I can't pay $5,000 every time I need one part replaced. I've lived in this thing for almost 13 months. I don't have a refrigerator. I don't have a house battery on top of my engine battery. I don't have solar. I don't have a shower. I don't have a shitter. I don't have anything. All of these modern amenities that most people would immediately be like, I need this or else. And I've found a way to be more flexible with myself and find my resources and find ways to improve upon my life without having those amenities, which cost a lot, and not just to install but to upkeep and replace and repair upon. And so I've kind of taken the minimalist route, which you know, in my opinion, is the roots of van life. Van life is just people making it fucking work. It's not people bringing luxury as much as people think they need it. Like, but then after almost 13 months of doing this, I see the merit in certain aspects of modifying your van or your rig, and I see, like, how did I make it this far without this? Wow, I'm proud of myself, but I'm also seeing how much it could improve upon my life and my streams if I had more power, for example, if I added solar, for example, if I added a max fan to reduce condensation on cold nights in the winter where the dew point actually affects the inside of your vehicle. And so it's cold and your body is radiating warmth and you're breathing all night. And so your roof starts to get wet. And like, if it's like that night, then what happens is, like, say for example, if I'm laying over here and it's a cold night, maybe near the ocean, you have a dew point. Like right now the grass is all wet, but it didn't rain, guys, okay? So on a night like that, I can sleep right here comfortable even if it's freaking cold. Multiple blankets, I got a weighted blanket, I got pillows kind of blocking me from the cold from the side. And then, but what will happen is, because of the condensation and the humidity and the offset of cold to my body releasing warmth and being all cocooned up, you're just like this little heater, you know? And the breath, the constant breathing, like, not only will your van have humidity on the ceiling, and even vans, school buses, RVs with fans and everything, and remedies that are a solution to reduce the amount of moisture, even those ones still have issues. So even when they're all built out to be like, this is the best it can be, this will prevent X, Y, Z, even those ones aren't perfect and still have all their issues with moisture and things like that. So when I don't have a fan yet, I don't have a heater, I don't have a way to offset the dew point and the moisture that comes with it, I'll wake up in the middle of the night or in the morning. Okay, I'll wake up like in the morning with like bloop, like a drop of water in my face, and I'll be like, huh. And then I'll be like, whoa, and I'll have like a big wet spot on me because it's been dripping on me, but I just haven't woken up from it yet. And so then I have to get up, I have to grab like a rag, and then I have to like clean all the condensation off, especially if it's like 2 in the morning, you know, like the middle of the night. And then I like clean it as much as I can, and then I lay back down, try to fall back asleep. And you know, I think a lot of people, if they woke up in like 3 feet above their head was dripping water on their face, that it would, you know, it would eventually, they'd be like, huh, winter's tough, you know? That's really my only like post experience thought, is that it's just that the truth in it is that no matter who you are or where you live in a vehicle like this, winter is going to be a challenge. I don't care who you are or how badass and built out your rig is. Winter is always going to present you with challenges and new things that you might need to consider moving forward. So like all winter I was like, oh, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do this, so I never deal with this again. And then I pretty much just spent all my earnings traveling, like putting gas in the tank, buying parts, tools, upgrading my streaming equipment, and so now I'm at a place where it's like, oh shit, I need to drop like over $1,200, over $1,300 on some new things like my phone and my shoes. Just 2 items, that's it. But then I think about like, oh man, imagine if I invested $1,300 into restoring my roof, putting a max fan in, and kind of preparing for winter. Maybe get a diesel heater, maybe get a budget solar or budget DC charger battery system or something, but I'm not quite in the financial position to do that. And also I have perfect credit, so I'm not in debt, and I've never been in debt, so I'm not like interested in.
Emiliana says, I wonder if soybean Roy is at Roy Explores.
I'm not interested in like I just like, I don't know, it's just kind of it's just shit that people like do this lifestyle think of, you know, by this time of year. I kind of feel like I'm just so grateful for.
I could only do van life during the summer months when I could get fresh air always.
Right. Yeah, I feel like for me, like as far as like my career or whatever you want to call me streaming goes, and my YouTube success, meaning I got partnership in the last month or so, and I'm really happy about that. And I met Roy, who's an incredible influence on me, and I've been supported by so many people from his community and my community on YouTube recently after the partnership came through, that like I feel a new sense of belonging, you know, like another layer
says, Danny, it's the small things in life that keeps
of
me
community
going.
that I'm really grateful for. And so I just have so many things to be grateful for. Like last year I was like, you guys, even if I make $0 every fucking month, I'm not stopping. I'm gonna keep streaming. This is bringing me joy and happiness, and I love sharing and experiencing things with people, and I love being creative, and everything I've written on the guitar and on my drum and singing and beatboxing, I've written all that live, and it's because I chose to.
Emiliana says, yeah, it's Dan, man.
I chose to stream.
Says steps, take steps, a piece here, a piece there. Start with some sheets of insulation, that's fairly cheap. Buy 1 or 2 and do the roof above your bed, then work your way out. Before you know it, the rig's fully built. Gotta start somewhere.
Right. I did mad research on this stuff too, so it's like, it's all a matter of pulling the trigger. It's all a matter of like, how minimalist will I do it? Will I put panels up so that I lose like 3 inches of roof space and have to kind of hurt my neck even more? Or do I maybe add in like, so let's talk about that. Fuck it. Let's talk about improvements that can be made. So if you look at the ceiling, we got a fucking skeleton, right? This is just what it looks like when you buy it. I'm gonna be honest. I had a leak when it started raining. Water just started fucking pouring into my van. Okay, from this seam and this one. So I went on my roof and I cleaned the seams and I put patch and seal waterproof like boat tape basically on it. And this shit is hardcore. Like if for some reason I don't restore the roof on the seams to make it leak proof professionally, which I would do on my own, call it professionally. If I don't do that by the winter, by the time it comes to raining season, what I gotta do is redo that. But basically, so I bought the van, right? And I wasn't even streaming yet. I bought the van and then I noticed when it was raining outside, I looked inside the van and there was like a puddle on the floor and I was like, oh, good gracious. So I did a bunch of research. I called my buddy who worked on these vans for a living, and then he moved up to like big rig diesel trucks. So he worked on diesel vans and diesel trucks through Dodge for Sprinters, and so one of the most common things that people come in with to get worked on is the fact that these seams, they're so rigid, right? The roof is made of 3 panels, 1, 2, 3, and those panels are connected by this seam right here and this seam right here. And because the metal is so rigid and because it's so thin, over time it starts to create slight little pathways in between the seal, which is just metal on metal. Eventually, as it shakes, bumpy ride, eventually as the water hits it, eventually as water sits on those seams and kind of sits there and gets its way through, it starts creating a pathway for leakage, right? So this is a very common thing. You bring it into the dealership, you say, hey, fix this shit. And so I called my buddy and I video chatted with him, and he said, oh yeah, this is something.
2019 says definitely thin. They build vans like sardine cans.
Yes. So I called my buddy. He said, oh, you know, it just so happens that I used to do these repairs, these redoing the roof for the leaks. And he was like, I'm gonna tell you every single fucking step that we used to do at this like professional dealership mechanic shop for your exact van, okay? So take notes. So I wrote down every single little detail, and it's basically a 3-day process. I've already explained this a bunch of times before, but now we're doing it again. So essentially I would climb onto my roof, and then any spot that looks rusty along the seams is gonna get cleaned off. We're gonna sand it down to bare metal. And then if there's any spots of rust in between the seams, like randomly, because that's just how it works, you know, you'll find a little patch of rust that's not quite super damaging or anything, but you need to treat every part of the roof and the seams. So you gotta clean out the seams, sand down the seams, clean any maybe little spots of rust not on the seams, because you're gonna do the whole roof. So you buy like several things that you can buy it all off Amazon. It's like $250 worth of product. Maybe another extra $150 if you're buying a sander and a bunch of sanding pads or something. But essentially, you're gonna want to clean up all those seams, 2 seams, not too hard. You're gonna want to clean any little patchy spots of like the beginning of rust or oxidation in other areas. And then once you've done that, you're gonna want to put a primer on all the spots that you just sanded. And then you're going to want to wait till the next day, and you're going to want to lightly sand that primer, and you're going to want to put a self-leveling sealant. So first day, clean and sand all of anything that looks like it needs it, and then put a prime on it. 24 hours later, light sand of any prime that you put on there, and then you put self-leveling sealant on the seams. Put a little self-leveling sealant on anything you've been sanding and priming. So first day, sand, clean, prime. Second day, light sand of the primer, and then apply self-leveling sealant. Third day, really light sand of the self-leveling sealant, and then you get a 5-gallon bucket of lap sealant, which is mostly made for like RV roofs and van roofs when they're being repaired, etc. It's kind of got a tackiness to it, sort of like stucco, where like it's kind of got this texture that's like bumpy. So on the third day, you want to lap seal every square inch of your roof. So all that work you did underneath, the seams and random spots all around, if you find them, you're going to want to use a roller and literally just lap sealant over your entire roof, from the front, from all the way to the edge of your front, top of your front window in the front, your windshield.
Says get a jug of that stuff they use on flat roofs.
Yes, similar. So you're going to want to go all the way down the swoop of your front of your roof that goes down to your windshield, all the way to the windshield edge. And then you're going to want to go all the way to the edges of these gutters, these little mini gutters that go along the edge. And you want to go all the way to the back edge. So you're essentially day 1 sanding down to metal, putting a prime. Day 2 sanding the prime, putting a self-leveling sealant. Day 3 lap sealant rolled on the whole roof, and then you're done. That's the whole 3-day process. And if capitalist doesn't hit us too hard, it would cost you around $250 to $350 total, and 3 days worth of your time. And it's kind of crazy because that process, like 10, 12 years ago, cost around $1,200 to $1,400. So I'm assuming that if you got it done today's day and age, you'd get charged easily $2,000, $2,400. I could be wrong, but I do think that it's a pretty good estimate. And so essentially you're saving yourself, a lot. Kind of like the last job I did on my engine, which I was quoted at $4,200, and I finished the whole job and have like $600 worth of tools for only like $1,200. So I saved like $3,000 by doing it myself. This is similar percentage-wise as how much you would save compared to how much the estimate is to get it done. So one of my first things that I would technically be wise to do is to restore the roof. And then I wouldn't be worried about, sound deadening. You can get this like rolls of this like metallic looking shit that's kind of got a little thickness to it. What you do is you unroll it and then you glue it, or it has a sealant if you like peel part of it. And what you do is you line the roof with this, and it's not insulation. It is sound deadening material. So first of all, you sound deaden the roof, because when it rains in here, it's that loud for as long as it's raining. So falling asleep in the rain, you think it would be peaceful, but it's like overstimulating. When I streamed with it raining, it's like you can't even hear me. It's like ASMR, rain on a tin roof. And so I would do sound deadening to reduce the amount of gremlin taps that come from raining. And then outside of the gremlin tap deflector, I'd put some kind of insulation. And as far as RVs and vans and school buses goes, like that classic insulation that's like you put in your walls and in your ceiling and in your attic and stuff. It's like pink and it has like fiberglass inside of it. That stuff is actually not. It's people vouch against using that, because the amount of moisture, the amount of humidity and all that kind of stuff, it's different when you're living in a vehicle than if you use that in your home. So like there's all kinds of different products that you can use as an insulator. There's like different furs and different this and different that, and so I'd have to kind of come up with like a good compromise for what I would use, because I've seen the damage that can be done with those and how they can actually absorb moisture and create mold in your walls or in your roof.
City 19 says sound deadener 8 pieces 15 on Amazon.
Yes. The sound deadening stuff is dope. And like technically I could take all the walls off and put it on the walls too, then I'd hear less of what's outside. But if I did if I finished the roof professionally on my own, and then if I put sound deadening on every panel that I can, and then if I put insulation, and then I put like a thin piece of plywood, thin/strong plywood is so fucking expensive. But if I found some kind of nice middle ground, technically I could also run a bunch of wires through here for any kind of future electrical needs, but like, and then I want to cut a hole in the ceiling and put a max fan in there. The max fan's like $350 after taxes, And then I wouldn't really have sufficient power to power these things, so I would definitely need to get some LiPo, deep cell, marine batteries, maybe like 200 amp hours worth of batteries. And I would have to get like a DC to DC battery charger, which would be directly hooked up to my alternator, and then have a relay switch in between it, so that, say, because the way you hook that up, it will drain from your main engine battery if you allow it to. So there's like some manual switching that needs to be done when you're done driving and stuff like that.
Insulating a can is those crossbeams. That's where you lose most of your heat and vice versa. I watched a video one time and a guy tested it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've watched a bunch of videos on the same thing, actually.
Secret City
Trippy.
19 says, but in California it wouldn't be too much a concern.
It is, though. There was one morning I woke up in California and my van was... So I have this little thermostat here. And I have woken up and this thermostat was below 40, around 38 degrees. So, I mean, I've had mornings where I woke up and it was 38 degrees and the ceilings are dripping. And, you know, I kind of minimize the effect of it by just being me. Like, I don't have a dog, I don't have a friend, I don't have a partner, I don't have a girlfriend or anybody that lives in this with me. So that's kind of helped to reduce that type of...
I am not sure if Relic posted his bits, but he did all that on his van.
Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Doesn't Relic have a minivan? That's so sick to have a minivan, because I used to have one, but because you don't have to have like industrial size ladders and shit just to like get on the roof and work on it every time. You kind of just lean over and you're like already at the roof.
Secret City 19 says, yeah, but you have absolutely no insulation. If you did between the cross members, it would lose enough heat to notice there like you would in colder climates.
A lot of people will wrap the cross members too. But yeah, it's a lot to think about and consider, and obviously I'm a very much a budget-friendly person, so I'm not about to just be like, oh, I'll try it until I get it right, or, you know, something like that. It's not very, like, my style. Which is good. I feel like I'm not rushing things. I need to make sure that I'm taking my time, and some things I think I'm like, oh man, I should have done this a long time ago, and I learned that along the way. You know, I don't just immediately jump into dumping money into everything and then learn along the way after that, because then I wouldn't be able to get around, you know, I wouldn't be able to afford anything. Wouldn't be able to go grocery shopping if I just spent every last penny that I earned on modifying it every time. I'm willing to make some sacrifice and some compromise to make this work, but now that it's been a full year, I feel like this sense of like me wanting to be productive in these ways and modify it when I can't afford it. It sucks every time I think about it. I'm about to spend all my money on something else.
Says 1/8-inch plywood to cover the entire roof and you're good.
Mm-hmm. As long as I fix the roof above it first so that I don't end up regretting it and having leaks or... But technically people usually buy like strips of wood, or they have plywood cut, but they make those like panels that are just long pieces of wood, and you can buy them in like 12, 18 feet, and you can have them cut. So because there's a slight arch, it helps a lot if you're just doing panel, 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 like strip, 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 strip. Which is also nice, because then if you have to take one off to replace it for whatever reason, you're only taking one off, hopefully.
City 19 says, bro, write this stuff off as a business expense, because it is.
Yeah, but I can't, but it's, these types of write-offs don't like write off 100%, you know? And plus, if I don't earn enough, I don't have to write it off. You know what I mean? Like, if I haven't earned enough this year, it's not like gonna benefit me Like at this point I could write off like just my new phone, and that's probably like all my taxes. So personally I haven't earned enough to need to write off that quantity of value, but also it's not 100% write off, you know, like a work related phone from Apple, 100% write off. Parts, accessories, and things related to work are partial write-offs, right? So it's not like a business hack to just buy more stuff and write it off, unless your business is so successful that it, you know, you can build upon the business in such a way. You know. But that's exactly how I feel about the phone. If I don't buy a phone, I'm dumb. Straight up. Even if I didn't have a complete necessity of needing to upgrade my phone, I would still buy a new phone just to be able to do the write-off as a business expense at 100% write-off.
City 19 says start selling potential Bliss shirts out of the van.
But that'd be a waste of money up front, because I can't pay for having a bunch of merch that may or may not ever sell. It would all need to be like print on demand, basically drop ship. Print and ship on demand, where I don't even have to touch it. It just operates and functions like it should. But either way, it's just all stuff that, you know, I keep putting off and keep putting off and keep putting off. And then when the weather starts have a resemblance to last winter, I start thinking, oh, fuck. You know, like the summer, it wasn't such a compromise. I mean, there was some issues with summer living in the van, but not to the degree of winter living in the van. Yo, Fatebox with the sub. Let's go. Thank you so much. Let's go. Tier 1 and 22 months. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. Thank you for 22 months in a row. That's huge. Thank you so much, Fatebox. I appreciate you. And now we have one more point, one more plus point. Let's go. I do like the plus point rigmarole of the plus point system, because it gives me something to focus on and push towards.
Lakebug says W sub at Feedbox 22.
22 months is wild. Thank you again and again for 22 months. That's a long time. I feel very supported by that. Thank you. Fuck. Oh, not a fly. Get out of here. Got him. You guys think TwitchCon will be as amazing as it was this year, next year? Let's work on making it the best TwitchCon ever. We'll have to buy a bunch of film for my printer and print like hundreds of photos for people while we're walking around. Seemed to be a hit. I'm really grateful that I did that, and I'm so glad it was received in such a positive way. Like, instead of making cards or making any kind of knickknacks or weird, you know, physical items that are created and made by some company that, you know, you have to order them, have them shipped to you, you got to carry them around with you. I love the idea of taking a photo with somebody, printing the photo, and just giving it to them. I feel like it's top tier. Like, it's good shit. Look at this fucking tripod. Yeah, I wonder why YouTube doesn't automatically connect every time.
Secret City 19 says 30x 10,300 start off with 10 shirts. Let's say it costs 100 to start. 200 isn't bad profit, and I'm sure you'll sell them.
Yeah, I can't afford that. I can't afford to spend $200 on merch. I'm not a big merch guy. I'm not as big into like material bullshit as most people. No offense, but like, you know, I love the idea of people supporting me and my brand being represented by awesome people who have supported me. I do like the idea of it, but every time I've done it before, and what I do is I go to like a print-on-demand website, not from China, but like one that's in the United States. It's essentially drop shipping. And I set the profit margin to 0, basically, so that I can sell the merch for as low price as I can, and then people can acquire that merch for next to nothing. The only downside is that sometimes people are like, oh, I'm so glad I can support you. And then I have to explain to them, like, I do this just so you can have merch. I make nothing from it. If you guys bought 500 of them, I would make $200. You know what I mean? Like, I'm making a quarter or 50 cents off of it. And, but that's kind of I'd rather do that. I'd rather give people accessibility to the most affordable shit they can, especially if it's not made by like a prestigious shirt making company that makes like merch for bands or something, you know? So it's like a compromise where it's like, okay, this is print on demand. They will ship it to you. I will not be touching that merch once, but it will make it to your house for a really cheap price, but I will make next to nothing off of it. That's kind of like my merch method of merch. I feel like we create memories that are like unforgettable, and that is where my value lies, is being able to be here, not have to spend money. Only if you feel as though you want to support financially, you can. But like, I feel like the brand is more about like making memories, making unforgettable memories that even for people outside of Twitch, you're like, hey, I just saw this stream of this person and it was so beautiful, it was so cool and inspiring, and we were all chatting when he was in this place, and it was like, we saw this, and I've always wanted to go there, so it was so fun to be there with everybody while he streamed there. And I think that there's immense value in that. And I think that like the best content creators out there are ones that create memories, unforgettable memories. I feel like that's where the real juice is, you know? When we get onto the Plus program and we get a raise, that will help me, you know, think of investing into different things more, or maybe be able to afford certain things that I have to so slowly approach instead of jumping right in, because I'll just get a raise and I'll make more off of what I already get.
I understand that, but with the memories is also opportunity to make money. Fox says, how do you get on the Plus program?
So the Plus program is really interesting. So you actually, Faye Fox, just helped me last month and this month. So a paid subscription from somebody for themselves. So you just paid for a tier 1 sub for yourself, right? So if somebody pays for themselves for a sub to this channel, I earn a point. If you're a tier 1 sub, I earn 1 point. If you're a tier 2 sub, I earn 2 points. If you're a tier 3 sub, I earn 6 points. The goal that Twitch presented to us to get onto the program is that we hit 100 plus points, quote unquote, plus points, which only come from getting a paid sub, while gifted subs and prime subs are wholeheartedly appreciated to the moon and back, and helps me a lot, helps build the community, helps spread the love, helps people watch without ads. It's amazing, incredibly generous form of support.
Underscore says, dude, you helped me out so much. I was in that hospital bed for way too long. It really fucked with my mind. I just real express it at all.
Aw, I'm always here for you, Mo. So you have to get 100 plus points for 3 months consecutively. So last month was September, Faye Fox. I was trying to use, Faye Fox, you followed me for a long time. You've been subscribed for a long time. You know that I've never had a huge I've never had a huge monetary goal. Like, I've never been like, I need to buy a new PC and put like some astronomically high goal up. I've never done a subathon where it was like, if you guys stop donating, I have to stop the stream. I've never done, and no disrespect to anybody doing it. Obviously, I support a lot of people that do a lot of different things, and I love them, and we're all different, you know? So personally, I've never pushed financially for people to financially support me as like an end all or any kind of incentivized thing where it's like, well, if you do this, you know, I'll do a backflip. And it's like, I've never put myself in a compromising position, let alone make people feel as though they have to support or else I'm not going to stream or anything like that. It's always been a very cohesive, like, I just go live all the time and I love streaming, so that's just how I'm gonna fucking do it, right? So last August they started promoting September being the 1 month a year that September is the 1 month a year that Twitch gives discounts, and they call it Subtember, right? So at the end of August coming into September, I was like telling everybody, I was like, well, like everything I just said, what do you guys think after saying all that if I try to get on this program, which will give me a raise if I get it for 3 months consecutively? I'm automatically enrolled into a program in which I will earn more, right? And so everybody was like, dude, try it. Like, fuck it. Let's try, man. Like, there's no harm in trying. If anything, you'll just have a more financially successful month than if you didn't try. So like, it's not gonna hurt to try. And everybody, I explained in very, very detailed explanation of like, okay, so when you guys pay for your own subscription, this is how it works. It's not as easy as it sounds. So like, one tier 1 sub, so like the 1 point that I just got from your subscription helps me for October. So even though it's halfway through the month, on the last day of the month at midnight, when it turns into the 1st of November, that point goes away. So it's not like a 30-day or like 4-week rollover. So like, my mom subscribed on like the last day of September, and that only counted for that last day of September, right? So the next day, the points that she helped me with were gone immediately. So they have to take into consideration that like, it's an end of the calendar month. That's kind of how it's calculated. So at the end of September, which was Subtember, so anybody that purchased a subscription was able to get a discount, whether it was a tier 1, 2, or 3, or whether it was a 1, 2, or 3 month committed, prepaid, kind of predestined sub. So once everybody kind of wrapped their head around it, and I wrapped my head around it just to kind of like feel it out and see if we should do it, we got an overwhelming amount of support that was like, okay, I'll subscribe at tier 3 for 3 months because I get a discount, or I'll subscribe at tier 2 for 3 months, or I'll subscribe at tier 1 for 3 months, and then we can try our best during September, October, November to lock it in so we get approved and automatically enrolled by December 1st. And so if we get the 3 months in a row consecutively, ending the month at 100 plus points, what happens is that after those 3 consecutive months, say if it was September, October, November, that on December 1st, you get automatically enrolled for 12 months. So we wouldn't have to think about it moving forward for a whole year. And if I keep consistent and if the community keeps ebb and flowing, but in a positive direction, that say if in 12 months after getting on the program, I have to push forward again, it may or may not be easier the next time, right? Thank you. I appreciate that, Garlic. I love garlic, by the way. Yeah. So last month I ended the month at like 110 plus points, which is 10 over what I needed. You did? How did you like it? Oh.
Why you want to hear Danny? She looks at the TV she's watching and says, Danny, go. She's watching a kid's show called Danny, go, and I'm watching you, Danny.
That's so funny.
Garlic 19 says it was okay.
You fake Venice, you mean California Venice, right? You gotta blame Abbott Kinney for that. The richest MFer that's ever set foot in California. He went to Venice, Italy, and he went to the Venice canals, the real one, not the fake one. And he came back to California and he was like, let's just recreate this. Oh, I don't even know what that is. Okay, then you don't have to. No pressure. Yeah, I never heard of it. Interesting. Oh yeah, so Faye Fox, I ended last month, and we have like a bunch of committed, like prepaid 3-month subs from September, so it really helps kind of buffer out like 50 points each month that will eventually come in when the subs renew. So when people's subscriptions renew, and they like, we've had like Lakebug subscribed at tier 3 for 3 months. Cassie subscribed at tier 3 for 3 months. Chaos subscribed to tier 3 for 3 months. Charlie subscribed at tier 3 for 3 months, but his sub never renewed, so I think he just canceled. Blaze subscribed for tier 3 for 3 months. Alvis subscribed at tier 3 for 3 months. Dragon subscribed at tier 3 for 3 months. Sir Beck subscribed at tier 2 for 3 months. Rainbow Raccoon has got a solid tier 2 sub going on for a while. And there's a few other people that did it. My mom's boyfriend subscribed to me at tier 3 for 3 months. My mom tried to subscribe to me at tier 3 for 3 months, but kind of messed up on the process because Twitch makes it confusing, and it only ended up being 1 month. So with those numbers alone, that's almost 10 people. It's around 50 guaranteed. But the only thing is that as the weeks and days go on, eventually that sub renews or doesn't if they cancel it. And so technically we're working with like pre-calculated, pre-subbed people who committed to try to help me get on this program by taking advantage of the September discount. And we're also working with having to top that off with new subscribers, right? And so I'm, like I said, I'm not like, doing 10 push-ups every time I get a sub. I'm not eating like a hot chili pepper every time I get a sub. I'm not like writing your name across my chest every time I get a sub. I'm not like, I'm not like writing your names on my walls with Sharpie on the ceiling and shit that'll be permanent. I'm not like going that extra mile that people feel like they have to stretch themselves to get to. Dude, you gotta be careful with edibles. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like when you say it on the forehead, it reminds me of that girl that wrote Twitch on her forehead, but she spelt it wrong. And now we have like a global emote based off of it. Where's the twith? There's a twith somewhere in the mix. Where is it?
I can't seem to find it, but you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so a lot of people have been pushing towards helping me get on this program, and I think it will be a huge relief to a lot of streamers if they find out that I didn't have to like degrade myself or put myself through torturous pain or make myself feel uncomfortable or come up with some kind of reward that feels like a bit devaluing for me because I'm trying to push towards getting a raise. And again, Faye Fox, so this is the deal. You get 50% of your sub earnings for paid and gifted. You get 50, right? 50-50 split. So if you get on this program, you get 60-40 split for 12 months. And I don't know if you remember, Faye Fox, but the reason why we have like 300 plus subs right now, which is going to drop dramatically in the next couple weeks, is because of September last month. My goal has always been, let's try to end the month at 100 subs. That's been my goal, 100 subs, guys. That's like if we make it to 100 gifted, prime, and paid all combined, that was like a huge feat and challenging in my opinion. So I just feel like it's crazy, you know, like it's like I don't want people to get the wrong impression when they come into my stream and they see 300 whatever subs. It's like that's not how hard I push people. I never pushed people to try to get to that number. I've always wanted to end the month at 100 subs because it's modest and it's also challenging, believe it or not. And we were doing that without doing any demoralizing or silly, you know, meme type stuff, which I don't mind. I like people to entertain me. I do love watching it and I support it. But for me, I'm more of a like just appreciate everything and expect nothing kind of person. So while that being my normal kind of method of madness, I feel like this could be inspiring to other streamers who think, oh well look, he has 300 plus subs, of course he's pushing for the program because he's close in numbers. But technically, no, I pushed because the community said we can do this, let's try it. There's no sense in not trying.
Says I see there are a few streams with fish now. Lakebug says you deserve it so much. We appreciate you.
I love you so much, Lakebug. But yeah, so so you guys know I'm not like an avid promoter of you guys having to spend money, but when you do, it like makes my heart explode and kind of makes me go crazy and be like, holy shit, what the fuck, thank you so much. And streamers do deserve to be treated good and do deserve to be supported, and we all do it in different ways. And I haven't met somebody that's done it in their own way that I was like, oh, fuck that. It's just that sometimes for me, I'm not going to inherit or adopt that kind of style because it's just not me. So when I first approached this program and the idea of me pushing for it, everybody was like, let's fucking do it. And so fast forward to the future, say we make it, say December 1st, we're like, woo, party, like let's celebrate, we made it on the program. Fuck yes. Not only will you guys feel better about paying for a subscription knowing that I'm making a percentage more on every subscription that I get, but moving forward into the future, other streamers will be like, huh, so you did that without embarrassing yourself, you did that without spreading yourself too thin, you did that without having some interesting incentive that's like, put lipstick on every single time you get a sub, or like something, random that's sort of a little bit demoralizing or silly or memey. And I think it's important for streamers to know that you don't have to do all that. You don't have to put yourself through that. You really don't. And I could be a good example of that, And at the same time, I'm like, shit,
why am I not incentivizing things? Like my first idea was like, oh, every time I get plus points, the user gets plus points, and then they can use their plus points that I have to keep track of at that point, which is more work for me, that they could use 2 plus points to change my title for an hour, you know, and they can make it embarrassing or something like that, you know. How much money is it? That's a lot of bits, dude. Yeah. But 100 bits is $1. 10,000 bits, or sorry, 100 bits is $1. 1,000 bits is $10. 10,000 bits is 100. 100,000 is 1,000. Okay, so for $1,000, Tinkerbell.
Secret City 19 says songs for bits.
I could do that, but I'm also really bad at like being like a requested song cover guy. You know, like people be like, "Oh, you ever play this song?" And I'm like, "Nah." A lot of time, like I'm already like I have my own like battle in my own brain about like how I play or what I play and when I play what I play. It's a very emotional, creative process. And I feel like more professional musicians are really good at crowd pleasing. And I'm the kind of guy who plays so much of their own original stuff that people are like, can you please play Freebird? Like, I'm not even kidding. Play something I know or something. So it kind of differentiates me from a lot of performers. And I think that like a lot of those people are gig workers at heart. You know, they're the kind of people who play. I could come up with a system where like every time anybody does a certain thing that I play a song that's completely freestyled and it's like about whatever that person wants it to be about or something like that. It seems kind of doable. More improvisational and more random. More of a surprise, like you don't know what exactly you're gonna get. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run over to the bathroom with lightning speeds because I have to pee real bad.
Oh, do you have the QR?
Okay, thank you. How's it going? Good. How are you? Feel free to do whatever. It's all good. Do I need my QR code here or?
I just need to see it and then you
To that other set of boots? Okay, cool.
If I climb to the top of the tree, will you ever find me? If I climb to the top of the tree, will you ever find me? If I climb to the top of the tree, will you ever find me? Yeah. Ever find me? Ever find me? Will you ever find me? Will you ever find me? Will you ever find me? Find me, do you remember those nights in December? Kept the engine running, the gas was burning hot, rain and the thunder rolling on in. Not gonna stop me, I'm not gonna wait for the storm to end, no.
a tough guy. He's a tough guy. He's a tough guy. He's good. Yeah! Oh shit, oh shit.
Do you remember those nights in December? Kept the engine running, the gas was burning hot. Rain and the thunder rolling on in. Not gonna stop me, I'm not gonna wait for the storm to end, no.
That's Tijuana right on the other side, dude. Look at that. That's crazy. We really need to go over there. This is making me want to go there because it's so close. It's like so not far away. See, there is a thing that says you can walk this path on like the architecture is more modern and oh shit, but things don't change when you're in the bay. Let's go. Insane, dude. Luckily, all they do is do that, you know, when they're out in public. But they're lawless. What up, Tara? So I was trying to leave the clips on long enough where it brings up a clip of Tara and myself, because there are clips of us together in this clips, like reel.
My daughter and I got extremely sick, was down 2 weeks. I tested and came back negative. Some people test positive for it. Safe flu that's going around though. T-Box says stones. Like you ate raw.
What's up, Tara? You guys, if you're not already following Tara, wake up. Click that follow button. Can we get a shout out for Tara, please? Tara's Can of Dreams is an incredible streamer friend of mine who I had the pleasure of meeting and hanging out with for several days in a row. Hanging out with her and her dogs at her apartment, streaming IRL collabs around Seattle. And I originally found her when she was streaming in New York City. And I was just entranced by the vibes. And I was just like, wow, this person's fucking awesome. She's so nice. She's so polite. She's such a vibe. And I was just like, man, gotta meet her one day. And then she's like, well, I'm moving to Seattle, guys. And then I was like, well, I'm doing a road trip up to Seattle this year. So, and we ended up making it work. We met up and it worked. We hung out, we vibed, we smoked together, we watched the sunset together. We went to like national historical sites like the Space Needle and like all these other places around there, and it was awesome. And now she's still in Seattle. She has transferred from working a corporate job, which makes nobody happy, to working at a dispensary, which makes her a lot happier. And it's a big change, and I'm sure it's a big, you know, pay grade difference and all that stuff too. So just, you know,
says at Tarascana Dreams, there y'all go. I just gave y'all a follow. Fox says at always underscore Emiliana, I didn't know you could get stones there. I have only ever heard of people with like seeds and stuff in it when they take it out.
Oh, nice, Emily. Yeah, she's awesome. She's a great person. She streams IRL. Sometimes it's like on the rooftop. Sometimes it's, you know, on the streets. Oh, we're in an ad break. I didn't give everybody the warning. Sorry, guys. So is my YouTube connected? Do I always need to reconnect it? I need to like reset it so it's just I did set it so it's supposed to reconnect every time. I don't know. There we are, I see. Thank you, Lakebug. The ad, I don't know. I can't see the ads. I just know that they're running. But the 3 minutes of ads per hour removes the pre-rolls, and I make a significant amount of money off of it. It's funny because they're doing this new thing where it'll give you an example of how much you would make on average with your average amount of viewers that you already have. And people are like, oh, that's bullshit. It's not bullshit, dude. I went from making like $1 a month in ads to making like 100 a month in ads the first month that I started running one ad reel per hour. And that, my ad revenue earnings was more than my paid subscription earnings for months. And that's just by having to run ads. That's not by telling anybody they need to spend any money, you know? So it's kind of takes the pressure and the load off of your audience as long as they're willing to make the compromise of, you know, powering through an ad every hour. So yeah, I think it's a really great way to create revenue. Like if I'm able to get like $200 off ads in a month, that's huge. And I average like 45, 50 viewers, you know? So think about somebody that averages 400 or 500 viewers. They're making like $1,000 or $2,000 just off ads from running them once per hour, which is, again, even if you have a large community, you're not putting that pressure on your community to finance your career, you know? So as much as people hate on advertising and stuff, I think that it is a very beneficial way for us to generate income without putting any pressure on the community. So again, my ad revenue is not an insignificant part of my earnings. So I would imagine that anybody else that actually runs them, if they felt like admitting it, they would also say the same thing.
Emiliana says, hey, at Roy says, good morning, Danny and friends. KCKSUM says, good morning. KCKSUM
Oh, it's restarting all the ads. Danny, what can we do to help you in this time and take us to the shopping experience? Oh, that was from way earlier. So, I will be getting my first payout on YouTube soon, which I'm already eligible for, but unfortunately they stuck me into next month's payroll, even though I earned over $100 before the first pay should have came. So technically I should be getting paid right now from YouTube, and instead they're gonna pay me like November 15th. So whatever else I earn up until then on YouTube will go into that same paycheck, so that's nice, I think. But yeah, so as long as YouTube just pays me like they're supposed to. No, I simulcast on both, and I have this chatting app that puts both YouTube and Twitch into the messages, like onto the chat, and it reads both of them too if I want TTS for both. And it tells me, you know, the certain stats, certain things. So I am simulcasting at the same time, and we do have some really amazing people that find that YouTube is more of a home for them. And so I have developed a newer system now that I can communicate with them better and not miss them, so I'm not like creating some detrimental inactivity between me and them, where I know I could be working towards catering to that community better. So this new system, which I'm really happy with. Oh yeah, and Faye Fox, we were simulcasting for like 7 months straight, and we got back on the partner program. They took me off of the YouTube partner program due to inactivity. I stopped posting, and then they sent me a thing that said, you're gonna get taken off the program due to inactivity because you didn't post for 6 months. And I was like, huh? And then they did it. They took me off the fucking partner program, which I worked very hard to get on. And I did used to make money off that. And eventually they just decided, oh, we'll take you off and we'll just collect all your ad revenue. And so we reached a point where I was like, you know what? YouTube is a very beneficial platform to be simulcasting on and to be generating revenue on. So I promoted like, hey, I'm simulcasting on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Please feel free to go subscribe over there. Feel free to like the thumbs up the video when you see a live stream happening there. It helps me, helps with discoverability. And then Roy Explores kind of gave me a lot of insight on how he uses YouTube and how he reads the chat and how he has certain bots in the chat that help with things, his settings for memberships, and like all these different aspects to it that I never had a friend be able to tell me and show me firsthand, which has been very beneficial. And then him also just being so kind and generous with letting his community know that I do stream and that you can always check out my streams. And many of those beautiful people have become a part of our like regular community that shows up every day. And so I feel as though I've gotten like a positive role model in my life, as Roy is, and like very kind-hearted people that watch him, that some of those people have been tuning into my streams. And it really helped with motivating me and encouraging me to be better at the YouTube side of things, you know.
Always underscore Emiliana says, Dan, Roy is an awesome guy. If you didn't meet Roy, I probably wouldn't have met you.
Right. I agree. And next time Roy streams on Twitch, we're gonna raid his ass, and then he'll become an affiliate, which is really exciting, because then you guys can subscribe, give bits, whatever, blah 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 on Twitch, which is very beneficial for a streamer. And it helps build the community, and sense of community grows when people start supporting and subbing and all these things that are included with that. And you know what's crazy is that, like, if my videos are super blocked, not partially blocked, like blocked, they don't gain any views or traction after the stream is done. But if they're partially blocked or not blocked at all, lately, like, we have a stream that is almost at 2,000 views now because people are actually able to find it when they search. But if you have copywritten songs played in your videos, oftentimes it will fully block you from being discovered, which is a little frustrating, but there are ways around it, and Roy has told me some of the things he does to try to make sure his videos don't get blocked and stuff like that. And you know, technically I could just go through and manually remove any of the copywritten songs, which is only ever a couple out of all of them that make it blocked. It's just some super tight-knit kind of policy around certain copyrights that are, I don't know, like more grandfathered in from big labels and big popular mainstream radio artists and stuff. It's always like Journey, Don't Stop Believin'. It's always like once in a while it's more of an indie song and not a super mainstream popular one that makes it so your video's 100% blocked from discoverability after you're done. So essentially it's only going to show you to your viewers or your subs that are already there. Yeah, there's a lot of things to think about, and I'm just so glad I haven't had to think about them alone, because I've been able to observe and ask Roy all these questions. I always say Ray.
On YouTube that some loser reported. I had custom music on it, so no copyright, but YouTube took it down for months.
Trippy. See, like, let me see. See, like Hardly Strictly Bluegrass. What day was this? I can't tell. But either way, like on this one stream from Hardly Strictly Bluegrass, I had like 2,000 views almost. And so many of those are from new viewers because they were actually able to discover it. And so there's like a lot of things to consider. None of my streams are monetized, so I don't run ads on my YouTube live streams. So the only way that I can generate money through the YouTube live streams is if I modify the video afterwards, where I remove any copywritten content that makes it blocked from getting monetized and or makes it blocked from getting discovered. But technically you earn more based off of donations, super chat, memberships and stuff when you're streaming. So personally, I do feel like it's not as important to make sure that they're monetized, but it is important to make sure that you're hopefully not blocked, because like everybody who was looking up Hardly Strictly Bluegrass on YouTube that couldn't go could have potentially found my stream that didn't, because it was blocked, you know, because discoverability was hindered by having so much copywritten songs because of all the bands on stage. So there's a lot of things to consider. It's a lot different than Twitch. I do think that Twitch has a little bit of a hierarchy with like cool people and like super niche specific like groups, you know, and then there's like AMP, OTK, there's all these like Vishojo, there's all these like streaming companies that like represent streamers, and they all promote and collaborate with each other in between the most sought after and popular streamers. And I think that like YouTube, you can create your own success. You don't need anyone else's help to climb some kind of ladder like you sometimes you see people doing on Twitch. And that monetization on YouTube is more financially beneficial than it would ever be on Twitch, but discoverability is better on Twitch to a degree. There's a lot of things to kind of think about and consider, but you know, here we are working on it all. So like we were pushing for the partner program on YouTube, and we needed to try to get 4,000 hours of watch time, and it took us 7 months. Just in this last 28 days, we've got over 2,000 hours of watch time. It's kind of crazy. So like we were like, oh man, and it just took so long, but like we just hit 7,000 hours, so 3,000 more hours of watch time since like a month or so ago when we first got on the program. Almost double the amount of hours ever since we've gotten on the program, which is really good. Community Spotlight, Lakebug. Yeah, if you guys haven't yet subscribed to my YouTube channel, please feel free. Hey Damio, how are you? I am also Potential Bliss on YouTube. You can go check that link out. If you want to go above and beyond, please go to my YouTube channel and give it a thumbs up. You can always say hi in the chat. It will come through on this app where my Twitch chat is too.
Just because I'm on the Twitch side, I always keep your YouTube stream playing.
Aw, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's a lot of work. Oh my goodness. Thanks. Don't feel obliged, but it does mean a lot.
E_E_M_E_O says I'm good dude. Hope you well.
Thank you. I hope you're doing well too.
Liliana says helping out with the watch hours.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, the more viewer retention I get, the more it will distribute my stream too. So it does help with discoverability when we have people like, we call it tab gang, where somebody also has, you know, if you guys have my Twitch open, if you have my YouTube open. No, I am monetized on YouTube. So I got the hours that I needed, and I got back on the partner program. But now anybody that keeps that open or helps me with that is helping me get discoverability. Because if you have 0 people in your stream, it's not going to show it to more people. But if you have a couple people in your stream that hold it down, it will indicate that there's some value to the stream based off the fact that there's some people watching, and retaining that viewership tells YouTube to distribute it better recommended sections, better, you know, viewers also like this from this, and like, you know, on the sidebar of a video where it shows similar videos. And even when you search something, the more viewers that are there, say if somebody searched Los Angeles live stream, the likelihood that they would find me. I don't think so. Faye Fox, I don't think so. But, you know, and eventually, right? We're not going to sit at 50 viewers and push for partnership, I'll tell you that much, on Twitch. That's a real easy way to get burnt out or discouraged over time if it doesn't happen. But when our Twitch viewership kind of spikes and starts averaging maybe 10, 15 more than 50, you know, like where we're at like 65, 70, like on average, that's when we're going to do the partner push on Twitch. I think it's a little hard on people who try to do it early, who try to do it preemptively because they feel like maybe they're close enough, or maybe some streams are big enough, or whatever it might be. I think it's a real good way to discourage yourself depending on who you are. I think that if people are growing at a dramatic rate, like say they started Twitch 6 months ago and they already have several thousand followers and they already have like 55 average, and they seem to be getting good distribution and being like, maybe they have social media platforms that helps them promote their stream, or that's how they got their boosts in the beginning, that those people who are fast growing at a faster pace, their trajectory is already on average going to be higher, say in a month or 2 from now anyways. So I do see the merit in people in that situation kind of pushing for it in a way that like is actually conceivably possible. And then I think that people that push for it that aren't quite there yet, or have had slow growth over several years, that those people might get a burnout or might get discouraged, you know.
Secret City 19 says, isn't partnership just a bad label anyway? Tips, donos, and bits will be the same regardless.
No, I can tell you what Twitch partnership, how it benefits a streamer. There's a lot of beneficial upgrades that your account gets. Okay, so first of all, you get a new badge, which indicates that you have put in a lot of time and effort and work into reaching that status, right? So that's just sort of an accumulative, fuck yeah, you've gone real far, you've worked real hard. This is a badge of that indicates that, right? Okay? And fuck the ego, fuck the this, fuck the status, fuck all that shit, right? It'd be like working at a job and one day they give you like a pin that says that you've done an outstanding job, and they only... Well, you didn't let me finish. Shh. So you get perks with partnership. First of all, you get a partner manager. You can talk to that partner manager about being on the front page. If I went to the Eiffel Tower for the first time ever, if I'm a partner, I can promote that stream to Twitch staff, and if there's any window of opportunity that I can be on the front page for my stream for an hour or 2, they will put me on the front page. Not only that, they'll also reach out to partners, especially English-speaking United States streaming partners, specifically to try to fill a slot. So like they'll be like, oh, well, we have this day on Saturday, which is like, Saturday's a great day for streamers because most people aren't working, most people aren't fucking busy, some are. So technically you can get an in
Like, I am friends with a partner through Twitch who have never met her in real life, but she's super cool and she was always super supportive of like my ASMR streams. And she said, hey, there's a new feature called Guest Star where you can have a bunch of people on your stream together. And yo, Faith Fox, thank you for the sub on YouTube. Let's go. So like they asked a streamer who like I said, I'm not gonna pretend I know anybody in real life if I don't, right? But there's this streamer, she's so cool, she's so down to earth, she does ASMR, she's just a great soul. She's also a Twitch ambassador, and so they reached out to her and said, like, you know, we're gonna feature anybody who wants to be featured on the front page with our new guest star thing, you know. So she put a bunch of other streamers together, and she also asked me, do you want to be a part of my front page thing? And during that front page segment, there was like, the one time I looked at the viewership, 170,000 viewers, more than Kai Cenat on a good day. And so those types of opportunities for somebody who has something special to offer, or somebody who is using a new feature in a way that exemplifies the use case of it, and promotes it in a positive way that encourages other people to follow suit and maybe use them as well. Twitch and any social media platform basically boosts and or reaches out to people who tend to use these features in a very professional way, like who inherit or adopt into it fast. And like, so that even outside of their Twitch updates where they want to feature a new update, they'll also just say, hey, we have a slot open. What are you planning on? Do you have any ideas or any streams pre-planned or scheduled that could fill this spot? Because we can give you an hour of the front page. Non-partners do not get that. No non-partners go on the front page or get on the top carousel of the front page unless it's a very unique situation, right? Maybe it's charitable, maybe it's, you know, maybe there's a reason outside of being a partner that you end up there. So it's not like every single person on front page has to be a partner, but that accessibility to being able to apply for the front page is for partners. Also, when you're a partner, you get paid like 70-30 on all tier 3 subs. So technically, if somebody pays like whatever $25 to subscribe to you at tier 3, whatever 70% of that is what you get, right? So what would that be? 70. You'd end up making like almost $20 off of a $25 investment. Let's just say that's rough and vague, but what else? You're able to create a team, and you're not only able to create one team, you're able to request to have several teams based off of your niche or what you're trying to build upon with the community on Twitch. So you're able to create a team. So like technically I could create like a vagabond van life IRL exclusive team where people who travel and live out of vehicles, even if it's not full time, that we're all like in our own team and we're all getting to promote and cross promote each other just by streaming without even having to be constantly, you know, posting about them or sharing their link in your chat or all these things. It's very conducive to slow growth but with less effort, which is, you know, the growth is already slow enough if you're not like nepotized into the scene by people who play favorites, or, you know, your cousin is like Hasanabi and he's gonna raid you every day or some kind of crazy shit like that. So I feel like that's another perk. So also when you become partner on Twitch, they give you like 2 free permanent lifetime subs to bots, and then they give you like a couple, at least they used to give you a couple lifetime subs for somebody in your community. So for example, like I could give my mom a permanent tier 3 sub for the duration of the life of my channel. I could give Nightbot a tier 3 sub for the duration of the life of my channel. I could give Stream Elements a sub for the duration of the lifetime of my channel. And what that does is that you can use your emotes in your timed commands, in your custom in your custom exclamation point, whatever commands, that if you want to infuse your if you want to infuse your emotes into that, you can. And so like, for example, if you're like raid command, and then all you have to do is copy and paste the raid command that Nightbot sends, but Nightbot will have all your emotes in it, so subscribers can just copy and paste that straight from chat. Otherwise, you have to do it. You have to type it, and then they can copy that. But it's like, there's little things, and I think there's other benefits as well. I really do. I just don't have my finger on the pulse as much. But as far as there being no perks and no benefits and you just get a badge, that's total bullshit. Total bullshit. Like if you work in a place for long enough, or if you are a part of something long enough, and eventually you get like bumped up as far as your status goes, it's also an incentivizer for yourself to raise your self-worth and lower your self-doubt, and to encourage you to be the best you can be, because you are valued as a person who has put in the time, effort, and hit the eligibility stats that you need to be to get this status, things like that. So for me, I would love to become a partner by TwitchCon next year. I said this last year, but I didn't I'm not going to harp over it or burn myself out over it. But it would be nice to become a partner by TwitchCon next year, a whole year away, a whole year to consider how I can improve upon my streams, how I can schedule things better, how I can not do 14-hour streams so that I can retain viewership between my highest viewpoint hours. There's all these like little things to take in consideration if you're really trying to up an average, meaning less is more. Less hours is a higher average. If you stream it into the ground and you're streaming for like 13 hours like I do sometimes, while I love it, while I do it because I just want to do it, that's not going to benefit me towards getting partnership, unless I just get an unusual influx in viewership, and even though I'm doing long streams, I somehow maintain a higher average that keeps rising. But yeah, within the next, so if we get on the Plus program, that's huge. That's the only milestone that I feel I've ever pushed for outside of just streaming and enjoying it. So if we get on this program, the only next thing is to put our sights on being a partner. And that doesn't mean that the second we get on this program, if we do, and I hope we do, I deserve it. You guys deserve to celebrate all the investing and all of the financial generosity you've thrown my way will be validated by me getting a raise. And I think that if I was going to a coffee shop every single day and paying $5 for a coffee and giving a $2 tip to the barista every day, that if after a couple years of me doing that, they were like, hey, guess what? Because of your support and because of how the camaraderie and the positive interactions that we have when you come in here, I got a raise. So thank you for believing in me. Thank you for supporting me. I would feel so good. It's not my doing, it's all of our doing. And I feel like that's pretty much a good example of what it'll feel like here. Imagine after almost 4 years of streaming in grand total on Twitch, if I could say it's because of you guys in the last few months specifically that I get a raise for the next 12 months. And I hope that everybody will feel good about that. And obviously I'll feel good about that. So after that program, I start to improve upon my content. I start to improve upon my schedule. I start to improve upon my equipment. I start to improve upon those types of things which are only in my control, right? So I feel like it's important for me to stay realistic, stay in my lane, not be pushy, not try to fast track anything. That genuinely good things take time. So recognizing that. And I think throughout the year, throughout the coming year, we can emphasize that Tab Gang is our savior. Anybody who opens up my Twitch on a tab, whether they're busy or not, or overnight, or whatever your time zone is that you live in, or whatever. If you're going to work for the day and you're leaving your pets at home, you could leave my Twitch stream up for your pets to watch. I'll talk to them and tell them I love them like once an hour if I know that's the case. I'll go, good boy, you know. And hey Valentina, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. My name is Danny. Hourcraft. But yeah, that's pretty much everything explained about as well as I can explain it. Yeah, so throughout the year, if we can eventually push towards partnership when we get close enough where everybody's like, now's the time, let's strike while the iron's hot, let's strike while your average has been consistent for X amount of months prior, then we'll set ourselves up for success and not let down or burn out, right? So I just want you to know I'm thinking about everything healthily. I'm approaching everything in the way that I believe to be, for me, probably the most healthy way to approach and attack and achieve these things. All well, and there's just knowing that there's possibility that it does or doesn't work out, you know? So I better just enjoy my time irregardless, make every day the best I can. And so that's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of a good, long, drawn out explanation of everything that's going on here. I will be posting a shitload of clips as shorts on YouTube. I will be posting a shitload of clips as reels on Instagram. I will be posting a shitload of videos on TikTok that are basically just clips of my streams. I don't think that they're just gonna launch off and blow up anywhere anytime soon, but I do have like 150,000 followers on TikTok, and I'm not utilizing it. Emphasis on the fact that I'm slacking. I could be posting clips every single day there, and one of them could go super viral, just based off consistency and a decent clip finally popping off, and then that would direct them to Twitch and YouTube. And that, you know, on all my platforms, I feel like it will benefit us. So there's a lot moving forward into the future that I need to focus on. You know, I have like, even like 24K on Instagram. I have 155K on TikTok. I have like 5K on Twitter. I have a Snapchat following that I've neglected for like 5 years. I have 5,000 friends and 5,000 followers on Facebook pages. You know, I have all these outlets, social media outlets and resources that I've put a lot of energy, time, content, and everything into, that have scaled over time to be like kind of impressive work and engagement and things like that, without being a fucking tryhard, you know, because I was chronically online way before most people, and I got chronically burnt out from those platforms before most people because I was chronically online and active before most people. Speaking of shorts, whatever happened to my clips? I made 3 and never saw them. I don't know, look harder. I don't know. I sometimes delete clips if it's really like weirdly cropped, you know, like if it's like, if you hear me saying, can somebody clip that, like in the end, I always delete it. That's why I always say, if you clip this, clip out me saying that you should clip this. If the sound was bad, or if it's like a triple clip, like of the same thing, I'll delete like every one except for the best one. And I went through and just deleted a bunch of clips where it's literally just me saying nothing. It's just like a useless kind of valueless clip. Like there's no substance to it at all. Because I have this new clip feature on. So if clips are just kind of not a vibe, or boring, or just nothing happening on them, but it's like, I am starting to be very picky with ones like that. One was you standing at the fountain with the stream coming out. Oh yeah, there's like 4 clips of that still up. I didn't touch those ones. Those are still there. Yo, One Wax, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Holy shit, thank you. Wait, what? Thank you so much, wow. We got another point for the Plus program month. Let's go. You guys, we hit 100 points in September. We're trying to get 100 points this month and 100 points in November. December 1st, we'll get a raise. Thank you. Appreciate that. First time chatter. What the heck? I was going to say, I don't recall you, One Wax, being here. So thanks for breaking the ice with a sub. Thank you so much. You know, and I'm not perfect, and all the things that I say might be best for me. I don't project that onto other people, you know? So personally, I think I'm just unique in a weird way, and I'm eccentric, and I'm a very unusual person in general, and I don't think that anybody else has to try to do things in the way that I do. So everything that I just said, I'm pushing for, or what and how it makes me feel, just know that that's me. This is my journey. I'm very much alone in this journey, except for having an amazing community to bounce ideas off, and the occasional streamer friend of mine that I yap their ears off because I finally have someone to talk shop with and stuff. So just know that this is very much a solo journey for me, and what works for me might not work for anybody else, and what I feel other people might not feel, and like everybody can go at it in whichever way they want, and I all wish them all the best. But for me, I'm my own manager, I'm my own director, my own producer, my own publisher, my own PR, my own dietetic counselor, my own therapist, and all these things. So this is just all me explaining what's going on in my big old head. Okay, I have to ask, is the purple thing in the upper right corner a shower scrubby thing? It's normally not really there, and yeah, it is. I use this when I go to the gym. I used to have one that had this really silky kind of like extra layer on it, and you could be like as hard as you wanted and it wouldn't feel rough. This one's very traditional, like normal. God, it smells so good. But yeah, I bring this purple scrubby into the gym every day. I'm like, sup dudes? Is there an open shower? I need to use this scrubby on my butt. But yeah, it is a scrubby. You have the same one, really? That's awesome. You guys were 54 out of 100 plus points from getting our second month of the Plus program. This is huge, guys. This is huge. Did I turn you guys down? I did. My bad. Fuck. It'd be cool if I could set it to reread messages. It'd be cool if they set it up like that. What does hiding a user do? Interesting. I don't have really any options for YouTube. Like when people type on YouTube, that's scary. Damn, I never realized that. I almost don't want to say it out loud, but I might as well.
Secret City 19 says, I'd imagine it hides the user Danny.
No, so essentially, like, if you're watching on Twitch, I can ban you, I can time you out, I can delete your messages, I can hide you from the stream, I can shout you out, all from a click of your chat, right? So, like, I click Lakebug, it says delete message, timeout, shout out, ban, unban, hide user. But when it's a YouTube comment, it doesn't give me any... God, I shouldn't even be saying this out loud. I'm like giving up my... I'm letting you know where my lack of security is, essentially.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says interesting.
Yeah, so if you guys want to be a mod on YouTube and I've known you long enough, we will love to have some more mods
Rainbow
on YouTube.
Raccoon 82 says interesting.
Because this is more active here on Twitch, and we have some good mods here, and I'm willing to also add more mods on Twitch, but yeah, as long as I know you well enough and I know that your safety and security is high, meaning like you're not gonna slack and get like hacked.
Taste underscore
Like if you're not the
underscore magic says alright Bliss, time for me to head out. Catch you next stream. Always underscore Emiliana says
Later,
that's
Magic.
For me because I'm an international troublemaker JK.
I hope you enjoyed your cleanliness moment. International troublemaker, eh? Dude, the sun just came out for a fucking moment in time,
Lakebug
and I
says see you
feel
later at
my
taste underscore
soul
underscore
lighting
magic.
up
Have a
from
nice
it.
rest of your day.
Yum. If you can hear my voice right now, if you can hear me, hello, type 1 in the chat. Just real quick roll call. We've almost been on for 4 hours. We got a lot of good people here. Let's just see who's here, who's lurking. Even if you haven't talked
Lakebug
yet
says
today.
1 Wax says 1. Infecting the Crypt says 1. Secret City 19 says 1. Rainbow
Juan.
Raccoon 82 says 1. Always underscore
400.
Emiliana says 400. Lorna says 1.
Lorna.
Rona says 1. Mommy Ninja 06 says 1.
Sweet. If you guys are wondering why everyone's typing 1, I said type 1 in the chat. Just for a little bit of a check-in, roll call, attendance. I'm here too.
Infecting the Crypt says lurking for like 10 minutes, working at the same time. Lakebug says 1. Lakebug says 1. No bark underscore nomad says howdy y'all. How's everyone doing today?
Doing good, thank you. I woke up in a little bit of a depressive state just because of the weather. You know when you open your eyes and the first thing you see out your window in the morning is just gloominess? And then you're like, okay, how do I bypass the way that
Emiliana Cherry
makes me
Blossom
feel?
says I spy something blue. Emiliana Cherry
My
Blossom
bike?
says I spy something blue.
My bike? Wait, why is it doubling the YouTube comments? Every YouTube comment's being doubled. Here, let me close.
Lakebug says it Emiliana. Lakebug says it Emiliana.
Okay, let me restart Stream Buddy.
Roy says good morning Danny and friends. KCKSUM says good morning.
Okay, now we're good. Love how the little things bring you joy. Yeah, thanks.
Infecting the
I'm
Crypt says
stoked.
this is Belgium 9 months per year. Gray sky, rain. Lakebug says Tess.
Wait.
Emiliana Cherry Blossom says it Lakebug.
It just re-announced your subscription, Wax, so thank you again. Even though it was 12 minutes ago. Wax, where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? I'm not trying to like figure out everything about you or anything, I'm just
Secret
curious.
City 19 says gloomy days are nice. Just gotta think positively like you would on a sunny morning.
Yeah, you gotta think, Sonny. It's true. But I'm such a lone wolf. Like, it takes being surrounded by people I love to bring that out of myself sometimes.
Destroyed Joe 3 says out of work car took a shit so bad to score 1 SMH life is hitting me with an uppercut.
Oh, fuck, Joe. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. What's wrong with it? I mean, you don't have to talk about it. It's okay. Who thinks that I'm gonna have to replace the gas, the butane? Oh, it's empty.
Always underscore Emiliana
Just
says
kidding.
at X Detroit Joe 3 I'm sorry to hear that. X Detroit Joe 3 says transmission once again so back to dealing with the warranty.
Oh shit, okay. Dude, that last can of fuel has lasted me, that one lasted me like a month. I don't know how, but it did. But we got a fresh can of fuel.
One Wax says I'm not renouncing anything, strange.
I know, it's this app I'm using. I'm just kind of learning how
No
to
bark
use it.
underscore nomad says at X Detroit Joe 3 that really sucks. Hopefully you can get it fixed quickly.
Yeah. Dude, sometimes, Joe, they can rebuild your transmission without replacing your transmission. And sometimes they can't, right? So I really hope there's a fix that's like, you know.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says I hate when apps have a bug.
Yeah, it's kind of me though. It's like me. It's a user error on my end.
NoBark_Nomad says at Rainbow Raccoon 82 hey. Lakebug says you at NoBark_Nomad.
Wait a minute.
Hey,
Who offered you?
beer and beer. What's up? Welcome in.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says hey at NoBark_Nomad. Ex-Detroit Joe 3 says they had it for 5 weeks the first time, supposedly fixed it, but now it's going back on Monday cause they have to warranty their work. I have the paperwork.
Oh, okay, good. I mean, it is a setback, but thank God.
NoBark_Nomad says at
You have
Lakebug you,
options.
what's up?
Instead of being like, fuck, I need a whole new transmission or something, you can rely on that warranty a bit, you know? That is one plus side to you letting somebody else work on your van, or I mean your vehicle. Because like if I work on my own vehicle,
Beer says I am just chilling. WBU.
it's a lot of work for me to do over, you know, to like redo. I'm just chilling. What about you? I am just chilling so hard, dude. I am chilling like fucking, like, this is straight just van life chill day. I am a chronic cardio person, so I usually walk 10 to upwards to 20 miles on a stream.
Thank God that there is something holding it together. I have a 2014 Focus and they have issues, but I didn't know before I bought it.
Okay, Joe.
Lakebug says at NoBark_Nomad finishing up work for the day. How you doing? Secret City 19 says at Ex-Detroit Joe 3 get the Better Business Bureau involved. They sold you a lemon.
Wait, where did you ever say where you were from? Wax? I think I missed it. Either way, you guys don't have to tell me. Beer and beer, where are you from, dude? Or, I'm sorry, I don't know if I just, you know, misgendered you or what.
Beer says I am trying to build a camper van too. Still too much work to do.
So
Amy
much,
says,
dude.
Ex-Detroit Joe 3 says fire in the whole time to blaze one up for that. One Wax says nope, but it's Czech Republic.
Oh, okay, cool. Nice.
Amyba says just poking my head in. NoBark_Nomad says at Lakebug just getting home from classes, had to set up my schedule and classes for next semester.
Oh, okay.
Lakebug says at beer_and_beer welcome.
So I was walking the other night after stream. Like, remember when I drove 9 hours and then I streamed for 4 hours walking around after? It was like a 13-hour day, 13 and a half hours. So I decided to take a walk by myself and just like listen to someone else's stream. The person who we rated.
Beer says at Lakebug High Lake.
And I was walking down the street by myself, like with AirPods in, listening to the stream that we rated, who was DToma5, great guy. And this guy was like walking up the street and he was like, because he was like walking uphill. And I just made a little comment. I was like, you're 1 block away, like from the peak. You're almost there. You got this, dude. That man fucking talked to me for 30 minutes straight without breathing in between his sentences. Every time I thought that he was done talking, like, listen, I talk a lot, but if nobody fucking says anything back but like, okay, wow, cool, like, I understand that it's like a one-way conversation. And while I am the type of person who does get myself into those types of conversation once in a while because I talk too much, this guy was like a prime example.
Joe 3 says, oh, he had a lot to say.
Dude, he's like a prime example of me when I'm too talkative. But I've never quite experienced.
Might not have many people to talk to.
Yeah, so he was like 70 years old, and he's like, he's like, do you know this guy and this guy? And he's like, look him up. And he's like, I'm like Googling people's names that are like famous people from the area, and I'm Googling people's names who are like real estate moguls who like have owned the coolest houses, but they're also like artists and investors in certain things. And you know, so like I feel like I just worked what happened?
Beer underscore and underscore beer says they all are dead probably.
They are. And so he's like, this guy's telling me all about his life and how he's a real estate investor and how he moved from this house with his family to getting an extra, owning an apartment across the street from where I used to live. And he told me like all this history and all this stuff. And then he's like, you know, my daughter's probably a little older than you. You know, she's like 31. And like
Sweaty Petals
all
says,
this
love
stuff.
Ya, dude. Have
Love
a
you
great
too,
day. Good to
dude.
see your face.
Miss ya. You guys, everybody say hi to Sweaty Petals real quick. He is a 24-hour subathon streamer who's on the second longest subathon in the history of Twitch. So if you ever see him chatting and he's like streaming and he's like looking at his phone and chatting to my stream,
Secret City
don't
19
ever
says,
question
Danny,
it. He's
sit
a
down and
fucking
relax before we
homie,
see you 20 years
and he
from
has
now
full
walking around
permission.
like that. Lol. Mikey1SDF says yay.
Yeah,
Me in the
Mikey.
van. Lakebug says you at Sweetie Petals, great to see you, hope you are doing well today.
A tour? It's already-
says, did you already
This
do
is
a
it.
tour?
Desk,
No bark
bed,
underscore nomad says lol, you're
instruments,
totally younger than
tools,
31.
storage.
Secret City 19 says it's Sweetie Petals morning, afternoon.
Okay, I'm gonna mute
No
you
bark-
guys so I can mimic the guy who I'm trying to explain who was talking way too much, not wanting to be interrupted. Definitely his vibe. So I'm walking 2 days ago. I streamed for 13 and a half hours. I drove 500 miles, which took me 9 hours of driving. Then I walked 12 miles for stream. And then after stream, I walked by myself off stream, hanging out in people's stream who I rated. So I meet this guy on the street. He starts telling me all this shit. Like, he doesn't give me a moment to say anything back other than like, wow, or oh, interesting. And like, before my word is being processed by him, he's already like on another paragraph of talking. And I don't mind it. I signed up for this shit. But he was like, blah, 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 my daughter, and you're so young, and you're still young, and this is like, you know, when you're that young, you have so much time for this and that. And then like what happened was eventually he said something and I was just like, you'll never guess how old I am. And he was like 24 and I was like, I'm 37, dude. And he was like, oh shit, so you're older than my daughter. Okay, well, and then the whole conversation started leaning into him being like, listen, you're 37. Do you have any credentials? Like, have you gone to school for anything? And I was like, well, I grew up in the music industry. I opened 3 different concert venues. I have worked for high-end artists as an executive art operations manager for some of the most prestigious art galleries in Los Angeles, and all this stuff. And then I'm like, and I'm a self-taught musician, blah, blah, blah. I've done live sound engineering for over 400 live bands. I worked for Transworld Entertainment, which was the world's leading distributor in music for a long time. Biggest entertainment company in the fucking world. And I grew up in the industry and this and that. And he's like, well, yeah, but now you have all this experience with working with people, but do you have a major? Do you have a minor? And then he was like, if you go to school right now, in 3.5 years, you will have a major and a minor. You can major in accounting and minor in music. Then if you really just want to keep doing music, you have a minor in music. This will help you. And then if you become a successful musician, you have a major in accounting. You can finance your shit properly, etc. And he basically gave me like all of these like, oh shit, I see Luis. I see him. Luis is about to come by. So basically he's like ranting that I should go to college, and he's just like really not giving me an opportunity to say anything. And then eventually, after like long enough, he kind of just like gave me like, I don't know what happened. Finally he's like, all right, well, it was a pleasure meeting you. And then he's like walking away, and then he starts talking again, like as he's walking away, and kind of just like keeps going. And then I'm like, yeah, it's a pleasure meeting you. Like I'm giving the cues that help you get out of an awkwardly long conversation that you really are over. And then like he takes a couple more steps, and he's like, well, this, and like I'm just like, holy fuck. He's like standing next to somebody's windows of their apartment that's like wide open, and he's like yelling like 5 paragraphs across the street to me as I'm like almost walked away. And but yeah, I mean, and he's not wrong. It's like you should definitely like get yourself a career set up if you feel as though you want to create a 5-year plan, and you want to know that in 5 years from now at least you have some like really good credentials that can help you kind of like move towards that career, or have more papers that tell you what you're capable. I understand all this shit. I am 37 for all like it's worth. And so a part of me was like, this is valid, and then a part of me was like, Jesus Christ, like if you tell me you're gonna hire me, like if he owns a real estate business, which he does, and if he's like, well, you could work for me, like you'll start at $175K salary and you get the freedom of working remotely or something, I would sign up to college tomorrow, like something like that. It doesn't seem like, too crazy. You know what I mean? But yeah. Imagine getting a $200K loan at 18 to go to college. They won't give you a $20K business loan. Strange world we live in. Yeah, right. Controlling your own destiny is far better than letting others control it. Not poo-pooing college, but in my case, others pulled the plug on my career multiple times when they decided they were moving on, right? And that happens whether or not you have an education. Like, I know people who worked in the industry that I've had the same positions of that went to school for it, It's kind of like my mom being in like a high up management overarching position in the entertainment industry when I was a child, but she never went to college for it. Then we moved into an era where it's like you have to have these credentials to make it in that position. Now we're in a kind of place where it's more about favoritism and or like, can you get the job done? Can you prove it? Then fuck yeah, you're hired, It's a really interesting, confusing world we live in. And how you doing, Heartlight Woman? What's good? How's your day? The sun is coming out a little bit. Oh, Grower and I are going to meet up at some point this weekend. That'll be fun. Be nice and sunny out. I don't think he works on the weekend, too, so it could be... We won't have to wait till the sun sets to see each other. I got up early, so I'm just chilling. Thanks for asking. Nice. Are you doing deliveries? It must be nice if you do deliveries. You can just like start work at like 4 a.m. and like stop at noon or something. Like if you really got the kind of energy and charisma that early. Do people ever order shit and you're like, what the fuck? Why is this person ordering this at like whatever time? Sweaty? What did I miss? Holy shit. Yo, thank you so much for the $20 dono. Are you serious? Sweaty? Bruh. Did you find out I was watching you sleep last night? Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. You guys, Sweaty is working so fucking hard on his RV right now. Insane. He's literally ahead of the curve. He is not wasting any precious time to make his rig livable. There are so many things that you learn real quick that you can modify over time, and he's literally knocking them all out right now. So he's like, yeah, dude, thank you so much for the 20. You already are and will continue to be successful in what you're doing. It's easy for people to think that their path is the only path. Keep being exactly beautiful you. Thank you so much, Sweaty. Freaking love you, bro. How do you even have $20 left after buying all that shit that you just bought for your freaking rig, dude? Thank you. That really means a lot. I know that everything you're investing in is pretty costly. Especially the fact that you bought like good quality items. You didn't just like buy the cheapest shit on Amazon. Because I have looked at every part that you just bought. I've already looked at all those same exact brands, same exact wattage, same exact functionality. And there's various options you can pick. And you picked the ones that won't leave you being like, fuck, I should have done this differently, you know? So good on you, dude. It's awesome, and it's inspiring. See, I might end up setting mine up so that it's not wired to DC. I might just set mine up to be like 48 volts, or so that I can just plug in basic accessories. Like as long as I can charge power banks, as long as I can power my streams, as long as I can still function in the way that I've been functioning, but it would leave limitations. Like it would leave, oh, I can't have a powered cooler or a mini fridge, or oh, I can't have, you know, certain things that need 12 volt or DC capabilities. Like what if I wanted to get a nice air compressor? There's no shot that I can fucking use that without a good inverter, you know, and without a good fuse box setup, and without a bunch of, you know, high quality DC outlets that are also wired in through that whole system. So yeah, it's good. I'm able to like wrap my head around all that stuff because you're doing it right now. It's awesome. Okay, ads ran out. Okay, Amiva, good night everyone. Love y'all. I love you, Amiva. I appreciate you stopping in. When I become president, I'll buy you one fridge, and then I won't be able to power it. Cracking eggs, breaking hearts. How come like one moment I know exactly where my shit is? Here it is. And the next, I just don't. Remember last time when I dropped eggs on my floor? That was crazy. Or that person, they used to always tell you that. Wait, who said that? Gotta get my day started. Enjoy your food. Thank you, Sweaty. I love you, bro. Again, if you guys aren't following Sweaty, he literally streams every day, all day. He's the #2 subathon in the world, in history. In history. History is a long time. That means for as long as life has been on this planet. Loud noises. Misophonia. Ditoma, what's good, dude? What's your plan for today? Well, I mean, now that the sun's sort of coming out, I might be able to finagle some outdoor adventures. But basically my whole goal for today was to just get to know everybody better, chat, chill, make snacks, catch up with friends. Pretty boring for most people if they're gonna just come to an IRL stream and we're not out and about, but I have put thousands of miles into walking on stream. I've put in thousands of hours into IRL streaming and thousands and 20,000 miles of driving to get to different places and all that. So today's a nice down day where, you know, usually I'm like, ooh, look at that. Ooh, look at this. Ooh, this is the history of that. Or, ooh, what does this mean? Or, oh, this is so cool. Oh, look at the sunset. Oh, look at the sunrise. Or just interacting with people at random that are really nice and just like having these moments on stream that are really IRL centric. But today I was like, we're chilling today. I don't give myself enough downtime on stream. And I feel super lonely when I take a day off and I don't stream, which is kind of my own poison because I've chose to be like a chronic streamer, which I love. But I also, you know, can we get a tour of the van? People ask this all the time, like what you see, and I don't mean to be a buzzkill, this is it. This is my van. I have a desk, I have a bed. That's literally my whole build. It is a 2006 Sprinter. It has an OM 647 Mercedes-Benz turbo diesel engine inside of it, which I am the only person who's ever worked on it. The inside would be modded out if I didn't spend thousands of dollars on other shit all the time. But I've lived in this for almost 13 months and I've survived. I have had ups and downs. How's the inside without thermal insulation? Not very good. It gets really hot and it gets really cold. But I've made these compromises for myself because I live in it, not you, right? And I don't mean that in like a negative to come across like mean, but I mean that like in the same sense as that I'm single. So like I don't have a girlfriend that has to like deal with this shit. I just deal with it, you know? So I make my own compromises. I mean, I moved from having my own apartment in Santa Monica, like my own luxury apartment in Santa Monica, to living in a van with like 1% of the amenities that I used to have. I have, after 12 plus months of living, streaming, traveling full-time out of this van, have come to some conclusions about what will make it better for me, even though it's just me, and where I should make less compromise and invest more. And you know, seeing a lot of examples of how it's done or how risky it is, or you know, what are alternatives to make it more livable and lovable than just say like the typical things that people kind of expect. And yeah, so there's like kind of a lot going on in my head all the time. But a lot of times I'm like, ooh, I want to do this, and then all of a sudden I put like all that money into gas and I just drive, you know, 1,000 miles, and then I use it for traveling instead of modifying it, which has bit me in the ass a couple times. Do you need a permit to live in a van? That's a great question. So basically my existence is illegal because you are deemed homeless if you live in a van, even if you chose to, even if it's not out of circumstances that are forcing you to do it. But you're basically clumped into like homeless tenting illegal living. Because even though the economy sucks, even though we live in a capitalist, super corrupt world with hierarchies in every direction that you look, from work to politics to everything, banking, investment, etc. Even though all those things kind of make it so a lot of people could be in a compromised position and be homeless and or need to make certain sacrifices and live in a vehicle before they can get back on their feet. And this doesn't just mean me as a single person. This is families, husbands, wives, grandparents, grandma, grandpa, their kids, their grandkids. Like, a lot of people can end up in a position like this out of necessity, right? And then our country allows the economy to be so fucked, and then will give you tickets for being homeless, for literally trying to survive. So technically, I chose this. This was not because of a certain compromised position I was put in. I fully set myself up to be doing this with limited resources. But yeah, so almost every day when I park or I sleep in my vehicle, I'm basically breaking the law. And San Diego is like the one place that you can't get a ticket for sleeping in a vehicle, at least for the next 28 months or so. Right, beer and beer. Same. Yeah, I was just explaining that I need to do sanding of the seams on the roof. Sanding. And then I need to prime it. And the next day I need to lightly sand the prime and then put self-leveling sealant over the prime. I need to lightly sand the self-leveling sealant and then do a lap sealant across the whole roof, and that would make me feel more confident about putting sound deadening, insulation, wiring on the inside, and then put a panel up, like strips of wood covering all the work. And it would also encourage me more to cut with a jigsaw or a little side grinding cutter to cut a hole in my roof and have a permanent max fan built in. It would also make me feel more confident in drilling holes through the roof and putting a stainless steel bar going across both sides to install solar to. There's so many things that, like, just like what you said, beer and beer, I completely can relate. It's always like that. Either you go gung-ho and you do everything all at once, and that's really expensive and risky, or you take your time and you do it accordingly, right? So I only buy food that I know I can eat within the next couple days too. So there's all kinds of things that, because I don't have power, I can't store food. I can't, I probably have a fucking iron stomach by now, let's be real. Because sometimes I'm surprised, how the fuck can I still eat this? Or how is this not putrid? Or how does this... Also makes me wonder about how realistic it is that we need to preserve food so well. How many miles does their 2006 have on it? So this is an OM 647 turbo diesel engine. These engines are known for hitting 1 million miles with proper upkeep. Mine came with 150k and we're at 170k. Hold up, we're getting closer. We're at 175k. So just in the last year, even though the inside wasn't modified, and even though I'm missing a few bolts in my manifold system where the bracket is and where some of the pancake of the intercooler, the AC condenser, and the radiator and all those components kind of crimp together with certain screws and bolts and clasps and things, that I don't even have all of them. I'm still working, it's still a work in progress, but somehow I've managed to drive 20k miles around the country on some really bad roads and still haven't had a big wake-up call where it's uh-oh, my engine fell out. So even though I have slacked on building out the inside due to me being okay with making certain compromises and also not being able to financially invest in it right away, I've somehow managed to do the grand adventure. And dude, I drove across the country and back without jumper cables, without a code reader, without a multimeter, without a battery tester. I literally just bought that shit. after my cross-country trip, which is kind of naive and kind of risky, but I do have a nice sense of confidence based off of I'm the only person who's taken the engine apart and put it back together a couple times, and somehow I managed to drive all the way across the country and back with my own work. So there's a lot of aspects to it that'll be in and out of your brain as you keep moving along, I think. Yeah, the OM647 turbo diesel is literally one of the best engines ever made. And it's not overkill. It's a 2.7 liter, 600 miles per tank. You get 26.5 gallon diesel fuel capacity. So nobody really adds a fuel capacity on top of that. Some people get 650 to 700 miles a tank, which is like perfect gas consumption, perfect fuel economy, and those are usually the ones that have been babied their whole life, and they also didn't build it out with an extra 4,000 pounds worth of materials, from batteries to wires to wood to nuts, bolts, steel rods, beams, building walls, building frames, building housing for any components that you're using, adding in hundreds of pounds of solar on the top. You know, there's so many things that can add weight and also slow down your vehicle in a way that makes you lose fuel efficiency. So I've been lucky to have this kind of low build, no build, minimalist build that has made it across the country and back, has also gotten very good fuel economy. Right now I'm leaking diesel fuel. How did you know how to rebuild the engine? I studied for like 2 months straight, endlessly. I probably put like, I don't know, at least a few hundred hours into studying. And then with my studies, I took all the information that I had then compiled, and I made a nice write-up that I then presented to a bunch of expert diesel mechanics and enthusiasts and Sprinter owners that specifically own this year or earlier. And I said, yo, this is what I've learned. It took me a long time to learn all this shit. So can you guys please give me any insight or tips on what my next move might be? What's the best move I can make next type shit? And really just like working on a lot of making sure I show up and they know that I've put in the effort. Show up and they know that I've looked at every tab, searched every search bar, searched every group for keywords, looked up old people's old posts, and like watched every video on YouTube that's conceivably possible, and then grouping up all that information in an easy to digest like write-up that tells people like, okay, I've done my fucking research. I'm not just buying the van and showing up and being like, help me be a van lifer. That like I put in so much effort that people who respect that kind of effort were willing to step up and give me so much good advice. Like expert diesel mechanics who've been doing this their whole life, people who've owned 10 of these vehicles for their jobs, you know, they use these as fleet vehicles for their work, people who've bought and sold and built and operated on the engines for many of these, that I kind of like built up a trust bond with these people. And then when I did work on the car, I wrote like a 91-point disassembly, reassembly guide for anybody else that might need the months and months of research and back and forth and all these things that I did to get to the point where I could write myself a guide on how to do like 12 jobs at once, because I'm doing it all on my own and I don't want to have to take apart the whole manifold bracket and the pancake of all the units that are in between just to get to certain parts without replacing ones. You know, sometimes you could take a car apart and then you're like, oh fuck, look at all these parts. Maybe I should have bought these, but it's already open and I can't leave it open. I got to drive away tonight. So I did a lot of pre-planning and kind of made sure that I bought a lot more parts than I needed and replaced parts that I couldn't see, because I knew that when I would open it, I'd realize, oh shit, this elbow should probably be replaced. Ooh, these clasps aren't looking good. Oh wait, why is this cracked looking? Maybe I should have probably bought that part. I wish I knew beforehand. So I kind of set myself up for success in that way. I posted like my 91-point instructional guide that was extremely detailed, even with drawings and pictures and guides and reminders and tips. And then on top of that, I took a picture of every part and every tool that I bought to say, this is what I did, this is what I'm ready for, this is my equipment, these are my parts. And then I said where I bought all the parts, which parts store has the specialty parts, etc., etc. And I really put a lot of info into this shit. Are you a writer? You could do an ebook and sell that online. Well, the beauty of it is there's more challenges to come. You know, like I need to replace 2 fuel lines that are leaking diesel fuel every day. There's still like little things, like when I can take the whole manifold bracket apart and then take out the pancake of the AC condenser, intercooler, radiator, and I can remove every hose and line that's associated with those things, and then I can actually like disassemble the motor and like replace injectors while it's like 400 degrees temperature, or more like 200 degrees overheated, above operating temperature, when you need certain parts of your engine to be so god-awful hot that that's the best way to work on it for certain circumstances, like injectors. And you know, spraying like a really good deep penetrating lubricant on certain parts of your engine for weeks before even trying to open and take things apart, because it'll assist you more. And there's so many things that I still have to do. Like I don't have injector codes coming up. I don't have Black Death that I know of. I don't have any seeping of oils out of my injectors, things like that. But I mean, it's pretty much, I mean, I've studied what I needed to study enough to find a million other shared stories about people who've had to work on other aspects of their engine and or motor and or components included into that. And it's like a never-ending journey, you know. Even though I traveled across the country and back this summer, I still knew that at any moment I could have to embark on a whole new challenge, and that hopefully I'm in the right mindset and or the right location to get the parts delivered or pick up the parts, or hopefully not be stranded somewhere where I'm working on my vehicle in an area where I could get a ticket for doing it or something like that.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Oh yeah. Well, the real reason I started van life this time around is because my brother, unfortunately, passed away very unexpectedly at a young age, and it kind of catapulted me away from my salary job in Santa Monica and catapulted me away from my apartment lease, and it kind of catapulted me in a direction that was going to be me wanting to tend to my own wants and needs rather than being like full-time overtime worker, even though I loved my job. And even though I thought that my apartment was the best place I've ever lived in my whole life, I understood that I needed to grieve, I needed to travel. I knew that big waves of depression were going to only be able to be remedied, if possible, by separating myself from the mundane and from the repetitive things that I've been doing, even though it's a great distraction. I just felt as though I'd be miserable at work, or I'd be miserable at home every night after work alone in my bed and wondering what I should do to make myself feel more at home or whatever. So I decided to let my lease end in my apartment and not renew it. I decided to basically quit my job, and in the like few days after he passed away, I found a good lead and I bid it. You know, I bought this van during like a grievance blackout phase, and I had already been planning and wanting to do something like this because I've been working so much, I've been saving so much, I've been paying rent at my own place, I've been feeling very confident in my own self-worth and my capability of working for people that really value a good worker and a trusted worker and a reliable worker. And I thought, you know what, let me tend to my own wants and needs. Like, let me go on a road trip, let me go out to the forest, let me go to like places around the country that are really memorable and beautiful, and I'll remember these moments and build up these beautiful memories, and that I'll bring stream with me, that I'll bring my brother with me who's in ashes form in my car. And yeah, it's just so like everybody's journey is so their own, is kind of what I'm learning. I already kind of knew that about life, but when it comes to van life, I do think that there's a lot of aspects to it that really differentiate you from anyone else. Like, hopefully it's just a choice that you make because you want to do it, you know? It's not like out of necessity or out of a grievance like mine, but you know, I turned out pretty okay. Dude, I'm 5'8", 135 pounds on a good day. I'm a little dude, you know? I'm not super buff. I don't have like, you know, I never thought that I'd be able to disassemble an engine and put it back together, but I also know that that's just the first step. You know, I might need to replace the whole engine one day. I might need to learn about transmissions, which is a whole mind-bending area of education and like, but yeah. Hi, Cassie. Hey, Crowley. Welcome in, welcome in. Hey, everybody. How are you today, Cassie? Missed you. I think for a lot of people, van life gives them some kind of purpose, you know, outside of whatever they already do and enjoy in life. And that if you can remain positive and remain hopeful, that it becomes such a big part of who you are. I saw cheese, I thought. This is just eggs, cheese, and hot sauce. That's it. And I scrambled it up, even though I kind of didn't want to. So my bike's outside. Every tweaker has walked by my bike and then seen me and then left it there. But I feel like somebody's going to try to steal it. We'll see. Should I put a big sign on it that says free? Cassie, how are you today? Like this guy right here. He's one of the dudes at the park that keeps showing up with new bikes all the time. No bark. You guys, everybody make sure you say hi to Cassie. She's awesome. Who lives in LA? I know, I saw that, Emily. The guy was like, don't pee on that. The dog was like, please, I want to pee on this thing. Oh, that's true. I should get everybody I meet to sign it. Oh, that would have been so good. And then give it to a viewer. Like every streamer I meet and every viewer I meet, like everybody signs it, and then I give it to somebody in chat who's like local. Technically, I could probably park it at Luis's house. Luis saw me and he didn't come over here. I wonder if he just wasn't sure if it was me or not, or he wanted to, I don't know. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean, Ming? Oops, I just... Oh, God. I just deleted the pinned message. Oh, fucking, that's such an idiot. Very interesting. Excuse me. Oh, okay, I just remembered something. You should booby trap the bike with a fishing line. Mikey. It's okay. If somebody tries to take it, I'll just be like, you want it, you can have it.
Mikey1SDF says then you won't have a bike.
I got it for free, so I wouldn't be that hurt. I haven't been using it much lately.
Mikey1SDF says yikes, that was loud, woke me up. Mikey1SDF says
Sorry.
haha.
Cassie, where are you?
It's Cassilal says, how is you day going so far, Mr. I am here.
Always good when you're here. And everybody else, obviously, but... We've been waiting for you, Cassie. Our Lord and Savior. Cassie Yasmin. My liege.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says, hey it's Cassilal. Rainbow Raccoon 82 says, lol. It's Cassilal says, good work was intense with all the new products I had to put in the system. I'll love you all.
Ah, I see, I see. When I was a logistics manager for like a multi-million-dollar superfoods company, a food distribution company, sometimes I'd have to walk through the whole warehouse.
Says it's Cassilal, how many did you put in? It's Cassilal says at Rainbow Raccoon 82.
Sometimes I'd have to walk through the whole warehouse and then kind of translate what I'm counting into a digital format. And then I would have to recount everything again before like confirming it. And the crazy part is that based off of the first initial onset of plugging in how much inventory you just bought and how much was delivered, technically, based off however much you sell, you should have a certain amount left. But physically counting it without knowing how much you should have left is also like a very common practice, just to match up the physical numbers with the digital numbers. Not a huge fan of doing that. Yeah, and then plugging new items, plugging new SKU items, new SKU codes, new all that kind of stuff, new pricing, new variables, having to add in all kinds of new stuff to the system depending on what your work interface is. Can be a pain in the booty.
Infecting the Crypt says sometimes I have to delete a day or more worth of code because the task ticket wasn't clear or they changed their mind about how it should work.
Right. I can kind of relate to that actually. Like once you think you got everything down pat and you're like self-sufficient and you're really good at your job, then they're like, okay, so, but we're gonna change everything that you do. I remember one time I had a boss that was trying to convince me that everything should be done differently. And I was like, listen, man, I've never fucked this up once, ever. But you just sat in your office all fucking morning thinking about what could be more efficient, and you don't even do the job. Like, let me explain to you why this adds more work to what I already do perfectly fine. And I actually came at it in such a great way that they were like, you know what, you're right. Why fix something that's not broken? And you're also right about me not actually working on that shit. Like, I actually never have done that. That's your job. And this is like the CEO. And then they're like, just forget everything I told you. Keep doing as you do already, and it's absolutely great the way it is. And I was like, thank God, because if I was gonna have to do all this bullshit that you just told me I should start doing, I'd be pissed. Because I'm the one who made this the most efficient that it could be, and then all of a sudden you're trying to give yourself a fucking, you know, a pat on the back for making something better that you're not even involved with. Like, you don't touch, you don't even oversee it ever. You just all of a sudden are like, how can I make each part of each branch efficient? Like, leave this branch alone. Because, you know, too much work or load on this branch is going to break the branch. Unless you want to hire another fucking person so it doesn't seem like more work, even though it is more work.
They keep messing the prices up items in store, so I had to talk to them, and they put wrong stickers on wrong items in store, so I had to deal with that today all on phone. Then my boss had to go to the stro, and then she called me from there. Just a mess.
Damn. That's the realness.
I love how there's now like this neighborhood security patrol in this neighborhood that drives around this park with flashing
Infecting
lights.
the Crypt says, yeah, this is hard working with someone who does not know the job. My boss is a back-end guy, so the front end he does not realize the complexity or impossibleness of what he asks sometimes.
Right. Yeah, like sometimes
Infecting the Crypt says at its Cassilol.
they just have to put that trust into you, you know? They're like, listen, I think you're capable of figuring this shit out. Do you know how to efficiently speed things up? Because tomorrow we have a deadline and it's really important, and I know
It's
that
Cassilol says at Infecting the
you
Crypt,
might have
I
to
feel
change
that.
something, but can you figure it out? You got this, right? You have any questions that you could ask me that might help you? Like when they put that trust in you and they believe that you're capable of doing whatever task is thrown at you because you are hired for something that you have expertise in, and it's a good feeling when they're like, listen, I know that you can do this, but I have a request. So that thing that you were supposed to have done by next Monday, can we have it not only done, but also the logistics figured out to have it shipped and received early? And can we have it show up there before the end of the workday on Friday? Because they said that they could use it, they're out of this product or whatever. And it's like doing some kind of emergency protocols or damage control in some situations, and giving like the full trust and responsibility to handle it with a time sensitive matter. It really helps you a lot with your own, you know, self-worth and value and stuffs.
Mr. Burkle says, hi Danny and gang. Hope
What up,
you're all
Burkle?
having a good week.
Thanks, you too. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the kind words. How's it going over there today? It's going. Some new items did not make it to the shelf. My boss was not happy with that. They just put them out tests, and they were back in the room for a week and a half. Ooh. Damn. Yeah, so whoever does that like inventory in store needs to be like very critically explained like how important it is for them to do things right, you know. I can see a learning curve is okay, you know. It's like, okay, don't let that happen again, but yeah, that's so crazy. Yeah, sometimes we would go into grocery stores where our food was supposed to be on the shelves and they nowhere to be found. Or no, one time I went into a grocery store where their foods were supposed to be there from the company I worked for, and guess where they put the food? They put the food in the same aisle as like cleaning products, bleach, laundry detergent, Clorox sprays. Like, they literally put it in an aisle that just was full of, like, toxic, smelly things that are for, like, cleaning and disinfecting and stuff. And it was the only food on that aisle. And I remember walking into the grocery store and being like, why the fuck would you guys put it here? Like, nobody ever puts food on this aisle. Like, are you guys so incompetent that you don't realize that food needs to be near food, and that nobody's going to want to stand in front of this food and smell bleach and cleaning chemicals in the air and then think about buying the food that's next to it? Like, you guys are so fucking dumb. And then I had to report that to the CEOs of the business that I was working for, and then they were like, oh, well, guess what? We're never ever gonna be in those stores again, and we're backing out, like, nationally from this store because of this one fuck up that they did. So I was like, yo, you guys can't have this shit here. Like, what's the deal? And then before I even left, I said, oh, well, guys, I talked to my CEO, and I actually need a few shopping carts from you because I didn't come here expecting to leave with product, but I didn't bring my dolly. And I'm actually going to take all the product that you guys have on the shelves, and we're never selling at your store again because of this. And, like, really had to make sure they knew that it was that they're the reason why we don't want anything to do with that grocery store ever again. And then they had to go in the back and get all the overstock, and, like, everything was expiring because nobody was buying it because of where it was located. And in every other store we'd sell out and have to ship more before our actual orders would normally come in. And, like, it's a pretty obvious indicator that the location and placement in the store has a lot to do with how good it does. And yeah, that was back in my logistics manager days, where it was a lot of tedious upkeep with where and when and why things end up in certain places. Like, I had so many freight liners and freight companies in my pocket that I could call every single day and have them show up at the short notice, and I could you know, have every single form needed, every invoice needed, every certification needed to, you know, and just really trying to stay on top of shit, because there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of stuff coming in and out of the building, a lot of big shipments being delivered, broken down, partitioned out into smaller items that would be shipped out to be resold by other companies and other grocery stores and other restaurants and other businesses, and a lot of movement. Very stressful job. The job was so consuming that, like, when I got off work, if people talked about work, I'd be like, nope. If, like, my boss texted me, like, anything, I would mute them, and then the second I walk into work at 8 in the morning, I would unmute them. And they say, oh, you didn't get the text? I say, what text? You mean when I'm not being paid? You mean when I'm off work and supposed to be living my life and enjoying the rest of my day, which I'm almost always working? That text? Yeah, I didn't see that. Sorry. And they're like, what? You don't read text while you're not at work? What if it's important? Then tell me when I'm fucking working, dingus. The fuck? No, you don't pay me overtime to read my text off work. This isn't an on-call job. This is a 9 to 5 full-time. This isn't whatever your fantasy of overworking your fucking people is. Fuck off. But they didn't put me on a crazy salary. I was being paid by the hour. If they put me on like $100K a year salary, I even told them, if you triple my pay and put me on a guaranteed salary, I'll fucking wake up in the middle of the night and read and respond texts out of my deep sleep. You know, I'll be having a fancy dinner with my loved one and like be like, sorry babe, gotta go. I'll do all that. I'll put my kids in a fucking, I don't have kids, but if I did, I'd get him a babysitter and go to work and work that overtime and fix all the shit that they wanted me to fix off the clock. But if you're only going to pay me a certain amount and I'm not on a salary and I don't have good health insurance from you guys, no. Do not disturb me when I'm not working, okay? I took a 20-minute walk to breathe today. It was a bit much. Aw, Cassie. It's been a long day at work, still on a call right now. Listen to someone else present something. Oh my God, Lakebug. That's crazy. And they're like, yeah, Lakebug, what do you think? And you're like, shit. Good work, yes. You're like, I'm in it. I got you. I agree. Great job. Great presentation. But like, really, you were actually like a little invested into this stream. Yeah, it's a lot to think about and a lot to do. This lady really wants to steal the bike. She has rode her skateboard past my van 6-7 times now in the past 45 minutes. And every time she keeps looking over at the bike. I should... Oh, shit. True, but I think she's smart. Like, bikes are a lot more to handle than a skateboard, and I think since she is homeless that it's probably better for her to have the skateboard in some aspects, respectfully. But you're not wrong. That is a good suggestion. I just don't... That skateboard looks way too nice. It's like a longboard. The only thing that my beach cruiser is missing is like a really cute basket on the front. Cassie. That's so funny. What up, Kurt? How are you? Starting to get PTSD from the Microsoft Team sounds. Oh gosh. Burkle. Yeah. We used some stuff like that too within the business. Like, I remember when my friend that I worked with said that he puts his phone on Do Not Disturb, which allows him to completely ignore any work-related messages when he's off the clock. And I've never seen the CEOs of this company like so flabbergasted. They were like, what if it's important? And he's like, if it's fucking important, you'll tell me while I'm being paid to fucking be here. And he swore a bunch. Like, he was like, if they don't understand already, then I need to put a swear word into my between every word of my explanation as to why I shouldn't be stretching myself thin when I'm not being paid for it. And you know, because he was making like $20 an hour, maybe, you know, and he was working like 275 hours a month, and eventually he was like, wait a second, I'm not even getting overtime for this shit, and the overtime isn't even worth it. Yeah, and you know, not to throw them under the bus completely, but they kept showing up with like new cars, new boat, talking about this multi-million-dollar house they want to buy, all the while not giving anybody who'd been there for years even a smidget of a raise. And you know, when I quit that job, they were like, how can we keep you here? And I was like, if you triple my pay, I'll pretend we never had this conversation, and I'll keep working for you. Harder than you've ever seen me work for you. But at this point, it's very demotivating because I've been here for years, and you guys haven't given me even a glimpse of me getting a raise. I have taken on a larger workload than I signed up for. I'm working 3 people's jobs. I'm one fucking person. And it seems like you have the tendency to treat everybody this way. Nobody here is getting paid what they're worth. And these people, and I got hired at a higher pay than people who've been there for like 3 years. And I was like, also, that's not fair. Like, I do value myself at higher pay than what you're paying me, but why am I making more than people who have been here longer than me that do the equal parts amount of work that I do? And, you know. And they were like, well, anything but giving you 3 times raise. What else? Like, is there anything we can do, like, to keep you here? And I was like, no. Like I said, the one thing is if you pay me what I deserve to be paid and show me that you value me. One of the conversations I had with the CEOs, and this is not a flex, but I was like, dude, do you care about my future? Do you care? Like, what if I get in trouble? Like, what if I hurt myself on the job? Or what if I get in a car accident? You do not pay me enough to cover my ass. You do not pay me enough to save enough to cover my ass medically. You know, my health insurance isn't good enough for me to get in an accident and not be in debt. Like, what if I want to get married one day? What if I have a kid? What if it's an accident? What if all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, we're having a kid how am I going to afford that? Not by working for you. You don't care about any of our future, because everybody here, if I asked them the same fucking question, they would say that they are not financially prepared for any emergency or any big life change or marriage or buying a home for your family or raising a kid or 2 kids or 3 kids. Like, how do you expect any of us to work here and believe in you guys as CEOs if you don't believe in us enough to fucking fund our future? Like, how do you guys collect 1,000x and give us 0.001x and assume that we're gonna bend over backwards and suck you off? Fuck that. Like, you don't even come close to helping us pay our rent, let alone to have a future and save anything. And they were pretty much like, all right, you're quitting, I get it. Like, they were like, we don't need to hear anymore. And I was just like, yeah, that's fucking right, bitch. But at the same time, they did a lot to help me when I needed a job, and you know, I can't totally shit on them, but I can shit on the capitalistic fucking, dude, just like, they're capitalistic geniuses. They know exactly what they're doing. They also used a lot of trends to brand. Like, they really boasted that they were LGBTQ owned company, and they put rainbows on their packaging and like all this stuff. And they really used like any niche and any brand trend to like really push the narrative that they're like such a good company that pays their workers good, and that will always do that and will always be on the right side of things as far as being a CEO and being in touch with your employees and supporting their future and all that, you know. So that's why my last job I had for working for Victoria, I have never felt so fucking believed in. I mean, when I first started working for her, she said, you are a part of my family now, okay? And I will never let my family work and not have anything to show for it. If you're part of my family, you want to buy a house one day, well, guess what? I'm going to fucking help you get there. You want to get married one day? I'm going to fucking help you be able to afford it, because you're going to work for me, and I see your value, and I'm always going to increase your value as years go by and as your workload becomes, you know, more precise, or you take more workload on, or you're training new people to take whatever jobs you don't want to do anymore because your value is best used elsewhere. And that's why it's like the one job I've had in decades where I'm like, holy fuck, this person gets it, you know? And so now I kind of have a certain standard, you know. Like, say if I worked at a McDonald's because I had to, I would say, you know, fuck McDonald's, but thanks. I'm not gonna be here forever, but it's a necessity for me right now, and there's no shame in having any kind of job, no matter if it's a toilet cleaner or a fucking burger flipper or whatever, because everybody has a moment in their life where they will sacrifice their happiness and their dreams and their aspirations to make money to survive, or to feed their kids, or to help pay their rent, or whatever it is. So I'm not like saying that I'll never work for anybody but somebody who treats me like I deserved, because life is life, right? And that's also just to remind people that if you don't have a job where you feel like you're being supported in your future or your possible endeavors that might happen or unfold over time, that it's okay. You know, you won't be in that position forever. You will find somebody eventually that values you and sees your value. My boss is just like that. She's the only one that gave me validation and support. I love your boss. And she also gives you more work than you can handle, which is unironically a blessing in disguise. We're an employee-focused company, right? A lot of us at the company said, you know, I think we should have equity. Like, if we're gonna work for like fucking less than $20 an hour, and we're gonna work full time and then see a less than $2,000 a month paycheck every fucking month, which we're still like probably having to sign up for financial, you know, like government benefits and stuff, like food stamps or whatever it is. That like, if you're working somewhere and that business is like, we're doing great. Last year we were $1 million company. This year we're a $3.2 million company. Next year we'll be a $7 million company. It's like, excuse me, where the fuck is this money going? Like, who the fuck set this shit up so that we suffer and never make any more money, but you guys keep getting to brag about our hard work that's putting in all this effort towards scaling the profitability of this company every year when we're not scaling our own profitability, you know? So there's like a lot of shit to think about and consider when it comes to all that shit. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean, Ming? Either way, you know, it's not something I hold a grudge towards these days. It's just something that is factual, and it was an experience I've been through, and if I saw the owners of that company, I would obviously just smile and give them a hug and say, oh my God, it's been forever. Because it doesn't matter anymore. You know, it mattered when I was trying to decide whether I should stay or not. But it doesn't matter anymore. Do you know what I mean, Ming? I got an iGrow can. What is that? Is that like a turnkey mini grow setup for growing weed or something? I feel like I could guess. Well, so many people have told me about these things, so I don't know exactly. I feel like an ideal job is one where the person pays you really good, and they also say, you are worth way more than whatever's going to be on your check this month. And you're already thinking, this is the best pay I've ever gotten. And they're like, listen, man, I can't fucking wait to show you what you're really worth. I can't wait till this scales up enough to be able to give you a 6-figure salary. And then on top of that, I can't wait until our business is so successful we can get you on $250,000 a year salary. You can buy into your dreams finally. You can invest in acreage of land. You can, you know, do the things that bring you joy. You can build a family and keep working for us. And like, that's where the money's at. That's where the happiness is at. That's where that's where you're gonna feel like, oh wow, this is worth it. I'm worth it. I have battery with cart in my pocket and overheated and exploded in your pocket? Ooh. Was it misfiring, or did you accidentally leave it on and then push the button a bunch? You had to germinate it yourself? That's fine. Job that I have now, I can do that and it feels good. It's such a blessing. I love that for you, Cassie. I love that for you. Ugh. It was fun. It's easy too. I used to run a cloning operation for a friend as a job. I used to have to make cuts off of the mother plant and grow like hundreds of clones. And it happens pretty fast, especially when you're doing it in bulks of like 100. Does it need a lot of water at first? Nope, not really. Just enough. Just enough until that thing starts just guzzling water. And you can tell. You say, oh shit. There's little indicators on the leaves and on how it grows and stuff. Some people also use like a neglect method where they like think it strengthens the plant if they kind of let it sort of beg you for water and food, and then eventually like finding a good routine of kind of letting it try to survive and then bringing it back to life, and that, like, I don't know, everybody's got different ways. Whatever way yours turns out is going to be the way. Yeah, stressing the plant, but there's other ways to kind of build strength in plants. Like, a lot of people will like break the node so that the nodes are stronger, like a break and tape method where you break a branch and then that branch heals over, but like twice the size and thickness that it was at that breaking point, which makes it inevitably 2 times stronger, which can potentially hold up bigger arms, bigger fucking buds and stuff. But really, the more you overthink it, I feel like the less you learn sometimes, especially if it's a small operation. Like if you're thinking, oh, how do I yield off of this $100,000 investment on my farm, which has greenhouses and all this shit, then overthinking it might be not the worst idea ever. Seeds, I'm going to try to grow one before winter comes. You should grow all of them. And then you can take like a razor blade, cut a piece off, cut it on an angle, and you can reroot those as clones, so that you're not just working with one plant. I would definitely look into that. I think it's important. Yeah, you're gonna probably want to grow that inside, for sure. And you gotta worry about mites, bugs, flies, inadequate lighting. Man, I've been so stressed, my left eye has been twitching for like the last 3 days. Just life, man. Did I get to see Grower? No, we're gonna meet up on the weekend instead. At some point. You seen that using honey? Yeah, don't use honey. Don't do that. Don't do that. Literally all you need is water. Like you could take a cut off of a plant and literally put it in a cup of water. It would just take, dump out the water as it starts to get cloudy, put in fresh water. You don't even need to pH it. You don't even need to add food to it. You don't even need to add any kind of like beneficial product for cloning or anything like that. Eventually they will just root. You'll have a big bunch of roots kind of coming off, and it's actually infinitely more simple than people try to make it out to be. And everybody's got their opinion on how it's supposed to be grown or what's the best way. And really, the simplest way, you could just do it however you want, and it's gonna work, just in your own kind of time frame then. How long does seed last? Years? It depends. Sometimes when people sell seeds, they like package them in a certain way that kind of sterilizes the package, and that the longer that package is sealed, the more likely that those seeds stay good. But I've seen people use seeds that were like 15 years old and still managed to figure out how to keep that strain around. Some people will have a few seeds of a strain from like decades ago, and then they'll be like, I'm gonna revive this, and then they'll grow a mother plant or grow a plant that ends up seeding because it's not a female, and then they'll keep all the seeds from that male plant and then just go hard in the paint trying to, revive that strain. I don't know. It's not really my forte. I've been around it a long time. I worked in the industry. I've grown from seed to flower to harvest to cure to hash to everything. But I don't feel like I'm actively involved in that community enough to like keep talking about it like this, because it's not really benefiting me at all. No offense. But if you were talking about van engines, it would be a mutually beneficial conversation, you know? Or something like that. Seen a Sprinter today on the highway. Wasn't nice. Love me a nice Sprinter. T1Ns though, they're the best. Bow, 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 bow. What am I thinking about? Literally, I'm non-stop talking about what I'm thinking about. I stopped talking for 1 second and you asked me what I was thinking. That makes my brain hurt. I'm not gonna lie. Chill. Chill, Zaddy. Got any plans for today? This is my life. Boo. In between all my thoughts is just blankness. Right now, especially. Taking the bike out? No. Took it out so I can get some space. You got him thinking about thinking. I'm already a classic overthinker and ADHDer on crack, but pretty much. Sometimes when I'm not talking, I'm like watching my thoughts finally slow down for a second, which is like really, it's a moment of pure bliss for me, because as much as I love yapping, as much as I'm super opinionated, once in a while my brain just kind of needs to like clock out and just sort of not think, you know? Yeah, I don't know if I'm putting that bike back in my van tonight. I think I might just put a little sticky note on it that says free, you know? Because I'm real tired of having it in my van. Dude, I'm so tired of it being in my way every day. I'm so tired of it flying across my van when I slam on the brakes and little things like that. Are we okay? I just heard somebody yelling, stop, stop, stop. I wonder why. The influx in the homeless population at this park that have not been here any other time I've been here, which is like 200 plus times I've been here. It's a little interesting. It's like, it makes me wonder where did all the like more chill homeless population that used to be at this park that were like friendlier, less, just based off the interactions and based off how they treat the park and how they communicate with random people that they talk to, how it's like a little less invasive and a little less threatening. But there's a lot of like high tension energy with the homeless population that's been hanging out here since I've been back the last few days. I mean, it influxes with that and reduces over time, but it's like a whole new set of people. It looks like, I don't know, maybe the last groups of people were here finally got booted out so many times that they were like immediately booted out the second they set up camp again. And then the people who weren't booted out so many times are giving that same process, like where they kind of don't give a fuck until like the second they come back, they get kicked out right away. And eventually they're like, yeah, I'm tired of setting up all my shit, moving all my shit, coming back here, getting kicked out again, etc. It seems like just keeps sort of repeating itself, but with new people. And then it makes me wonder, where did all the other homeless populations end up? Like, are they now at Skid Row, where it's incredibly more dangerous and a lot harder to survive, and a lot more violence, and a lot more drug use, a lot more access to hard drugs? Like, the more that the homeless population gets pushed away from their resources, even if they are an addict, even if they are, you know, have done crime or something, that like the chances of them rehabilitating in a new place with away from the resources that they're used to, the chance of them rehabilitating is much lower the more they get moved. You know, we'd never help them in the local places where they are in California. It's just more of like, how do we get them the fuck away from this neighborhood is pretty much what the cops think, because the people who pay thousands of dollars in property taxes and the people who pay $4,000 for one room in a house here because it's so expensive, and this is like a kind of like a prestige sort of spot, that those people call the cops and say, I don't pay this much to walk outside and be afraid to walk down the sidewalk. Can you please do something about it? And then the repetitive, endless amount of calls that come in with that same type of energy makes the cops be like, I don't know where you're gonna go, but you have to get the fuck out of here. Nobody wants it. People have been reporting crimes and this and that, and you guys are the only people out here who are making their own rules, and we're not gonna fucking allow that. And then they're like, okay, well, where do we go? And they're like, well, you can go about a mile or two that way, and there's a lot more acceptance of that lifestyle out there because you're away from all of the more prestige neighborhoods and the high-end neighborhoods. So they don't put a lot of thought into the amount of displacement that happens. Like, even though they get, you know, even though that like they kind of just commandeer a zone in a certain neighborhood, and then they power in numbers, you know, they all meet up, they all kind of camp together, even though there's a lot of butting of heads and arguments and fights and theft in between the homeless population, but at least they have power in numbers. And then as they get booted out, they get put in even more compromising situations. And I mean, I brought this up a gajillion times, but it's still the same. You know, there's a lot of people that I've probably seen walking around here that are now in Skid Row. There's a lot of people here who have been trying to stay away from places like Skid Row because it's so much easier for them to slip into their depressive state and start using heroin or meth or crack or fentanyl or whatever, or to be a full-blown alcoholic again. But being here gives them some hope. Being here gives them enough joy and makes them feel a little less like an outcast, enough to where they don't abuse the substance that they've been abusing as much, which is the road to recovery. And a lot of these people get booted out into areas where the inevitability is that it's really high that they end up becoming, they die from it, you know? So it's pretty hardcore. No, I have a 2006 Mercedes-Benz Sprinter. That's what I got. So it's branded as a Dodge, but all Dodge 2002 to 2006 Sprinters were made in Germany by Mercedes. So technically this entire van is German parts. Every part of the engine is German parts. Every axle, every window, every mirror, every piece of electronics, everything has Mercedes logos on it. And it's just kind of like a fake out when you look at it from the outside and it says Dodge and there's a Dodge logo on the hood. But if you took a piece of fishing wire and you slid it underneath the Dodge logo on the hood and just popped it off and you flipped it and looked, it would say Mercedes, because even the Dodge logo was made in Germany, which is kind of crazy and fun to explain to people. But yeah, it's a 2006 Dodge Sprinter, which is actually Mercedes. So don't ever buy a Dodge Sprinter and then expect to buy any American parts for it. You got to buy German parts. So let's search online. What would I enter to search? I would look up 2006 T1N. The letter T, the number 1, the letter N. That's the series name of the first Sprinter ever made. 2002 to 2006 have 2 different types of diesel engines. The better is in the later years. 2005 to 2006 gets the OM 647 turbo diesel engine. It's a 2.7 liter diesel engine with a 26.5 gallon fuel tank. For diesel fuel, you'll get about 600 miles per tank, depending on how much extra weight you put in your vehicle while you build it or whatever you're using it for work or whatever. So yeah, 2006 T1N Sprinter OM 647, and yeah, 2006 Sprinter. You should be able to find it through that. There's Freightliners, there's Dodge. You'll find 2006 Sprinters that have a Mercedes logo emblem on the front, but that is because they took off the front fender on the bottom of the hood. They ripped off the Dodge logo and they replaced their grille, which conveniently fits the Mercedes grille. And the hood, when you take the flange off of the front of the hood, it actually has an oval shape that fits the Mercedes symbol, because this is Mercedes brand that has been morphed into Dodge based off of the rights of the Sprinter in the beginning. So you can make it obvious that it's actually a Mercedes, but a lot of people don't do that, because who wants to attract attention to a van that you're living out of more than you already probably are, right? So mine says Dodge everywhere, and I'm happy with random people that see it thinking that. Yep, 2006 Sprinter OM, letter O, letter M, 647. OM 647 is the diesel engine model, and it is comes stock with a turbo. So it is an OM 647 turbo diesel. A lot of work to work on these things, a lot of things to consider. Ah, that's where I left my bike. Come and get it. Yeah, I need to add one of those commands viewer for sure. I enjoy the old vans. The new ones are cool, but the headlights of the new cars are too high in my opinion. Yeah, there's like 100 things that I could probably tell you that I wouldn't buy a newer Sprinter because of. They have a different electronic computing unit, which can have more issues and be harder to diagnose and harder to fix. The newer Sprinters past 2006, like 2007 to 2024, they also have diesel exhaust fluid system, which is called DEF fluid. 2002 to 2006 do not have diesel exhaust fluid, and you don't need it, even in places like California where there's emission regulations and stuff. So the diesel exhaust fluid is a sham. It's unnecessary, even in a place like that has such strict emission regulations as California, which is one of the most strict states in the country of the United States that have emission regulations, which means you have to pass certain kinds of tests. In California, they call it a smog test. They run a bunch of analytics on your vehicle while it's running, and they test how many emissions are coming out of the exhaust. They test different parts of your engine to see how efficient these parts of your engine are, and what is the off-gassing, and what is, all these things. And then they deem it drivable or not. So if you go to a place and you get a smog check and they say, sorry, you failed, usually you have to work on a bunch of shit just to get it to pass. So for a vehicle that has dozens and dozens of new modifications on the engine, as well as a whole bunch of systems that aren't even included into these vans, then you could definitely see yourself, you know, hitting a roadblock or two along the way, trying to make it road ready, or trying to pass an inspection so that you can get the vehicle registered and be legally able to insure it and be on the road. Definitely a lot to consider. Yeah, DEF is annoying. Yeah, I used to drive a Sprinter for work that needed diesel exhaust fluid, and luckily, once it's all gone, and you just dump in new diesel exhaust fluid. Luckily, there's no flushing involved, there's no reading measurements involved. Like, you quite literally just get a thing on your dash that says DEF, and then you know that at the next place that you stop for gas or fuel, that you should probably buy a big chug of DEF fluid. And all you gotta do is open up the hood and dump it into the fucking hole that says DEF fluid, and then boom, you're done. It's almost like the one thing a non-mechanical person can do for their Sprinter, and they're like, well, I add the DEF fluid every time. And it's funny because the one thing that they take claim to being able to do is actually like the one thing that's absolutely unnecessary in the engine themselves too. So it's like, it's nice to know that you can do the thing that I wished it wasn't even put into the engine, which is unnecessary. You're just adding more work to your experience in that sense. You know? Okay, you thought it was gas. I see. It's funny because in all these forums that are like very, very, very specifically about these types of vans, people will be like, I stopped at the gas station and got some gas, and my engine seems to be having issues. And then they're like, you didn't put gas in it, did you? And then they're like, well, what do you mean? How else am I supposed to drive it? Wait, is this a trick question? And they're like, it's called fuel. It's not gas. Gasoline is different than fuel. Diesel fuel is different than gasoline. You better not have put gasoline in your engine. And then the original poster will be like, oh my fucking God, I put diesel fuel in it. Sorry, I said gas station. And then they're like, but they're so critical about it. It's fucking crazy. Like, big time. They're like, listen, if you don't want to confuse the fuck out of everybody in these groups who've been driving these and expert mechanics that are a part of these groups, please don't tell them you went to a gas station and after getting gas you're having issues, because if you put gasoline in that, you will be having issues. And they're just like, fuck me for miswording this shit, god damn it, you know? It happens like once a week on these forums too. I just kind of watch and I'm like, somebody's gonna say it. Somebody. There's always some asshole in the group that's like a renowned member, like they're very informational, they're like a top contributor, but they're also like sort of a dick. You gotta kind of kiss their ass and be like, oh, duh, I'm so stupid. Of course I meant diesel. I'm so sorry. Next time I won't misinterpret the truth. My bad, because I understand that you guys are trying to help me. And if I don't give you guys the precise, exact fucking information, exactly how you want to hear it, you guys won't give me an answer. It's like, please, let me go bash my head into a wall and then rephrase this post and I'll repost it later. I have seen one clip of somebody. Oh, I saw somebody trying to put propane into their tires, and they're like, what are you doing? And they're like, leave us alone. And they're like, no, what the fuck are you doing? And they're like, can you just leave us alone? Like, obviously you're just a bully, leave us alone. And then he's like, this is fucking propane gas, you're not supposed to put this in your tires. And they're like, Oh shit, thank you. Oh my god. All because that one blonde chick put regular gas in the diesel truck. I mean, it could have been. It's not gender or hair specific, but somebody set the standard for being like, don't be like that person. Dude, I used to drive a gasoline vehicle, and then I used to drive a diesel vehicle for work. Okay, I'll see you, viewer. Have fun driving with the fam. I used to drive a diesel for work and a gasoline vehicle for my personal vehicle. And I used to like stop myself at the gas station from accidentally putting diesel in my vehicle or accidentally putting gasoline in the diesel vehicle because it was just like I never fucked it up. I've seen people's stories about accidentally doing it, and I've always made sure that I don't fuck that up. But there is a possibility for that, you know what I mean? I teach a lady how to use the air pressure machine at Costco for the tires. Are you colorblind? Am I colorblind? No. But the more you use a vehicle and then switch out, like I was using a gasoline vehicle and a diesel vehicle both on the same day, every day. So I'd like drive my gasoline vehicle to work, hop into a diesel vehicle, drive the diesel vehicle for work. So I'd have to get fuel for both of them, and sometimes I'd have to catch myself to make sure that I'm not gonna fuck everything up. Yeah, diesel has a green handle, but dude, I was so overworked at the time, I'm surprised I didn't fuck it up. Seriously, like when you really think about it, in that time of my life, like I was working overtime every day. I was doing so much stuff. So I wouldn't have been surprised if I looked down and went, oh no, I did not just do that, because I was fearful of it. Guess what I found? What did you find? I feel like if you are savvy with vehicles, you should be kind and you should just help people, you know? Like if you see somebody about to put propane in their tires, first of all, it's not going to work because they don't have the same nozzles that push the air out in a propane thing than you do in a compressed air situation that actually connects to the nozzle on your tire. And like if you see somebody doing it, don't like put them on blast on social media and be like, what an idiot. Like go turn your fucking phone off, stop filming, walk up to them, say, oh my god, you guys, I'm about to tell you something. Look, okay, this machine is for putting air in your tire, and I'm gonna take the thing, put some money in it, do it. This is how you do it. You put it on here, you check it, you check the pressure. You know, I feel like it's so much easier and so much less embarrassing to just like be a good person, personally. Jimi Hendrix CD volume 1, 2, 3, 4. Like what the fuck, I hope they work. I hope they work too. I'm gonna hook up StreamerBot. I have a couple things that I want to set up with StreamerBot that are gonna help. It's gonna benefit the overall health of the streams. Some little random mundane tasks that you guys don't even see me doing, but I do all the time, that can be automated with simple commands and simple clicks of simple buttons and stuff. I'll elaborate on that probably never. I'll just install it and maybe tell the mods. It's the shit you guys don't see on the back end that makes this stuff work as good as it does. Believe it or not, these streams don't navigate themselves. My vehicle now, when I turn it on, shakes for 20 minutes. It does this kickback thing. It does do when I drive it, but so I'm going to have to take it in. Fuck my life. Damn. That's so fucking annoying. Cassie, you know what I would do before taking it in? What up, Benny? How are you? You know what I would do before taking it to a mechanic? I would say, first of all, I would probably be a little bit disingenuous, and I would go, if I was a girl, and I wish that this wasn't the case, but I'm just going to say it like I think it, is that if I was a girl and I had some crazy shit that might cost me thousands of dollars, or might cost, you know, maybe it's insured, or maybe there's coverage because you just bought it or whatever, but I would take it to an auto store, like a parts store, and I would say, hey, my dad told me to come in here and have you guys hook up a code reader to my vehicle, and then any codes that come up, I would like for you to print them so my dad can look at the printouts. And they're gonna say, oh, well, what's going on with your vehicle that you wanna have the codes possibly read? And you say, just some stuff. It's like, you could tell them exactly, but honestly, fuck them. Just tell them, I just really need to get the codes if there's any. And what they'll do is they'll bring out this little computer, and then they'll plug it into your van, and then they'll run a diagnostics test on your van. And then if there's any issues, which if your engine is shaking like that, the odds that there is some kind of code that'll pop up associated with it is really high. And then you get a printout of any codes that came up, and then you talk to me. And then you go to a mechanic with a little bit of information. If you go to a mechanic with no information, I don't care who you are, guy, girl, big bearded fucking muscular dude who looks like they could smash your head like a grape if you rip them off, they'll rip everybody off. They'll mislead everybody. They'll say, oh, well, we got to do this. We got to do this. It's like, listen, motherfucker, I got the codes right here, and I know everything that's associated with these codes. And I want you to fix it and then run the codes and make sure the codes are cleared and that they're not coming up anymore and that the problem's fixed. Because if you go in and you let them run the codes and you let them finagle with everything, they're just gonna do whatever they want. And a lot of mechanics are guilty of this. A lot. And a lot of mechanics that work for a company, they don't get paid very good, believe it or not, you know? They get like 50% of whatever you're paying, and then less than that even. So the reason why these auto shops charge like $180 per hour, $200 per hour, is because a percentage of that goes to the shop to maintain the tools, to pay the bills, to keep the shop open, to keep the lights, electricity on, to keep upgrading their tools, to keep the place running. And then the other percentage goes to the mechanic specifically who's working on your vehicle. So mechanics will work really fucking fast on your vehicle because they know that they're not getting paid good. Because they know that if they owned their own business, that if they owned their own mechanic shop, that they would be making $180 to $200 just for them, which is extremely better of a situation. But the only downside is that you have to pay your own rent. You have to buy all your own tools. You have to fix your tools, or fix your jacks, or fix your, compressors, or fix your, you have to buy tools when you break them. There's so many things that kind of come with doing it yourself. But in the end, really, it's not as intimidating, because when you're making twice, if not more than twice as much money, you realize how these people that you're working for stay in business. And a lot of people will keep their mechanic jobs at a facility that's not owned by them because it's a safer route and it gets them more customers. So instead of them being their own promotion, their own PR, and their own advertising, and helping people and letting them know that if a friend needs their help, you can call them, and being your own like mobile mechanic, or even having your own shop, is less of a risk, but you also don't get as much customers as, say, auto shop that's like down the street from where I'm sitting right now that has been in business for 25 years. The big difference is that you make less than half of what you would if you were self-contracting it and using all your own tools. So a lot of people, So if there's like an AutoZone or an O'Reilly's parts or a Napa Auto Parts, I would call them and say, do you have a code reader that you can possibly just pull up any codes, if any, on my engine and then print that for me, please? And you could say, like, you know, I might buy some parts off of you when I find out what's going on. Not even say that, because they might just like make it throw a code. You never know. But yeah, if I was you, I would get a friend or an auto parts store to scan my engine for codes. I mean, my engine has road strip noise, RSN. My engine has characteristics of a bad transmission, but it's been driving like this since the day I bought it. And I've taken it to an expert, and he was like, yeah, man, this is just nature of the beast. And so, like, personally, the way that my engine likes to vibrate in between 20 and 35 miles an hour, depending, especially if I'm going up or downhill and stuff, those don't come up as codes. That is straight up nature of the beast. That does not come up on codes. There's only user-detected modifications that could be done based off of its characteristics and personality traits of how it's acting. So in some cases, you won't even be able to find codes. But think about it. If you hooked up your engine, or if you got somebody to plug their little thing in, it takes literally 60 seconds. They say, okay, they come outside, they open your driver's side door, they reach under where your steering wheel is, they plug this thing in a matter of seconds, it reads every electronic part, it reads every sensor, it communicates with the whole computer system that is associated with everything that makes your car communicate with each other and run. And if for some reason you do have a code on there, then you're less likely to be taken advantage of when you show up to a shop and you have a paper that says, look, I got code 0118 and this is this, and it looks as though I need to replace this. But I'm talking too much and not asking you enough questions. Sorry. Like, maybe you can, like, you bought it recently. Like, do you have coverage? Can you just take it to where you bought it from and be like, yo, what the fuck is going on here? Why did I just buy this vehicle and it's worrying me? Why is it acting in this way which it has never acted before? I feel like I should middleman these types of things. Like, I should get your local mechanic number. I should get your local parts store number and call them and just treat it like it's my situation, so that, like, I can be a little bit bold and be a little bit like of a knowledge troll, where I'm like telling them what it could be versus being like, what could it be, Mr. or Mrs., like whoever. Because the more info you know, knowledge is power, and knowledge in the mechanics world, when you're taking your vehicle in, means that there's a likelihood that you might not get ripped off or overcharged. Yeah, Canadian Tire may be able to diagnose it with a code reader, maybe. You could call them and just try to sound like you know what you're talking about. Say, I was told that you guys may or may not have a code reader for reading engine codes, because I really just need a quick code read done, and if there's any codes for it to be printed out. And it's quick. It takes 5 seconds. Like, if they try to tell you to bring your car in and leave it there and shit, fuck them. They can literally they can stop somebody in the middle of the job they're doing. I don't care what the job is. They can fucking walk outside for 5 seconds and read the codes. At an auto parts store, same thing. The fact that if they read codes on your car, the likelihood that you're going to buy parts and tools from them to fix it is so high that it would be a disservice to their company if they didn't assist you with that. No, I just bought from a local car lot. I have full coverage insurance. So, yeah, I don't know much about... I've never been in a situation where anybody's covered my shit, so I don't know what you mean. Like, is it Did they tell you if anything happens to this to bring it in, or did they tell you that the insurance that you chose will help you if there's anything that happens? I think full coverage is when no matter who's at fault, whether it's your driving or the engine just breaking down or whether it was an accident or whatever it is, that technically you could get it fixed. But a lot of times they'll take your vehicle for hella long and then give you the runaround every time you'd like to get it back and tell you that there's this one thing that we couldn't get yet and it's just hard to get these and yours is, and it's just like they're just wasting everybody's time, in my opinion. There are some compassionate mechanics out there though, so I wouldn't be surprised if everything goes in a more positive direction if you try to seek out some help that doesn't involve you just dropping it off blindly. This is such headache weather. Like the barometric pressure that like has been building up because of the cloudiness, and then that the sun burned off a little bit of the clouds, and now there's some of this pressure kind of escaping up into the atmosphere. So there's like this tension and then this release, and I'm very sensitive to that kind of stuff. My brain. Wait, why didn't it? Rachel, thank you so much. Let me reset this really quick. Thank you so much. Rachel, thank you for becoming a member. I can't believe I've been missing all of these fucking posts. Florida Van Man page said the OM647 is in the T1N 2004. Okay, so 2004 to 2006. Yeah, I actually converse and talk to Florida Van Man kind of often. He's like one of my favorite people. Thank you so much, Rachel. I appreciate you. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I keep having this issue, which is fairly annoying, where it's like not auto-populating my YouTube chat, and literally the only reason I'm paying for this app 100% is literally just to combine the YouTube chat. So it is a little discouraging that I keep having this issue where I have to reconnect it several times in one stream just to get my chat to show up. So thank you for letting me know, you guys. I should not have missed that, but at least I'm more punctual with it and can see it and hear it because you guys. Rachel Zinger. Thank you for sponsoring my streams. I gotta add like emojis and stuff to the YouTube. Yeah, he has a really nice group on Facebook, and it's a lot smaller than like the bigger T1N group, but it's a lot more civil and it's a lot more nice of people in there. Like you could post the same question on his group on Facebook, and you could post the same question on the larger Sprinter group on Facebook, and people will have such snooty like know-it-all bullshit fucking responses on the bigger one. And on the Florida Van Man one, people will be so much more gentle and like give you the benefit of a doubt and like help you learn and give you good resources and not be rude or snooty about things. Granted, I still post on both of them, and I kiss ass on the one that's more rude, because you kind of have to. Let's be real. Need all the expert opinions I can get, even if that expert's kind of a dick. But Florida Man Van is the opposite. He's literally me if I became a mechanic specifically for these types of engines. He's such a great guy. He really is. Like, just the other day, I was like, fuck, I need a good example of how to replace these fuel lines. I just need to see somebody do it. And then he responded and was like, here's a video of me doing it. I was like, thank you so much. It's exactly what I needed. I fucking looked for that video. It was just titled weirdly, and I didn't find it. I was like, thank you. Sorry for not finding it on my own. He's so nice. And everybody in the other group was like, you're overthinking it. Just do the fucking job. And then in his video on the nicer group, he very clearly explained ways to do it with less chance of fucking it up, which included many things that were not listed in the group that said, stop overthinking it. Clearly, one group wants to see you fuck up on your own and learn the hard way. And as a person who lives full-time in my van, I can't risk that. I have to know for almost 100% certainty that when I work on this thing and I disassemble it and reassemble it, that night I can still drive away. Because if not, I might get a ticket. I might be stranded. I might, you know, there's all these aspects to it where I'm like, listen guys, I live out of this thing full-time like many of us in the group do, but I'm a little bit more at risk because I'm 2,300 miles away from where I grew up, and like I'm using local resources in a place that I'm not from, and I'm parking on streets where I can't stay overnight, and I'm working on it in a place where I could technically get a ticket for working on it in public, and like I need to get this shit done. I need to do it right and as quick as I can. And yeah, I've gotten very mixed answers between both of the expert groups that I've talked to. Where's my pumpkin? It's at Cassie's mom's house. Agree, they're kind there. He always responds personally also. Just goes to show he truly cares, right? Yep. Have you heard Breaking Benjamin Awaken new song? I like digging it. No, I haven't. Why is it automatically... What the fuck? I typed in Awaken and it auto-typed Awakening Souls. No offense, but I'm not looking for that. Man, I have a headache.
Rochelsinger says I hear ya at Pitiential Bliss. Kurt's Closet says ___ day, God created man in his own image. A, 7th or B, 6th. Pixie Tales says hello at Rochelsinger.
I don't know, I'm not really big into religion.
Rochelsinger says I spelled that really wrong, apologies lol.
It's okay, I knew what you were trying to say. It's easier when I know what you're trying to say. Sometimes people type something and I'm like, what are they actually trying to say? But that was very easy. I mistype a lot and I am dyslexic, so.
Cassie lol says lol.
This is like early 2000s in a nutshell. I like that. This song is very like like emo anthem rock, but not emo, but like borderline, sort of like some of the bands.
Singer says a Dixie cheers and blessings to you.
Like a song that I could never cover.
Rochelsinger says love this song sorta.
Same. Breakdown. Called it. Little double pedal. Ding 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 ding
Kurt's
ding
Closet
ding
says
ding ding.
TTHE6.
They got the drum triggers on. Drum triggers are like an electronic device that
Rochelsinger says, do you play, sing?
a drum trigger is like an electronical device that you don't need a microphone for. So a drum trigger,
Pixie
you
Tails
hook
says,
up,
thank you at Rochelsinger saying
and
to
then
you.
every single time you hit the bass, like say you hit the bass pedal, right? Boom, 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 boom. The kick drum. Do, 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 do. What a drum trigger will do, well, it's almost like an auto tuner for drums. So like, say if you hit the drum pedals and you go do 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 do, but you want it to be like
It's Castillo says it's a good road song when
like
you stuck in
exactly
traffic
the
lull.
same depth of sound, same mid range, same high, same low end sub bass that comes through. Doo, doo, doo. That all depends on how you fucking hit it. Or like,
Rochelsinger says foot pedal.
if your drum, your kick drum is moving slowly away from your drum, it might start hitting it a little differently. Sometimes you gotta pull the drum back towards
It's
you.
Ryax says, do you
Things
also
like
know
that.
how to play drums? I
And-
assume so.
Well, I did live sound engineering for like over 400 bands, so I had to set up drum triggers for metal bands and stuff. It's really cool, actually. It's almost like a life hack for drummers who want everything to sound perfect. Like I said, it's almost like auto-tune, but for drummers, so that it sounds like the studio version when you're playing it live. It's really fascinating. So you have drum triggers
It's Ryax says, oh,
and
woo,
microphones.
That's so cool.
So the microphones, you gotta be really
Rochelsinger says, I hear
consistent.
ya.
You got to be really consistent with the drums that you're hitting with the sticks, but the drum triggers on the bass, the kick drum, can be automatically enhanced so that every time it's like the best hit you've ever done every time. Even if you hit it light, you go doosh. You hit it hard, doosh. You hit it light, doosh. And so like you can kind of find a little wiggle room and not having to be perfect, and it sounds perfect.
Kurt's Closet says, can you play the drums?
I can play drums. I'm not a drummer. But essentially, this is a percussion instrument right here. You know?
Rochelsinger says, hell yeah. Kurt's Closet says, yo, you like making beats though.
Only when it's with music.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says, I actually learned to play the drums on a drum kit, but every so often I get my djembe out and play it.
Nice.
Rochelsinger says it Pixie. Pixie Tales says he plays this beautifully at Rochelsinger. Lakebug says beautiful. Rochelsinger says I play drum and a little guitar. That's about it, but it's pretty cool.
Nice.
Rochelsinger says yes he does.
And I'm waiting for the waves to take us away, take us away, take us away. And I'm waiting for the waves to take us away, take us away. Take us away. And take us away, take us away. Take us away, take us away.
Rochelsinger says it Pixie, I hear that. Rainbow Raccoon 82 says love the drums. Rochelsinger says let's dance at Pixie. Rochelsinger says we have the music thanks to IRL.
See what we can do.
Raccoon 82 says Pride 100, Pride 1, Pride 1, Pride 1, Pride 1,
Aw,
Pride
thank
1,
you so
Pride 1,
much.
Pride 1, Pride 1, Pride 1, Pride 1, Pride 1, Pride 1.
Thanks, guys.
Pride 1, Pride 1, Pride 1, Pride 1, Pride 1.
There's some other shit, man. I haven't been playing enough lately. Really been slacking on the drum. There's something else that I was really happy about.
It's Cassie Lal says at Rainbow Raccoon 82. Rod Felsinger says please keep playing.
Do you remember those nights in December? We kept the engine running. The gas was
Rainbow
burning
Raccoon
hot.
82 says at It's Cassie Lal I would like someone needs to give him some bits no matter how
Rolling
many.
on in. Ain't gonna stop me. I'm not gonna wait for the storm to end. No.
Rod Felsinger says not only now but your entire lifetime. Flipsy Fiona says hell yay vibin'.
I was like, somebody better give bits no matter
Rainbow
how many.
Raccoon 82
Thanks.
says hey at Flipsy Fiona.
Hey Fiona. It's good to see you. I miss you already. If you guys don't know Flipsy Fiona, she's an incredible van lifer. Very
Flipsy
positive
Fiona says at
energy.
Rainbow Raccoon 82.
There's something I made up more recently on the drum that I'm having a hard time remembering. It's really weird.
Flipsy Fiona says ah. Well if you roll through Phoenix this winter, hit me up.
Okay.
Loki IRL says nice. I'm just in time for much needed sound bathing.
It's good to see you, Loki.
Loki IRL says so. I know you don't hate on self-promo, so I made affiliate this week.
Congratulations! Fuck, that's awesome, dude.
Everybody W's in the chat. Make sure you follow Loki, the newly affiliated Loki. Fuck yeah, dude. If anybody ever needs help getting affiliate, please don't be shy
It's Cassie
to
Lal
ask.
says Loki IRL.
Because I love helping, and obviously not everybody needs help or wants help, so, but just so you know, I am actively happy to help whenever I can.
Loki IRL says thank you, bro.
Yeah, man, congrats. It's not as easy as people think it is. Get out of here. There's a fruit fly in here.
No
Ain't
bark
no fruit.
underscore nomad says at Loki Earl you hell yeah. Let's go. It's Cassie Lal says get it boy. Loki IRL says thanks guys. It's Cassie Lal says that sounds dope.
Thank you, guys.
Kurt's Closet says you need to make an album. Loki IRL says wait, who is that girl on your bike out there? Loki IRL says that's a beautiful melody.
Thanks, I made it myself. There's a lot of ways I can play it. I like this though. It's supposed to be harmonics, not twang.
tune.
Media says, how we doing, everyone?
Doing good, thanks for asking. How about everybody else?
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says, I am good at _media.
Yo, no way! Don't know where Baron's going, yeah. I don't know where Baron has been. Don't know where Baron's going, but I know he's losing his head. Thank you so much for the raid! I know what you're thinking. It's all right. Thank you for giving a shout out.
_media says at Rainbow Raccoon 82 AM glad. Pharaoh Shady says Baron raid.
Welcome in, you guys. How was Baron's stream today? We are big fans of Baron here.
Welcome Raiders. _media says LFG.
Don't know where Baron's going, yeah. I don't know where Baron has been. I don't know where Baron's going, but I know he's losing his head, cause we all are. I know what you're thinking. It's alright with me.
Nebulous Afterglow says Baron's stream was awesome.
Hell yeah, that's what I love to hear. I miss him. I feel like I've been such a negligent friend, like, because I haven't been seeing him much. I'm gonna personally go out of my way to make sure I see his next stream and check in. But I've been traveling, driving a lot, streaming a lot, dealing with random new things in my life and stuff, so my bad. But we love Baron here.
Rachel JM86 says
Hey,
love the
thank
song
you.
lol.
Aw, thanks. I'm just jamming. We're doing so. I hope you had an incredible stream. Make sure that if you're not following the 88th Baron, he's an incredible dude, such a kind-hearted, just great guy. He's an awesome streamer. He's from Ireland, and he does a lot of IRL streaming in Ireland, but he has traveled outside of Ireland and done IRL streaming too. And he's got an incredible, beautiful, amazing family member that is a German Shepherd. And he does a lot of streams out in nature, in the countryside of Ireland, and just the most dude, some of the most beautiful streams I've ever seen, and the most like chill vibes, definitely when Baron is walking around with Kana and just like living his best life. And it's just it's incredible, and I'm just happy to know that I have a friend in Ireland
Rachel
whom I've
JM86
never met,
says Kana.
obviously have not met him in real life, but one day, man, I'm gonna be able to fucking shake hands and hug Baron.
Nebulous Afterglow
share a
says
split.
Kana is good doggo.
Kana is best doggo, not even good. best. I have like a deep love for German Shepherds already, have for years, so kinda is like one of my favorite parts of Twitch. Floating through the air, headed straight towards your path. Oh, I can show you guys some of the stuff I do. Hi, my name is Danny, everybody. Welcome to my live stream. I am simulcasting live on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. If you like YouTube, you can always check out my channel. If you want to keep up with the community here, we do have a Discord, but blah, 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 self-promo, blah, blah, blah. So, welcome in. My name is Danny. I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan, which is across the country of the United States from where I'm at right now. Right now, we're in Los Angeles, California. We're in Venice, California. Not
Rainbow
Venice,
Raccoon
Italy.
82
Venice,
says
California. And I stream IRL content. I like to get out and put in miles, just like Baron. Baron's probably one of the streamers that we could walk equally, meaning like he could walk like 20 miles in a day and I can walk 20 miles in a day. Granted, eventually our feet will kind of hurt and our legs and all those types of things.
Nebulous Afterglow
he
says
goes
what
hard.
you Danny.
He really gets a lot of miles in, and you know, we're only alive once in this body for however long, so I love to see him just getting out there and just being out in the elements, and man, that's the meaning of life, dude. And he also has like his shack sessions, I like to call them, where he's chilling in like a homemade kind of
No Bark _ Nomad says welcome in Raiders.
Yeah, welcome in everybody. Again, my name's Danny. I'm an IRL streamer here on Twitch. I bring instruments with me, but I live, stream, and travel full-time out of this big white van. This is my life. We just passed the 1 year point of doing this full-time, and we just drove like, in the last year we've put like 40,000 kilometers on this van, or 20,000 miles ish, and it's been quite a learning process, a big opportunity for me to make really cool friends and work on my own vehicle and learn a lot about IRL and how to enhance upon my equipment and make my streams better and make my content better and just be better at navigating these things. But yeah, hi everybody, my name is Danny. Welcome to the live stream. Make yourselves at home. If you are heading out, please enjoy the rest of your day or night. You're always welcome back. Just type my name in and look me up. Or if you want to go above and beyond, you can always hit the follow button on your way out. If you enjoy your time here, you are always welcome back. I do stream a lot. I am actually about to fly across the country and visit my family, so that's kind of unique, wholesome, kind of boring content that hopefully some of you guys are looking forward to. You guys can say hi to my mom and stuff like that. I don't have the flights booked yet, so don't ask me when it's happening, but it's happening in the near future. I'm not putting it off. Really, the only detriment is the money it costs, so I'm trying to find the best deal, and my family is willing
Rainbow
to
Raccoon
help
82
me.
says I want to see her Halloween stuff.
It's so good.
Rachel JM 86 says I'm hype.
Yes. Mega, hey, it's good to see you, Mega.
Nebulous Afterglow says AWH so nice.
Yeah, so my brother passed away a year ago, and I haven't seen my mom since then. So it's kind of a big deal. It's gonna, you know, there'll be like some emotions that will arise and resurface, and there'll be certain things that are gonna be like wake-up calls type shit. You know, I distract myself by streaming all the time from the grieving of the loss and stuff, and it hasn't been a bad thing. It's been a good thing, but like distracting myself. But yeah, any day I take a day off, I'm like, phew, and I like spiral into like thinking a lot about that and like getting sad and stuff, and might need to see a therapist.
Rachel JM 86
again,
says OMG I'm so sorry for your
about
loss.
like the loop, where the loop is like where when I finally take one day off streaming, I get like hyperbolic about life and about loss and stuff, and I'm like, fuck, and like just, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm doing a pretty good job, to be quite honest, but therapy never hurt. Thank you for your condolences and stuff. I appreciate that. But yeah, that's how I got here, guys.
Nebulous Afterglow says, is that your bike outside against the tree?
Yeah. It is, but I'm thinking about giving it away. I might like lock it to something and then hide the key somewhere, and then like leave like a scavenger hunt for somebody to try to find it. I should have just left it in San Diego with Mysterium, who needed a bike and could have just used it. I should have just gave it to her. But here we are now. I'm just like lugging it around, and I don't have a bike rack, so I have to like lean it into my bed, and sometimes when I hit the brakes it's like whoosh, and like flies up into the front and shit, and that's dangerous. I mean, obviously I could like mount it or strap it to something if I really thought about it, but the idea of keeping it, I got it for free, so the idea of keeping it's not like a huge thing. I think if I'm lucky, I could technically take it to Venice Beach waterfront and potentially trade it to somebody that's a vendor for a skateboard. That's kind of like a nice goal I have, is like try to convert it into a skateboard, but I don't have that much patience. You know, sometimes people hold on to things for like ever, and then they meet somebody or they see somebody and they're like, oh, I have this thing, you should have it. Like that's how I got my gimbal, or like random things, right? My chat phone, like random things that have been gifted down to me that could be useful for me. But like with the bike, or with anything in life that I have that I feel like, ooh, one day I could just give this to somebody and somebody will really appreciate it, I have zero patience for that shit. It's just more stuff in my life that I don't need. Like I've put thousands of dollars worth of cameras, lenses, all kinds of shit, GoPros, like all kinds of stuff, like on top of recycling bins, because none of my friends were around and I don't feel like waiting and holding on to shit that I don't want or use much to give it to somebody. If I lived in a house, that's different. Shove it in
Nebulous
the closet.
Afterglow
Forget
says
about
skateboard
it.
is useful for getting around and also doesn't take up too much space.
Exactly. Man, I should really just give it a try. I should probably ride the bike to the Venice waterfront, and the only thing is that the people who had it, they used it at Burning Man, and like they wrapped a bunch of tape around the handlebars in a really awkward way that I'd have to take it off and use like some kind of harsh like nail polish remover or some kind of acetone to remove the adhesive that was on the tape to kind of clean it up. Because without that tape, that trash ass looking tape on the handlebars, it'd be a really easy fucking sell or an easy trade. But I do think that there is a chance that if I go up to one of the guys that has a shit ton of skateboards, used skateboards for sale, that I could maybe finagle a trade for a skateboard, which would bring a whole new level of joy and fun to my life. I don't know, I could look up exactly how much this model of bike goes retail, and I could just like list it online for like $100 and then take like an $80 offer and then sell it for $80 and then buy a skateboard brand new, kind of, for like almost $100. It's tough. speakers at the park lately are definitely new here. Harmonics time.
Rachosinger says it won't let me comment for a while, but I'm listening. He's quite good at that. I think I'd know.
What? 45. Let's go. That's massive. Why won't it let you comment for a while?
Smoothstone says at nobark_nomad. Lakebug says let's go at nobark_nomad.
Like a little sloppy Nirvana. Nothing like it.
SFO_Yogi says KEKW whistle jam. Rolfus Joe says smoke on the water RR, the fire in the sky.
Smoke on the water. How's it going, Joe?
Rolfus Joe says good man doin' how's it hangin', I see you're back in Venice.
Yes, we bomb.
SFO_Yogi says do you ever go in Guitar Center on stream and try out the instruments?
No. I'm not a huge fan of Guitar Center. They're kind of like just a lot less like personal touch involved.
Sound Alert says Hardlight Woman played bruh for 25 bits. Rolfus Joe says Sam Ash is better. SFO_Yogi says I am a guitar
It didn't come
noob.
through. Sorry, you got scammed. That's weird. Bruh. Brr, cold. Goosebumps. Yeah, I
Hardlight
think...
Woman says amen lol.
I think the short... I need to take that one off. I think the short ones just get lost in translation or
Rolfus
something.
Joe says bruh.
That's pretty much it. Bruh. It's very fast.
SFO_Yogi says indie rock is having a resurgence. My Jen's bartender was telling me about it. Hardlight Woman says going to a comedy show tonight if you wanna roll.
That sounds fun. Who are you gonna see?
SFO_Yogi says in Lad Hardlight Woman.
Hammer that shit.
Hardlight Woman says Norm MacDonald.
Oh, crazy.
SFO_Yogi says Norm. Hardlight Woman says it's his B-Day, I think.
You could probably look that up and figure it out for sure.
SFO_Yogi says he's dead though. Hardlight Woman says it's a private event. Rolfus Joe says lol Norm MacDonald is dead.
Yeah, I was kind of confused about
Rolfus
that.
Joe says Mark Normand.
You're probably thinking of Mark Normand.
Hardlight Woman says White. Pixie Tales says at Rochelsinger his YouTube speak chat has been acting up the last couple streams. It's all kinda new joining the chats. I'm sure it'll get figured out.
Yeah, sorry about that. Wait, am I
SFO_Yogi
missing
says
stuff?
KEKW. Hardlight Woman says now I'm confused lol.
Well, let me comment for a while, but I'm listening. I think that was something to do with their end, actually. Now you're confused. I'm pretty confused, too. It's okay. We're all confused together. Doesn't it feel good to not be alone in your confusion?
Pixie Tales says now it's working.
Yeah.
Hardlight Woman says I'll send you the flyer.
Well, look it up and just confirm it in here, because then I don't have to, like, look it up myself, you know? Somebody look it up, please. Mark Normand, though. I actually kind of like him, I think, if it's who I think it is. He's he's kind of like an alcoholic, which I don't support, but like he's got like a give zero fucks mentality. I think that's Mark
Rolfus
Normand.
Joe says okay, it is Norm MacDonald's birthday.
Yeah, maybe they're doing some kind of in memory of type comedy thing.
Rolfus Joe says Lighthearted is not trippin'.
Well, it's good to know that, you know, you're not going to show up and be like, where's Norm MacDonald? Because then people will be like, he's dead.
SFO_Yogi says Rembrandt's Comedy Jam.
Ah, I see. Oh, I see.
Hardlight Woman says Brent Weinbach will be there.
I don't know who that
Hardlight
is.
Woman says he's pretty funny.
I'm not sure who that is. First event hosted by the official Norm MacDonald fan club. which is a Norm McDonald birthday bash.
Rolfus Joe says at Hardlight Woman, my bad, I misspelled your name.
Well, that's cool. It's also a charity event for a fundraiser for cancer research. That's nice. I don't know Brent. I'm looking at pictures of him.
Hardlight Woman says everyone does lol all good.
I think Brent might have been friends with Norm McDonald or something. And then Chad.
Hardlight Woman says it's at my friend's venue.
At In the Meantime? Is that it?
Hardlight Woman says I'm on the guest list +2.
Damn, their fucking venues on private. That's my kryptonite. I never follow people or accounts that are on private. I hate it.
It's Cassie lol says lol.
It's weird. And then Kyle Helf is an actor, pretty good looper, and MC. So I assume he's probably going to MC most of it. It should be good. I don't really know any of these comedians, but I'm sure that there's some way affiliated with Norm in his life when he was alive. Maybe, but maybe not. Announcing our
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says what's up dude.
So this is hosted by the Norm McDonald fan
Hardlight
club.
Woman says
and
look up
is a
Brent on
fundraiser.
YouTube.
Look up Brent. I know who Brent is. I've definitely seen him around. Ugh. I've definitely seen his stuff before. Professional magician Ice Face, aka Brent Weinbach. He had a couple viral videos like a decade ago on his YouTube.
The hardest niggas is standing
Whoa
by,
there.
ready to.
Nope. Nope. Not listening to that comedy. Da-da, da-da. Okay. I think you'll have fun. I think it's a nice thing to do for him.
Hardlight Woman says I didn't hear that one.
That's probably best. This guy over here has been just like doing some tweaker shit for the last 20 minutes. We're not too different, him and I. I do that same thing where you crouch down for like 20 minutes and not realize that you're crouching and basically like hyperextending your knees and ankles for like 20 minutes straight. Wonder if he'll be able to stand up fast or if he'll be like, oh god, like I do. Just for like just for demonstration purposes. He's not doing anything embarrassing. He's not tweaking. He's literally like he found something on the ground, and I think it was like a lottery ticket, and I think he's been just scratching the lottery ticket. It's pretty much what it looked like. And every now and again he looks up at me when I was playing the guitar. He's been there for like 20 minutes now. Hi everybody, my name is Danny, also known as Potential Bliss. Welcome to my live stream. Thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate you guys. I took yesterday off, much needed break, because 2 days ago I drove for 9 hours by myself, nonstop. Then when I got to LA, I jumped out my van and did a 4-hour walking stream, so that was like a 13.5-hour day. So the next day, which was yesterday, I was just so fucking tired and feeling a little bit like shit. So I skipped stream yesterday and just hung out in other people's streams, which is always nice. Dude, look at my goosebumps. But then I decided, you know, today be nice to
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says, oh yeah.
I thought today would be a nice day to just chill, man. Hopefully you guys don't expect that every single day I'm going to be out putting in the miles, because some days it's just nice to chill. I feel like we get to know each other better on these days, you know, and I retain a lot more of the information I learn about you guys on days like this.
Hardlight Woman says, I like your chill days too.
Thanks. Oh man, I'm having a fucking headache for like all day now, I feel like.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says, when I first met or saw you on stream you were playing music in a backyard. No Bark _ Nomad says, I like chill streams, though I like your streams in general lol.
Thanks. Plus we all kind of know each other enough to a degree where it should be nice for us to just hang out like this once in a while. Like actually make eye contact with the screen and talk to you guys, like more personally.
Freedom Dow says, greet.
Greetings, how are you, Freedom? Oh, this fucking fly.
It's Cassie lol says, I just love you, that is all lol, my brain is mashed today lol.
I love you too. This stream's perfect for us today then, Cassie. Oh, my head.
Freedom Dow says, I was thinking about stuff, I made some camping eye that look for good spot.
Okay, nice. Did you find the good spots?
Freedom Dow says, yay, I found 3 good ones around me that I am going to go. It's a relaxed thing cause camping de-stresses.
For sure. For sure. Just make sure you bring enough water and snacks. The simple stuff. Then that
Hardlight
lady's...
Woman says, I'm making a pepper jack quesadilla with cassava flour tortillas. Dedicated to you, Danny lol.
Nice. What company is the tortillas from? Are they like from Siete? Or who makes those? cassava flour tortillas is kind of niche.
Hardlight Woman says yes, but I have bad news. Hardlight Woman says Pepsi just bought them.
Interesting. Well, that's good news for the company, right? Because they probably just got bought out for millions, and which is probably enough money for them to start a new business. Also, that's really weird now that you mention it, because like the company that we're talking about.
Hardlight Woman says yep lol.
I just spilled a bunch of water trying to explain this shit because I have a bag. So, this company, okay, our story began during the Garza family's collective health journey when Veronica Garza made her tortilla
with beans inside
from
IDK.
almond flour. Blah, 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 blah. Look, they trying to have this, like, we're a family business. Embarrassing family photo, the Garza Siete, circa 1990. Well, none of this shit matters anymore if, you know, one of the biggest corporate companies in the planet owns your business now. So all that beautiful karma that you guys built up from being a family business, you succeeded, but now you're sold out. You sold out to a multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar company. You know, that's what every fucking capitalist who starts a healthy food company does. Every time. The superfoods distribution company that I used to work for, that's a multi-million-dollar business, LGBTQ owned, ethically sourced, GMO free, organic certified, fair trade certified. They were like, hey, if Hershey tries to buy us out, we're selling. And everybody that worked for the company was like, fuck you, sellouts. You don't even pay us enough. You're just going to sell the company one day without ever giving us a raise? Fuck you. And I still feel that way. Very much. About companies that do that. That have like this niche, like we are heady, healthy, family-oriented, conscious. I do think that those companies should either take the buyout and start a whole new company and defeat them in business, because now you've already done it right to where a $1 trillion company wants to buy you out, then you could do it again. You could settle down if like you didn't see your projections in the next 10 years to make you as many millions as, say, Pepsi would have given you, then selling out and saving the 10 years to invest into other productive things is better. But I do think that like they become like capitalist douchebags a lot of the time. That's very based, but whatever. I work in the food industry. I was a driver. I'm very passionate about food. Nice. Yes, that's cool. I used to deliver food as well. One time I delivered $250,000 worth of food in one delivery. And I was responsible for it, which was kind of stressful, but whatever. Yeah, usually it was like thousands of dollars worth of product, not $250,000 worth of product. I also had to like rent a truck that I could put 8 pallets in and carry like, I forget what it was. I think it equaled out to being like 4,200 pounds of product or something. Basically an entire box truck, the biggest you can legally drive without a CDL license, with it front to back, top to bottom, pallets filled. It was a very stressful day. And you know how much I made that day? Probably $150 for delivering fucking $250,000 worth of product, because they signed a contract with a big corporate company that wanted to sell their products, and they didn't give anybody a raise except for taking that raise for their own business and claiming to reinvesting it into more product and stuff, when in actuality they were just buying new cars, new boats, new houses and shit. Greed, baby. And the CEOs were these colorful, bright, beautiful LGBTQ 2 men that owned this company that were so health conscious and mindful and all this stuff. But they were the biggest fucking capitalists I've ever met in person. Ever. It's crazy. And I have this weird thing now where I just assume that all the companies that are like that do the same shit.
Is that really English? That seems like so out of line with everybody.
How much food? What was that and what kind of food? A lot of food. It was purchased and sold through like a secondhand rebranding distribution thing. So technically I'm not supposed to tell you who bought it or what the food is. But let's just say, you know how like Costco and Trader Joe's happen to have all these good products? Well, it's because they find the best version of it and then they buy into the company by ordering it in bulk, and then they saturate the market with their product because they have better resources to sell from, meaning they can sell more than a smaller company. And then eventually they just sweep you under the rug and take over the market. So it's a very scandalous kind of business. So that's why some companies would rather just sell the whole business and not have to deal with them slowly being strong-held by a bigger company that just buys their product and rebrands it and sells it. Steven Juice gave that to my son all his years growing up, then found out Pepsi bought it out some time back and ingredients changed. Had I known. Ugh. Yeah, Pixie, it's crazy, huh? Especially if you're trying to feed your kids healthy food, it's like, we've made it this far. We're alive, you know? But we can do the best for our kids, and we try to, which I don't have kids, but, you know. And we try to, and I feel like there's a lot of misleading information nowadays. You might think that you're doing the best, but you're actually, you know, not really doing that great of a job because you end up feeding them some shit that's not even what you thought it was. It's like, wait, what? They're only young once. They only develop all their organs and body parts and grow and brain development once, you know? That shit starts stopping once you're a certain age. And then it's all about just hopefully not ever dealing with any repercussions of it, you know? How much is a service to tell someone if they die in a car wreck worth it? Priceless, right? Wait, how much is a service to tell someone if they die in a car wreck worth? How much is a service to tell someone if they die in a car wreck worth? Priceless, right? Well, how much is a service to tell? I don't know exactly what you're trying to say. I don't know if you're making a statement or asking a question. You mean like cars that have built-in computer systems that will like warn a company that you've been in an accident, and then that company will contact you and ask you if you need emergency assistance? I built a program that protects car wrecks. Oh, predicts or announces when they happen as like an emergency protocol so that people don't get stranded when they're in an accident. I'd say that's pretty valuable. And it already exists, but I would say it's pretty valuable. Sorry, guys. Predicts if you'll be in a wreck in the future. Oh. Well, yeah, I don't know how valuable that would be. But you can explain to me why it would be. I feel like more importantly, like there's already navigation systems and cameras and sensors on vehicles that kind of like help you navigate. But I think more importantly is like when the unexpected happens, to have a good way to alert an emergency like rescue or something, cops, ambulance, fire truck. So far I've saved like $600 3 times. Drivers put nails in the road 3 times. I got reports they're rerouted. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, there is a likelihood that you could get a nail in your tire when driving long distances in like the United States for sure. Imagine I can tell a driver of the car that this is going to be in a fatal accident before they start their car. Don't go, they live. I think that's too fear-mongery. I don't think that's a very... Personally, and I'm not trying to shit on your idea, but I wouldn't invest into that. I'd rather not be fearful of going out, and I would just, like, find a better path. I don't know. But this is coming from somebody who drove across the whole country without a tire iron or without a set of jumper cables, you know? So don't take my advice when it comes to that stuff, really. You know, you're probably onto something great, and I'm just not attuned with it, you know? No offense to your comment, just being silly. No. That was, I'm reading chat. Yeah, Shark Tank will let you know. That's true. Oh, all right, you guys. I need like a 5-minute like stare at the wall, like a quote unquote break. I just need a little moment of just to. It's nothing against you or the conversation we're having at all. But I've been streaming for 7 hours, and if this was a real job, I would probably be in trouble for not taking breaks by the government because you're supposed to take a break every 4 hours or whatever. So just give me like here. Talk amongst yourselves. I am going to go brain dead for a few minutes, which I think will benefit my mental health. All right? Please talk amongst yourselves. There's so many good people in the chat. Like, dope-ass people. Yeah, mute too. Oh yeah, enjoy the clips, guys. You might be in some of these clips. Heartlight Woman, you might be in the clips from when we were at the Hanuman or whatever festival we were at. The Festival of Chariots. If Tara's here, she might be in the clips because there's clips from Seattle. If Yogi's here, there might be a clip from when we hung out on 4th of July. There's so he had like a wheel spin, and every time he'd get a wheel spin, it would like add more hours to his marathon, and he'd be like, oh, because there was a point when he was like ready to end it. It was really fun to follow. When somebody commits and they stream 24 hours a day, leave the stream on all day, every day, doing it IRL, it's a journey. All right, now that I've ranted upside down and sideways and back.
If I climb to the top of the tree, will you ever find me? If I climb to the top of the tree, will you ever find me? If I climb to the top of the tree, will you ever find me? Yeah. Ever find me? Ever find me? Will you ever find me? Will you ever find me? Will you ever find me? Find me,
So that's always been kind of my fear going into them nowadays. I found poop in the shower the other day. Poop. I walked in and I walked out. I was like, there's poop in there. And the guy was like, oh my God, thank you for letting me know. I was like, all right. Huh. I wonder if they have them over there.
This is the walk up the hill. I know, I love it.
I just don't know. You guys missed the husky. If you steal my sunshine.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We just stepped the Whipper Quartet. We had Noah Frank on the trumpet. We had Colin McEwen on the bass. We had Jordan Davis on the drums. And my name is Stephanie Whitford.
Guys, the food is here. I can't even, it looks so good. I don't even know it's so, this is epic. We gotta let everybody just soak it in.
It's all about the sauce. The sauce is perfect.
So we just grab one and you go for it.
I think I have to give it a 9 out of 10 because, like, if there is better pizza out there, then there is. This reminds me of my childhood so much, I can't even describe it. Oh wait, what is that? Clips? Wait, did you clip me? Being like, if you donate... Oh no, that. Oh, wow, that was fast. Bro, you're fast. Oh my god.
Guys, the food is here. I can't even, it looks so good. I don't even know it's so, this is epic. We gotta let everybody just soak it in.
It's all about the sauce. The sauce is perfect.
So we just grab one and you go for it. Whoa!
Amazon said the door should open.
Oh.
Said good job, Danny.
Huh. I wonder if they have them over there.
This is the walk up then. I know, I love it.
I just don't know. You guys missed the husky. If you steal my sunshine.
Good boy.
Yeah, I don't think they would be on my phone. They're too happy. Hold it? I know, right? It's like, is the internet getting bet? Okay, we're back. I'd be What was that?
I thought that was
What just happened?
I thought that was the ones from the Chinese restaurant.
You thought it was the girls from earlier?
Yeah, but
Oh my god.
That's what we was really doing.
I think you jump scared them.
I did. Totally.
Did anybody
I was like,
notice?
oh, you're right.
In either of our
We're an army of lovers built of sisters and brothers. Together we unite, shining our rainbow colors in love, yeah. In love, yeah. I don't remember any of the rest of the song, so I'm gonna have to fuck it up right now, right now.
I was like, oops.
Hey, question. Is that your real hair?
Yeah.
Pull and improve it. Tell them no, it's my nutsack. I wore it on my head today.
What just happened? Ah!
Ain't no party like a Berenson party, cause a Berenson party don't stop. I'm not interested, but thanks for the offer. I was gonna sub, but it's your choice. It's okay, I'd rather be poor than deal with weird people like you. Sorry. No hate. Feel free to hang out and get to know each other. You don't have to ever sub. I'll gift you a sub, bro. It's all good.
Know what I mean? Drones are life-threatening to peregrine falcons? Do not fly drones here. Oh shit. Damn, I didn't realize it was that serious. That's crazy. I assume that all the college kids think that you're probably a kick streamer if you're walking around streaming, but maybe not. A road trip, but you can't read it.
What's it called again?
So the one that you can add the browser sources in, it's amazing. That one is called IRL Link, and the icon looks like this next to the WhatsApp and guitar pick looking thing. That's IRL Link. And then the other one is real-time chat. It's next to the Discord bubble. And real-time chat is the one that will read the chat. Everything. We could use like both of our vehicles to like make meals and snacks and stuff for everybody. That guy was like, "Can we be in the vlog?"
Oh my god, he's running towards my van, bro. Are you fucking serious? Okay, he fell down. He's laying on the ground. He's not nude and it's not toss. Just show him. And you guys know I don't like putting blast, but last night this guy came up to my van, ripped his shirt off, and asked me if I wanted to buy a car battery. And I thought he was gonna fucking try to fight me. He like walked past me, ripped his shirt off, turned around really fast. And this is what fentanyl and trank and all those fucking drugs will do to you, bro. And he's parked in my goddamn spot, this motherfucker. I'm never ever... Okay, listen, if you guys... Listen. Hold it, I know, right? It's like, is the internet getting bet? Okay, we're back. Thumbnail. Somebody screenshot this. When I get up there, will you screenshot? Well, I should take some pictures, huh?
Oh shit.
What the fuck? Fucking Christ, you just fucking rode my bike. Sorry. Pay attention. No, you're not paying attention. Go slow. So you don't know how to ride. Go walk. Yeah, thanks for breaking my bike. Yeah, that's $100. Thanks a lot, lady.
It's okay, don't take it personally. Yeah, yeah. Don't worry about that guy.
IRL hosting says switching to lip scene.
Isn't it
IRL
lovely?
hosting says scene successfully switched
Isn't
to
it lovely? Aren't the clips so fun? Isn't it lovely, guys?
Nobark_nomad says dang that bike guy was having such a wonderful day, right?
Yeah, I mean, if he was such a great
It's Cassie Law
cyclist,
says
he
that
probably could have avoided
Nobark_nomad
that.
lol.
He didn't have to yell at the tourist lady who doesn't even speak English and be like, yeah, fuck you, lady, that's $100 I gotta pay now. It's like, well, maybe you need to watch where you're fucking riding your expensive ass bike, mister.
Hardlight woman says his ah was funny. Rainbow Raccoon 82 says I was thinking rewatching the nutsack guy thinking he might have been hitting on you lol.
No, he's just no. I think he has a crass kind of sense of humor where he knows that like
SFO_Yogi
extreme
says yeah,
shit
he should be aware of the tourist
will
element.
make you laugh. It's people like him that know that like it's almost like the only thing you can do is laugh out of
SFO_Yogi
shock.
says, but he was an enormous Dutch bag.
Yes, he was a Dutch bag. It was nice to take a little break just now.
Hardlight woman says Dutch.
I'll probably go to sleep early tonight. I've been waking up early like every single day. Oh, I feel like shit. I have a pretty bad headache. Ugh. I took 3 Tylenol. I really don't feel like taking that bike in. Rebecca, do you want to foster my bike for a while? Do you want to foster
SFO_Yogi
child's
says
bike?
on an empty stomach. Pixie Tales says I think you need to get some good rest and you time. I feel the same today.
Yeah, I took yesterday off, Pixie, if it's any consolation. I got a lot of me time yesterday. Nice. Paid some bills. I went into my storage unit. It was like, here's one of my keys, so you don't have to cut the keys off because they're going to replace like latches on the storage unit doors.
It's Cassie Lal says I have the day off somewhat, just need to keep an eye out for shipping things tomorrow. Hardlight woman
damn.
says sure lol.
I just don't know if it would fit in your car. Like, I doubt it would. I guess I could like take the tires off.
Pixie Tales says I noticed. I was lost lol.
It's either that or I donate to some random homeless person.
Hardlight woman says you can swing it by my place.
And how far are you from here? How many miles?
It's Cassie Lal says give it to someone and bless them with it.
Well, if I give it to Heartlight Woman, I could still like use it if I really found a reason to use it. Like I could still like use it time to time.
Akari's 11 says I know someone who lives nearby who just had a B-day.
Do they need
No
a
bark
bike?
_ nomad says road trip to see Heartlight Woman. Heartlight Woman says 8 miles.
8 miles.
Heartlight Woman says Eminem lol.
Even if I locked it up, I bet you it wouldn't take long for it to get stolen. Like if I just...
Akari's 11 says they've mentioned wanting one before, yeah lol.
Who is it?
Heartlight Woman says maybe you can ride your bike here and I'll drive you back.
Where would you store the bike at your place? Like in the backyard, in a garage, or something? Where would you put it?
Heartlight Woman says in my living room or garage.
Oh, okay.
Heartlight Woman says probably garage.
Part of me doesn't really feel like doing anything with it. Like I'm so over having to deal
Akari's
with it.
11 says she's a streamer in La Otis Goddess.
Oh, I know Oats. She's way closer too. Fuck. I don't think I got her number when we met. We hung out at we met in San Diego around TwitchCon, and then we hung out at the Drum Circle in Ocean Beach, San Diego.
Akari's 11 says I'll ping her on Discord and tell her to swing into chat.
Okay. Because technically she can like walk to the beach. Like she's in a vicinity that's a lot easier to get to. Like I could easily hand it off. I thought somebody was trying to take it. I heard the noises.
It's Cassie lol says lol.
Damn, the quality, the light, everything looks so nice today. I have such a bad headache. That 1080p 60 frames per second, not too bad, not too shabby. It's nice. man, headache, massive headache, guys. Like nauseatingly bad headache. Let's look around for people to raid.
Hard-like woman says massage your temples and the back of your neck. Otis Goddess says, hey, sorry to arrive whilst you're ending.
Oh no, it's okay. I just have a headache, so I'm just looking for people to raid. Oh, do you want to foster mom my bike? Do you need a bike for local transportation? I have a lock too.
It's Cassilal says, I am going to go eat now. My food is cooked. I will come back if you're on. Love you all so much.
Okay, love you. Enjoy your food. Yeah, I'm trying to like find a foster parent for the bike, and
Lakebug says, enjoy
probably
it.
be
It's
rare
Cassilal.
that I'm like, ooh, I would love to use it for something, but you know, it might happen. But
It's Cassilal says it. Lakebug. Otis Goddess says it. It's Cassilal. Enjoy. No bark _ nomad says it. It's Cassilal. See ya later.
I'm so tired of having it in my van.
Pixie Tales says, bye Cassie.
Like, I just want to meander through my van without having to trip over my bike.
It's Cassilal says at Otis Goddess.
It comes with a lock and everything. The only issues I've ever had was the chain popping off when I'm like trying to go mega fast or like
It's
climb a
Cassilal
hill
says at
or
no
something.
bark _ nomad.
Because it's a beach cruiser. It's not made to just be traversing like crazy hills and stuff or riding it stupidly fast like I was. But to remedy
Rainbow
that,
Raccoon 82
you
says
can
at
always
Otis
just
Goddess,
loosen
hey.
up the bolts on the back wheel and then give it some tension and then tighten it with the tension.
Otis Goddess says, I'd be happy to foster it. Do you want me to swing by shortly? I'll see if I can message you on Discord.
Do you, yeah, it should be in good shape. There's like the back tire is a little low,
It's Cassie
not
Love
low
says
enough to
50
make you
tails.
not be able to ride it, but it could use a little extra air over, like if you're gonna actually use it and utilize it and use it for transportation.
Otis Goddess says at Rainbow Raccoon 82 hi.
How long would it take you to get to like Penmar Golf Course area? Or I could even ride it to you. And then, or something, I don't know. What's your day looking like? I'm pretty zonked. I just took a bunch of Tylenol so I can hopefully get rid of my headache.
Otis Goddess says 10 minutes.
Oh, that's fast. Well, just based off of you looking out my door right now, and the
No bark
other place I
_ nomad
mentioned,
says at Otis Goddess, hey.
you know where I am, right? Like, you should pretty much know, like, where this is just by seeing it, right? Like, if somebody was parked here or streaming here, I would be like, holy shit, it's
Otis
Cozy
Goddess
Park.
says not worth making you do extra with the headache.
Aw. I wish I had an air pump or something so I could like fine tune it a
Otis
little
Goddess
bit.
says yes, I take my cat to this park. Lol, surprisingly haven't seen you here.
That's crazy. That's funny. Yeah, I've been here hundreds of times. On stream. It's funny because I've never been stream sniped here before. Have I? No. I don't sleep here overnight though, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if somebody knew where this was and stuff. Well, if you want to head over here, I can tighten a few things up on it and I can adjust a few things. Make sure that this is aligned better.
Hardlight Woman says I brought you a smoothie once, but you weren't streaming.
Right, but it wasn't like you knew where I was based off the stream and then showed up while streaming.
Otis Goddess says okay, on my way, see you in a few.
Okay, sweet.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says since I have been going to the church I have been going to since 2016, I have met 2 families that have lived in the area and I have been in this area since 2003.
Oh shit. Crazy. Alrighty. Wait, where's the other adapter? I feel like I'm missing one adapter. I guess I don't need it. That's fine.
Hardlight Woman says I was thinking of fostering another kitten, but just one this time.
That could be nice. I had this seat set up so it like moves on its own, and I think that'd be a little weird for somebody that's like didn't set it up that way. So there, now the seat will not move. You can lower it and raise it. And then it does have a lock. So it does have lock and keys. Yeah, if you have a little mini bike pump, we could pump this back tire up a little bit, but that tire will not stop you from getting it home, I promise. Anything else that I should adjust? Maybe the chain could be tightened. The chain is a little rusty, which is kind of crazy because this bike is like brand new, but I basically rode it in San Diego for a few weeks at the beach every day. So the chain... Yeah, interestingly enough, the chain is kind of a little bit oxidated, more than I would have imagined it could be. Let's see. I feel like enough anti-rust shit. I mean, chains are cheap, so it's not like a huge crazy thing, but it'll work fine. Let me see, what else? The keys. Keys. Comes with 2 keys. Yeah, the bike's like brand new. Honestly, it's kind of crazy. Like even the tires still have those little rubber hairs, you know, on them that like only wear off when you ride it enough. But yeah, my only like downside to it is that the back tire needs a little air. But like I said, that did not stop me. And then, if for some reason you're riding it and the bike chain wants to pop off, then all I need to do is adjust the bolts.
Otis Goddess says maybe I'll replace it.
Oh, don't worry. I think it'll be fine. But I really hope that you get to utilize this thing. It's cute. It's nice.
Nobark_nomad says at Hardlight Woman, how many kitties do you have so far?
The only downside, Oats, is that like I can only store it right here. And I miss so much being able to get out of bed and not have to worry about running into it. One night I smacked my face into the handlebar and I was like, man. I was like, dude, fuck me. I do have a lot of tools and shit though. So like everything is adjustable. I wonder if this, which is for my tensioner,
Hardlight Woman says at Nobark_nomad, none the other two were adopted.
Nah, doesn't fit.
Always_Emiliana says, hey at Potential Bliss, I'm back.
Hey,
Just
welcome
had
back,
something
Emily.
go wrong.
So I'm gonna loosen these. Just enough to be able to tighten the chain. So I'm tuning it up a little for you. And so I don't know if you remember Oats, but I got this from a married couple from Holland that was like going to Burning Man. And yeah, so this bike was at Burning Man. Maybe one day. Probably never asked to see it again, to be honest. Just to be truthful. But my goal was at first to hopefully trade this for a skateboard. Maybe if you find a normal trick deck someday and it's in okay shape, that we could do a trade one day. But
Secret City 19 says a lot easier to adjust the chain when the bike is flipped over, Danny.
I know, but if I flip it over, I risk bending these cute little tail frame thingies, and I don't want to do that. I did that last time, and I had to bend them so that they didn't scrape the wheel or anything. Wait, what's in my pocket?
Nobark_nomad says at Hardlight Woman, I have 3 at home. One was rescued on the street in my neighborhood.
I wonder what the torque specs are on these things. 'Cause I'm kind of just tightening them like as much as I feel like it. Looking good. You know what's funny is that I know for a fact that Luis would let me store this at his house, and he lives right there. But I'd rather somebody utilize it, you know, because he has bikes. He's A retired.
Loki IRL says torque spec is 2 agagas.
What was that, Loki?
Torque spec is 2 ugas.
Hardlight woman says at nobark underscore nomad.
Good to know. Good to know. Dude, it's amazing what a nice little
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says lol.
tool set will do. Here's something that I never really used, but I'll never get rid of. This little handy little mirror. Hey, what's behind that? Oh, I see. That's what's behind that. But imagine it's an engine. So stoked on this thing. I don't really want to show off all my shit right now because I don't want to get robbed.
Rainbow Raccoon 82
This
says that could be used for geocaching.
It's for jump starting.
Secret City 19 says 240 to 300 lb.
Oh my god, Heartlight Woman, look what I got.
3.9 nanometers says the Google.
Remember that time you needed to come and jump start my car because I was stalled? Remember that? So this thing is a battery bank.
Loki IRL says very handy. I have one of those.
Fully
and you can
charged.
switch the head to a magnet.
So this thing is fully charged. Supposedly this will jumpstart my van
Pixie Tales says it
like
reminds me
8
of an
times.
extra large dental tool.
So I already
Hardlight
charged
Woman
this
says,
thing
"Oh,
up
nice."
when I was at Tiki Taco Tony's. I charged it up with a wall outlet. All you really do is you plug this little doohickey into here, and then you clip this onto the negative and positives.
Loki IRL says magnet is great
Boom.
when you drop a nut in your engine bay.
Oh yeah, that one that I was just showing you is a mirror. So magnet. I do have the magnet. This is a magnet. This is also very useful when you're working on an engine.
Pixie Tales says the mirror tool. Loki IRL says yeah, those rock.
Heck yeah.
It's funny because I didn't even have like a necessary, like a use necessarily for it. I was like, this is a just in case type thing. And the mirror didn't really help me a ton, but that magnet saved my ass a couple times. It's crazy because it even gives you a cigarette car outlet lighter to recharge this, which is kind of cool, convenient. And then you have USB out and USB in. My only gripe about this is that it must be old, and that must be why it was on sale on Prime Day, because it charges with micro USB, which is very outdated. Any new ones would definitely be USB-C. But, I mean, you know, technically we shouldn't have to use this that much anyways. It should be more of a emergency fail-safe thing that doesn't need to be constantly recharged. So, even though it has micro USB.
Loki IRL says Noco is legit.
Yeah, they are. Got a nice little first aid kit, which I didn't have for many months of all this. Oh yeah, here's the Autel AP200 that I've been talking about for months, which was not for sale anymore on Amazon, which is very sad.
This is the code reader for my van.
Then we put this.
This will throw codes. This will help me.
Otis Goddess says 5 minutes.
Okay. And some other new stuff that I got.
Loki IRL says I use a Noco 2 bank charger on the boat.
Nice. I got a little multimeter. The multimeter also charges micro USB, which is so fucking dumb. But either way, so this is the battery tester. This is a really useful tool. Man, how do I get it back into this box is the real question. This is actually one of those micro USBs that's like different than a normal micro USB. Again, another thing that's sort of outdated but extremely useful to have. And a multimeter. Multimeter, I haven't even used it yet. This, I don't even know. I think that this might take batteries. Or it might just use the voltage that's coming through and not even use batteries. I feel like it has to use batteries. I guess not. Oh yeah, it has batteries. AAA's. Okay. So I need to buy batteries or else I can't even use this thing. Imagine I'm like, ooh, I need the multimeter today. And then it's like, just kidding. I need a better toolbox for all this shit, man. I feel very like vulnerable just having it all kind of floating around in here like this. Where did the person go who suggested Otis? That was a good suggestion. Thank you. Did you know that I know Otis, or was that just like totally synchronistic? Yeah, I don't know what NOCO that is. I forget what number. All I know is that it works on diesels up to 3.0 and on gasoline engines up to 6.0. And my diesel's a 2.7 liter. So technically, it should jump my vehicle for like 6 to 12 months. I should be able to just charge it once every 6 months just to be extra careful that it's charged. And I don't, hopefully I would never need to use it that much that it would need to be like recharged more often. But it was only like $85 or something, normally like 110 or something like that. But because of that Prime Day thing. Oh, that reminds me, I need to return a couple cables that I bought. That like the male piece, this part and this part are kind of big because they're 100-watt ones, and it's kind of unnecessary. I don't need 100-watt ones. and I need to return them and buy different ones.
Akari's11 says she hosted you once.
Oh yeah. Okay, so you did know. Clearly, you did. Ever since I got this bike, it's been such a big part of my routine of like bringing it out of the van, bringing it into the van, putting it in the van somewhere where it's not going to fly around when I drive.
Secret City 19 says, isn't that the same girl you
Yeah.
chilled with at Ove one day?
Mm-hmm. It was. She streams too, you guys. She's a creative, awesome person. She like makes garments and things like that. She's a crafter. I bet I'll see her like walking from a distance. Unless she comes from some direction that I don't expect.
It's 929 732.
Secret City 19 says you see her head come down and look at you from the roof.
She's all boo. She's like, didn't expect me to come from up here.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says lol.
I think that like when we hung out, I don't even think she saw my van, really. It's not so bad. We're looking okay. We're borderline presentable. Just got a lot of shit around. The only thing that the bike doesn't come with is like a helmet or a light. So like if you're riding it at night, you might want to try to figure out a way to have a light or a flashing light or something. But it's all prepared for it. We could take off the shitty string lights because they're kind of
Secret
falling
City
apart.
19 says I remember you seeing her at a restaurant for bar thingy, then chilling by the performers over there. Then IDK I might have passed out. Lol.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a fun day. I love San Diego. Van life things. Van life things. I love that she lives so close. It's kind of epic. You guys should definitely follow her because she streams on the beach and she was talking about getting a tent and doing some tent action on the beach. So
Secret
like
City 19
she's
says
in her own
nights
little
are
like
getting
bubble.
cooler. Good time for bonfires. Let me know when you come. I'll collect some pallets.
How are you gonna get the pallets to me on your motorcycle? You can drag them? Whoa, what was that?
Mama _ is a _ fan. Subscribe to your
Yo,
channel for
thank you
1
so
month.
much. Oh my god, guys, we just got a tier 1 sub. Wait, did you just pre-subscribe for 6 months? Really? Is that what just happened?
Mama underscore Isa
I'm so
underscore
confused.
fan says I did. Love you.
What? Thank you
Secret City
so
19
much.
says I'll obviously drive there in something that can carry them. Lol.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mama is a fan.
Rainbow Raccoon
Thank
82
you.
says
You
yes,
guys,
he did.
W's in
No
the
Bark
chat.
underscore Nomad says at Mama underscore Isa underscore fan you.
I don't know if you guys remember, but I met Mama is a fan at TwitchCon, and she was so sweet and so generous and so helpful, and she's the one that she let us give her our backpacks. And then we were able to go into the block party because they didn't allow backpacks in there. So I had to carry like battery banks in my pocket and stuff. And then she came back when Sweaty and I were all done.
I love her.
And then she also returned our bags. It was just crazy helpful and epically generous. And just the unspoken generosity as well. You know what I'm saying? Thank you so much for the tier 1 6 months.
Underscore fan.
Thank you so much.
Mama underscore Isa underscore fan says, and I love you too, edits Cassilol.
Aw. So technically, I think we're at 55. What is the let's see. What does it say at the top of the? What does it say? What does the pinned comment say? We're 1 point high. Okay, so we're at 57.
56 100ths.
We are at 57 out of 100. Oh, you did it just in time too, because ads were literally just starting.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says 55.
Oh, okay, so we're at 56 now. Okay, cool.
Albus Engelbrechtson says the pin says 55. Secret
Okay,
City
perfect.
19 says okay question. I'll wait, got ads. Mama underscore Isa underscore fan says 43 to go and you have to get the 100 points for 3 months in a row, correct?
Yes. We got September under our belt. We did it. October, we're trying to get it. And then that last month, guys, we can do it. I know we can do it. If we get these 2 first months, there's no way we can't get that last month. I mean, we'd basically throw away everything we did for September and October if we didn't get it for November, too. It has to be
Albus Engelbrechtson
consecutive.
says 44 plus points away.
44 plus points away. We're just like at 1 sub away from chipping away at it. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then when I get on the program, I'll get a better pay for the sub that you prepaid for too. Like by December, I'll get paid like $3 instead of $2.50 or whatever it ends up being with the percentage, the increase.
Otis Goddess says almost there.
Okay. I'm looking in the direction that I would assume that you would be coming from. I would assume you're going to be coming down Rose. Not to totally dox myself, but... So I'm about by the baseball diamond closest to Rose.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says lol.
Are you guys excited to see Otis Goddess? Ma'am.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says I think she will see the bike by the van.
Oh yeah, she knows where she.
It's Cassilol says yes.
She knows this area better than I do. Like when she told me how long it takes her to get to certain places in town, I was like, oh shit, we're like neighbors, you know what I mean? But technically you could live like a mile or two inland and still be really close to the beach. You could live closer to the beach and still be close to the beach. But either way, it's nice when you know somebody who doesn't live like 30, 40, 50 minutes away. Because sometimes 10 miles could be like far as fuck in time, like time-wise. Yeah, my only thing is
Secret
I
City
wish
19 says,
that I had
how
a
does the
pump
subbing work
for the
towards
back
the
tire.
goal if someone like Giza did 6 subs in one day?
Yo,
does each
what's
sub count
up?
individually towards the
How's it
goal for
going?
6 months?
How
Or
are
because
you?
they did
Good
it
to
all
see
at
you.
once, it calculates different.
Hop in.
Oh, thank
Make
you.
yourself at home. You
wanna
can sit
intrude?
here
I
or you
here.
can sit
No, I
here.
can sit right here.
Okay. So everybody, say hi to Oats.
Hello.
She's also a streamer, and she's super nice and super creative, and you should already be following her.
And I am fostering this.
Yeah.
Raccoon
Some-
Okay, so I
says,
see the
hey,
tape you're talking about.
H-E-H-Y.
Is this the handlebars you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
So technically,
Sounds like lurking, doing things to stream.
Always
and then
underscore
right.
somebody
Emily
else
So,
Arnold says
so the
HIIV.
guy. So technically, that's like an accoutrement to
Elvis
Burning Man.
Engelbrechtsen
For
says
some
hi,
reason, I don't
Otis.
know if it's black light reactive, like the handlebar tape, but there is a chance that it is, or glow in the dark, or something, because
Mama underscore
The bike
Isa
was brand
underscore
new.
fan says hello.
and he
You did this, or it came like that too?
it came like that too. I re-wrapped it because it was just like wrapped around the center bar only, and it was very hodgepodge. So 2 people from Holland came to the United States and went to Burning Man. They bought 2 matching bikes, and then I inherited one of them from them in San Diego.
I remember you telling me about the bike, but
Mhm.
like,
So all these stickers too, these are 2024 Burning Man stickers. There's like one, there's more.
the
There's
seat
like
is the
Easter-
original seat, like the whole paint, everything
Yeah.
is like in pristine shape.
See,
Yeah,
Secret
the only
City
thing that
19
scratched
says
is like from me
Crossroads,
flipping
almost
it
like
upside
Frosted
down
Flakes,
and
but
then flipping
healthier.
it back over. The only downside is that I don't have a pump, so it's like, it's not low. I rode
Right.
it with the same amount of pressure in there, but it's definitely a little. And then I think,
Does the tire say so? Like, I haven't. I mean, I don't.
Does it say the
own
PSI?
A beach
Yeah.
cruiser. I've owned like mountain bikes and stuff,
40
but
to
like, does it show the
65.
pressure? Okay.
Yep. Honestly, I should have like an air compressor because my van could need it, you know? It's kind
It
of-
would be great for like
Smart.
portable emergency things.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
So like if you flipped it upside down to work on it for some reason, or
And
just
there's got to
something,
be like a battery compressor too, right? Something that you can use to like jumpstart your vehicle as well for
Yeah.
emergency things.
Yeah, I've
like
seen-
that do both.
yeah, I've seen those like multi things.
Okay, so this thing is just a little bit out of whack.
Tiny bit, but it doesn't really scrape or anything.
It's not that bad.
And technically, it doesn't even need to be there.
I mean,
But like, it like when I rode it, I didn't have any scraping or anything.
okay. I know a bike guy, so I might have him look at it.
Right. Yeah. And then the chain, I just kind of tightened it up a bit.
Yeah.
What else? There's some more Easter eggs. Like, there's like a little Burning Man sticker somewhere.
This
over
is
there.
the
Oh, right
coolest
here.
part. This is so cool. So it's like the batteries.
It says
Secret
Like
City 19 says
Illuminati.
foster mama critiquing her new child.
PRC 2019. So they must have got
Damn.
an old sticker from somebody that still had them. And then this one, Black Rock City, Nevada, the last mercantile. I can't tell whether this is 2024 or not. And I
Okay.
think that's all the Easter
It's Gasilal
eggs. I
says,
swear
"Lol,
I
so
saw
cute."
one more somewhere. No, that. See, it's so
Secret
new that
City
they didn't
19
even take
says,
off
"Just needs a
the
basket."
left and right like stickers. Yeah, and then the seat, it was super high. All I did was lower it. You know, you can just lower or raise it.
Like
Careful
a
because
super
there is
heavy
some kind of
pickup.
grease on here to keep it nice and
Lubed up.
smooth. And just like any other bike, once in a while,
Lakebug says
suck
56
it up a little
100
bit.
Stanny
Once
is
in a
only
while,
44
this
points
comes
away
up
from
line.
reaching the Plus program for the
Line.
second month.
Like, as far
Let's
as
help him
tire
get the raise he deserves. Every paid, not gifted, or Prime Twitch subscription adds points. Tier 1 1 PT, Tier 2 2 PTS,
pretty
Tier
heavy.
3 6
Shit, it's
PTS.
solid. But
Plus,
it's an official beach cruiser. It's like not a knockoff
Right, so
or
there's
anything.
no gears. Because like I said, I'm familiar to like
No
mountain bikes,
gears.
So like,
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a beach cruising machine.
Okay.
So 1 speed cruising speed.
That'll be a new thing for me learning for riding it around. But I mean, like, I really don't need it because, like, I'm right around this area, right? So, like,
Right.
from here to the beach. So, like,
Right.
just let me know whenever you want it.
But yeah, I hope that you get some use out of it. I mean, feel free to like think about whatever. Like if you find a bargain.
Might put a little basket on
Yeah,
it.
if you find like a bargain on a basket, that'd be good. You could ride it to the beach. You can lock it to something, and then you can take your stuff out of the basket, and then you can leave it locked somewhere. I don't know how these got so bit up right here. I really have no clue. I'm really.
Did something maybe fall on it?
No, because even if you flip it upside down, this would never scrape the ground. So like maybe.
It's like this one's
maybe
not
somebody
even
like,
really.
Yeah, maybe somebody like kind of tried to adjust it.
It might have been the wrench, because like this one's torn up a little bit. Like
okay.
maybe someone was.
It must have been a wrench that somebody was like, oh, let me adjust this for you, and they just were like high on acid, and they were like in the desert, and they were like, let me get my pliers out, and like fucking fixed it.
Right.
I don't know. And then this is kind of taped shut, but the batteries died. Technically, this whole thing could just be removed and just forgotten about.
I have like a slicer thing that could be ripped open. And
Yeah, so
but if it's like, is it
just like AA batteries?
Okay. I was like, if it's corroded, I can clean it up. I don't know really any wiring skills yet.
AA batteries, and it did work when I first started using the bike, but it died. So I did light it up a little bit.
Okay.
And yeah, honestly, I should have taken both of them. I know it sounds crazy to say. Well, I'm
So
trying
they
to find
were
a quick-
offering both of them.
Yeah,
to
they
you.
were matching.
That's amazing.
And the other one didn't have
So
tape
did
on the
somebody else?
handlebars.
Did you see somebody else take the other one?
No,
or
they were
was-
trying so hard to find people. It was crazy. Everybody was like, no, leave me the fuck alone. Like, really not being nice about it. Like, every homeless person was like, no, get away from me. I was like, damn, they're
You know,
literally
sometimes
trying
when you're
to
on
hook you
that
up.
day of just like, yeah, or whatever at the end of your festival. You're just,
Secret City 19 says, are we going to watch her ride away into the sunset?
Like maybe they were trying to swindle, you know what I mean? Like
yeah,
they
I
didn't
think
they were
some
trying to
people are more,
who knows,
like, you know, closed off, you know,
Exactly.
and people are trying to be generous, unless it's something easy to carry, maybe, too. But yeah, I love the color. I love it. It's a great bike. I put some energy
It's
into it.
Cassie
I
Law
rode
says
it
law.
around a bit.
Secret
So
City
where's your,
19
like,
says
best
play
spot
some
you
emotional
take?
music.
San Diego. Yeah. I mean, I rode it at the end. Look at these fucking spiders. They're huge, dude. Those are like the biggest spiders I've seen in forever. Hold on, we gotta show these. Holy fuck. Look at this beast. Oh my god, you can see it without even zooming in. So these are the spiders that could potentially drop into my van. Anytime I park under trees, I think about that's a fact that it could happen.
I think that's a dead one there.
In the web, like clump, I see that. When I first bought this van, I parked it. I mean, I can say it because fuck it, but I parked it at like 4th and Marine. And it's nice there because there's like really good parking that's like week-long parking. So I was like, I'll park it here.
For like,
They're like black bears versus scary.
But 4th and Marine going down towards that school and shit, towards Pico and towards Ocean Park, there's like this beautiful canopies of trees that also shade the streets. So if it's summer, it's like such a primo parking spot. And I parked there for like 3 weeks when I first bought the van.
Could set a hammock up in between those trees and just relax and look up at the spiders.
I didn't move it once. I just left it there, and I was like closing out my time at this apartment that I was renting. And then like I started like throwing some of my belongings in the van. There was nothing in here, just the floor was covered in shit, and I just threw
So
things.
you installed this?
No, this came with it because the guy who owned this, the only other owner, he owns a family-owned like high-end interior design company.
Okay.
So luckily he put a double pane, professionally cut and installed floor in here.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Before I got it, which is kind of epic.
Does it help keep like the sound out and the sound insulated as well?
It does, yeah. It does. I don't really think of that too much, but you're right, for sure. And it's permanent. You know, these aren't like you can't take these fucking things out.
Yeah, no.
That took like a high pressure like air compressor gun.
Like almost like a nail prep, like a nail gun, but
something that I don't
that's
have.
not
Oh yeah, but when I went out to my van, there was like a spider that big, like had made a giant web like underneath my bumper to the ground. And dude, I literally saw it and was like, sorry, nature. And I just fucking killed that thing. I was just like, I'm sorry.
See, I would try to like transport it, but like you said, it was under the bumper, so you risked it like getting. Yeah.
I was like, smack the web, bam, like smash it, like, you know, I'd much rather relocate it, but like the fact that relocating it, it's already outside, you know. But I've been really lucky because there isn't a lot of gaps in this vehicle where creatures like that can get in. Like I've never had a mouse, I've never had a spider. Like it's crazy.
Secret City 19 says
See, I feel
violent.
like I would fear falling asleep with like the door open or like, you know.
I don't do that very often.
Secret City 19 says I like this
But
side
have
of
you
Danny.
before? Were you guilty? Like you got lucky, you fell asleep with it open and you didn't get anything in here?
Yeah, I have fallen asleep with it open and been like, ooh, fuck me, because like, damn, you know? Like people just walking by looking at me, you know?
It's Cassie Lol says van pets lol.
Yeah, van pets.
Yep. Yeah, no, I enjoy looking at them. I've held like daddy long legs, I've held other spiders on me, and I've, you know, transported other spiders inside my house. But like those ones,
yeah, and you know, there's ones that are about that big, but they're a little more like, I don't know what the word is, like lanky. Like they have longer and
it's almost like a tarantula-like thing, but like almost.
Well, they're like got this narrow fucking.
No bark underscore no
like
man
instead of
says
being like
Ratatouille
chunky
lol.
like that thing
Secret
is,
City 19
they're
says
like
the ant
longer
people may get
legs
jealous
and like
of you paying
bright
too much
yellow
attention
and
to the
green,
spider
like
people.
crazy shiny like neonish colors on them that make you think that they're definitely deadly.
Oh yeah.
Mama underscore Isa underscore fan says daddy long leg.
There's a small one there. Look at that tiny one there. Oh my goodness.
See, that one could fit in my van.
That one's cute.
And this tree is kind of spectacular. Like it has these weird ass pods growing on them.
I know.
have
I'm curious
no idea
what
this
those are. Those are weird.
I know. It almost looks like
It's
a
Cassie
fruit,
Lol
but
says
I
I've
think they're
never
just
seen
seed
them before.
pods.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it must be a really unique tree that they specifically planted at the park to create a lot of shade, but not create a lot of like droppage. Because like all the other trees shed so much, and this one, I've never seen one of whatever those are on the ground. Like the
Secret City
seed
19
pod.
says I'd say those are spider pods.
Did you make the sleeves you're wearing? You did, right?
Secret
You
City
gotta show
19
them.
says lol.
You guys.
My knit sleeves? Oh, my cuffs too.
So Oats makes all this epically cute stuff that is fashionable and comfortable and cozy. So she actually made these sleeves.
Alpaca.
I love it.
Says
Oh,
identify
it's so
spiders
soft.
app is cool.
And then it's like it's kind of got a sling behind it that connects them right here. And then the ankle. What do you call those?
They're like what do you call them, like boot sleeves or something?
Boot sleeves. Okay.
No bark underscore nomad says alpaca.
Those are sick. One day I'll get something from you at some point where I feel like I have
I know, I was talking about making you a sweater, but then when I actually realized like the whole context like of like you having to take care of it, I was like, that doesn't make sense.
yeah, maybe like an accoutrement of some sort.
Maybe like
the
fingerless gloves or a hat or
yeah,
something.
yeah, like something simpler, right? Yeah.
Because like, yeah, you've got to like hang dry it, and it's like very heavy when wet. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah, like if I got a hoodie or sweater or something, I would wear it like on special occasions only.
Exactly.
You know, I wouldn't wear it like daily or try to have to worry about what kind of how much wear and tear I put on it from wearing it too much. Like, I mean, I've worn these jorts for 2 months, and look at them.
They're amazing.
2 months though. Pretty soon I won't be able to wear them because it'll be too revealing.
You just buy a new one, or you got another pair?
No, I just have a pair of jeans that
Okay.
I cut next.
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty much. I usually wait till there's knee holes ripped in the jeans, but like at this point I might need to start buying 2 pairs of jeans and preemptively cutting one into jorts just because they don't seem to last me long.
You're wearing through them too fast.
Yeah. And I do a lot of like that when I sit up and stand down or do anything. So that's why all these like, oh, you guys can't even see. That's why I got all these friggin' holes. But luckily there's no
Like
crotch
the wears,
holes or anything
yeah.
like really weird or unusual. Well, I do. My pocket is starting to fall
That's pretty
apart.
average though, because like probably.
Not even a wall. I don't even carry
Did you
anything
put
in
anything
there.
back
No,
there?
I don't know why it's doing that.
You're just packing, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Just sitting down and on my butt. I don't know. Maybe it was from riding the bike. I don't know. Can't remember. I've really never had the pocket do that. It must have been something to do with my
Secret City
lifestyle
19 says
recently.
he does a lot of movement in his jorts. Noted.
Yes. I'm a very active jorts wearing person.
They're
Let's-
way more like like you can do more movement in them than people want to admit to.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You get max flexibility in these things. If you thought that you could like spread
put
your legs
spandex
out
to
pretty
shame.
far, put on a pair of jorts and you fucking get 10 extra inches on each leg. You could do the splits.
Pretty much.
You know, the person that added you on Discord, they were just like listening to me talk about how I'd like to find somebody to foster the bike. And they were
Really?
like, oh, I know somebody. And I was like, oh, sick. Who? And then they were like, Otis Goddess. And I was like, oh, fuck yeah, great idea. And they're like, oh, I'll just ping
Secret
them on
City
Discord.
19 says it's
I was like,
rewarding.
fuck yeah.
Set up the JORT Olympics.
I also tried to reach out to you the other day. Remember when you were down at the beach? I came out, and then I think by the time I went down there, I got deep fried Oreos. I checked your stream.
Oh,
you were
shit.
gone. And I was like,
Yeah.
I'm not catching you.
Right, yeah. Well, usually when I'm in Venice, I end up in Santa Monica. So, like, you would have been in Venice, and I probably would have been in Santa Monica.
That's what
But then by
you
the
were on
time
the way
you
to
got to
it,
Santa
yep.
Monica, I would have been on Main Street.
Yep.
And then by the time you got to Main Street, I'd have been on Rose,
Mhm.
and so on and so forth.
Yep. And I was like, nah. I went to the pier the other night, so I was like, no.
Yeah. Did you see the Circus du Soleil
Yes.
or whatever?
I did.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a cool one, too.
They're setting it
It's
up right, so it
expensive.
doesn't start until.
I think it's
November.
literally like the 20th of October, 19th, like tomorrow. Yeah. And I only saw one date listed.
Okay,
I don't
so
know
I
if
saw
it's
it, like,
one,
last week
one
when they
and
were
done,
setting it.
or how
Okay.
that works. But when I saw the promo for it and like how they look and like how they're like the brand, the designing and branding or whatever the hell the look that they're doing looks really trippy.
Really?
Yeah, it looks really cool.
See, I saw. Have you ever seen a Circus Soleil?
I mean, I've seen videos.
I saw one once out in Vegas, and it was really cool.
It's like $120.
It's pricey, yeah.
Yeah.
For just like a generic ticket, unless you get like a last minute sale type of thing. Like you can maybe get lucky getting one for like $70, $65, but like yeah,
I wonder if I could stream in there or not.
you might get lucky.
I wonder if they'd let me. I would only buy a ticket if I knew I could stream in there.
Right.
You know? I'd be so bummed if I had to just be in there.
And then you like
by
bought a
myself.
ticket, and then they like.
I
Like,
would
well,
like
there goes the
immediately
content.
eat a shitload of mushrooms and be like, fuck it. YOLO.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. Damn. Or just put the like stream low key. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just like only bring in my iPhone, like my normal phone, but like not really have
And
chat
then like
phone
pop
or
the
anything.
tripod up later, depending on like how.
Or just
yeah,
not
feel
even.
Things exactly.
Just hold it, pretend I'm
Yeah, because
filming.
people record things all the time.
Right.
So it's like.
I haven't been to a circus since I was a little kid,
For
but
some
I've never
reason,
been to
with
this
the
kind.
like tripod and stuff, which I get, like, because I went to the San Diego Zoo, right? So it's like when we went through on the bus, there's some people with the selfie stick, and I was like, this bitch is gonna get her thing taken out because she was like sticking it up like this, like, and we were on the second level, and I was just like, wait.
Oh, like a double-decker bus? Oh, that's cool.
Because it like takes you on a whole trip, like through the whole zoo, like on a fast route. So like we walked through the zoo, but then at the end, like we all like sat up at the top and like.
Did you see their hippo? Because there's like Moodang, not at San Diego Zoo, but there's Moodang. You know Moodang?
Yep.
Okay, so Moodang is the cutest fucking hippo in the world, right?
Mhm.
And they have a baby hippo there that's
Is that
not
why
Moodang.
they have a platform there?
I don't
that
know.
platform's terrifying, and the big hippos can go up there too. Like I
I've
ran
seen
into
videos.
somebody, and I was like,
the hippo
"Hey."
can be like in your face.
That's
At least from
yeah.
what I saw.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Those fucking things will just eat you like a grape. It was like, done.
They'll have you first. Yeah, it was just like, holy crap. It was crazy.
I watched this podcast that it seems like they're falling apart, this podcast. I've watched them for years. The H3 podcast. They're really struggling right now because
Sounds familiar,
the people who run the podcast are from Israel, and then like the wife was in the IDF, but not like as a terrorist that kills people, just as like you have to join the IDF. Period. If you live in Israel, you're in the fucking IDF. They moved from there to here, and they are in no association with any kind of terrorism or anything that happens, but it's just like the whole debate between like Zionism, anti-Semitism, supporting terrorism or not, and being bold and standing and dying on the hill even though you're Israeli, and having to possibly agree with people who are saying that all Israelis should be killed and all this shit, when there's obviously a lot of discrepancy and hardship that goes with trying to process or view, like express your views on that when there's so much going wrong out there. And Hassan Abi from Twitch, he did a podcast with them called Leftovers, and it was like the only political podcast segment that they ever did on that show, but it was big, it was very popular.
Okay.
And they had some disagreements because Hassan harbors a lot of like ex-4chan people who are like extremely racist and crazy and psychotic, and they have a lot of opinions, and unfortunately that makes up a huge chunk of Hassan's audience, so there's this like falling apart between both communities. And even, you know, like H3 used to get 1 million views on every single live stream they did within a few days, and now it's like lowering and lowering. Even the last one was just like him talking for 3 hours about like his deepest feelings about the subject to kind of sort of clear things up a little bit so they have at least a better understanding of why he feels like such a victim in this situation. And but yeah, either way, fuck, why did I bring it up to begin with? I don't remember.
I'm not sure either, but that's okay.
It was something about the H3 podcast that made me bring it up.
I feel like, does one of the main talkers have like short brown hair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ethan Klein?
Yep.
Yeah.
I like know of him from like, him doing like interviews. Or
Oh yeah, the beginning of yesterday's podcast, which was mostly about drama and politics and shit. The first like 20 minutes was them on a field trip at the San Diego Zoo.
Okay.
Yeah. And they were like, they told a bunch of the people that were going from the cast that like Moodang was there, so they like bought Moodang merch from online, and they were all like wearing Moodang t-shirts, and they were like all super excited as a group, like, oh, I'm so glad we're all here together, blah blah blah. And then one of the director was like, just so you know, unfortunately, Moodang isn't at this zoo. You guys know that, right? And they were all like, oh, Sag. And they went on a big mission to find the hippo that is there.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
No, the platform is terrifying. I ran into a few people I knew crossing paths, and I was like, hey, yo, how's it? Because like, you know, it's like your last day, like your day off, like you don't want to stop. Like if you stop, like
it's Cassie Law says
some people
law.
you're with might try. Yeah, it's just like, hey, how's it going? I'm like, hey, have fun. Go check out the hippo platform. They're like, I'm on my way right now. I'm like, have fun. I think they were going because they were chasing these like ducks in the water, like these birds in the water, and I was like, they're hunting.
When did you go?
Monday, when I was supposed to be going to the cliffs to meet you. When
Oh,
you were talking about going to the cliffs.
sweet.
And I was like, I'm either going to go to the zoo or
I
the
think I
cliffs.
remember
But yeah,
that
me
now.
and the boys went to the zoo.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I ended up meeting up with like Sweaty Pedals there, who's an IRL streamer and variety streamer, and Flipsy Fiona, who's a van lifer that lives in like a Toyota Sienna minivan. But she's been living in that thing for years, and she
Really?
streams, and And
Did she stay there with? I thought it was just you and Sweaty.
and another person.
Okay, dang.
3 people that we basically all met at TwitchCon. 4 including me.
Right on.
We hung out there. It was nice.
It's beautiful over there.
It was really nice.
Did y'all have fire?
No, but Sweaty has like an RV basically, and it's like an apartment on wheels. So we kind of just hung out in there quite a bit.
I popped into his stream the other day and he was like working on some electrical shit. I was like, damn.
Yeah, he's installing a whole ton of shit. Like 8 solar panels, a bunch of deep cell batteries, solar charge controllers, 3,000 watt inverter, DC charge for charging his batteries from his alternator while driving. Many options. He can even plug in shore power and charge up his batteries. He's going hard in the modification paint.
I mean, if you're gonna go at it, you might as well just do it, you know.
Yeah, he went up to Washington because a community member who's also a streamer, he goes by AD Engineering, he built him a desk for the RV, and he was like, all you gotta do is come get it and then install it. And then in the midst of like being there and having a lot of resources and a lot of tools and a lot of safety by being at someone's house and having the luxury of parking somewhere and not being bothered at all when you're working on it, he's put in more than he would have otherwise. So he bought like a ton of stuff.
That's awesome.
It's been working on installing it now for like 2 weeks maybe. I don't know how long it's been, but it feels like 2 weeks. Originally his plan was to go up there and then go back across country and then record because he's like the lead singer of a rock band.
Okay.
And then the session got like moved or canceled, so he's kind of taking his time now and just making big moves.
Right on.
Might be able to get him to come down here when he's all done before he drives out east again, which could be cool. I'll have to let you know if he shows
That'd
up.
be
I'll
awesome.
hang out at the
yeah,
beach.
we could all meet up. That'd be sick. Yeah.
That sounds fun.
That would be cool. Good time. And if we ever meet up during the sunlight, we can use my solar grill and I can make some dessert or something.
Oh yeah, Oates has a solar grill, you
I
guys.
love that thing. That thing's so cool.
Extreme Jording should be set up at Jort Olympics.
Yeah.
I think I would be a lead contender in that shit for sure.
Sponsored by Denim.
I think
No
Sweaty
Mark
wears
_Nomad
thicker
says solar
jean
grill.
shorts.
That sounds
I think
cool.
he starts them with thicker jeans. I think that's like probably a pro move or something. Mine are not that thick, which I kind of like because I don't want them to be so heavy, you know?
But do you ever wear heavier ones during the winter? You wear lightweight ones like all year long?
I usually wear pants all winter.
Okay.
And then in the summer, like the second it gets warm, I'll just be wearing them and be like,
Just cut them off.
Fuck yeah. Yeah.
Like, there's my van. Goodbye.
I made a few pairs on stream for sure.
That's amazing.
My van has been hit by baseballs, by the way, before.
Really?
Oh yeah, a few times. And volleyballs in San Diego.
So usually when I come out here, there's like nobody. There's like people bringing their dogs
No Mark
out
_ Nomad says
here.
you. Welcome in Raiders.
There's usually some people
Oh
that
shit,
come
Techie
by
Overload with the raid. Welcome in. Welcome Raiders. What's up? Hey man, Potion. Thank you for giving Techie Overload a shout out. Dude, that's crazy. I was just checking who's streaming and thinking about like who to
Techie
raid
Overload
earlier.
says Techie Raid.
And I was thinking about raiding you, Techie. That's funny that you ended up raiding me. Thank you. I met Techie at TwitchCon. And he's a streamer too. Super nice.
No Bark _ Nomad
Thank you so much for
says
the
at
raid.
Techie Overload you. How was the stream?
The Marcel
The Marcel
Network,
Network
welcome
says Techie
in.
Raid.
Thank you for the raid. Hi everybody. Welcome Raiders. I hope you had a good stream.
Techie Overload says
Hope Techie
Raid.
took good care of you
Techie
guys.
Raid. It's Cassielal says Techie Overload.
My name is Danny, also known as Potential Bliss here on Twitch and YouTube and Instagram and all that shit. Welcome to my live stream. Today we're hanging out in Los Angeles in Venice, California, and I'm hanging out with a friend and streamer named Otis Goddess, aka Oats, and she's a creator here on Twitch, and she
Techie Overload
streams
says I was
her
just at
crafts
New York Comic Con.
in pretty places. Oh, you were at New York Comic Con?
Ooh,
Sick.
That's what they were just doing.
That sounds fun.
Ooh, that sounds amazing.
Was it awesome?
How was the con?
I miss TwitchCon. I hope it's as much of a vibe as it was for
Man
whatever
Potion says
reason
I
it
was
was.
happy to discover
next
you have a
year, too.
YT
I hope
channel.
it's even
Now I
better.
can binge watch your
had
VODs along with
simply,
Tony's.
my best Twitch
Techie
con this
Overload
last-
says it was
this
amazing.
last one, and I've
100%.
gone to like 3 or 4. Yeah.
Same.
So, like,
I've been to 3 total with this year, and
Yep.
I genuinely believe that this year was just, I don't know
No
why
Bark _Nomad
exactly.
says OMG. I heard that was so fun. Who
A
did
lot
you
of
get
people
so
said
At Techie
that
Overload.
it was also their best, or like had noted the vibes were like very genuine and authentic, and that there wasn't very much like holier than thou weird streamer shit happening. The only real downside was all the like kick douchebags that really made a mark on like being maybe the most popular clips from the TwitchCon, but like also those people are so fucking irrelevant, and like they would have no views if they didn't like harass Twitch streamers in public like they do. Like I always wonder what they would do if like I'm from Detroit originally. Like I would love to see them, which is kind of brutal to say, it's very cynical. I would love to see them just like walk down the street in Detroit and like harass. Not that I want to see any girl
Plenty of them
get
would,
harassed
first of
ever.
all.
None of them would, because they're a bunch of pussies and they know that they're in an environment with a bunch of vulnerable, sensitive, non-aggressive people.
some of them would realize, but some of them would be too stupid to like. Yeah.
I just feel like people like that, I want to say it, but I don't want to say it. I feel like they need to learn the hard way. Because if you're in an environment with people who are pushovers, like everybody at TwitchCon, because they don't want to fucking sour the vibe, I feel like they need to go to a place where somebody will just knock you the fuck out for doing that. Because that is harboring such bad influence.
Albus Anger Brexon
Like
says
if they
say
think
it,
that's
baby.
funny, and if anybody watches it thinks that funny, they may replicate that behavior, and that is
Techie Overload says at No Bark
it's the kind of shit that like
Nomad,
if your
I just
dad
roamed
was
around
around
today,
and you
day
were like a
zero. I met
teenager
a
and
few
somebody
Power Rangers
So
and
how do you
Rita
feel
results
about
actor
Darius
Small.
attacking you, Rob?
Techie Overload says Rita
That was
Repulsa.
one of the biggest like clips that like basically Eddie, one of the owners of Kick, tweeted out like, hey Twitch, what do you think about this of like your con having this and promoting like whatever? Because like Darius kind of came at E-Rob, and then there was a scuff between them, like a brawl.
at TwitchCon.
Yes.
And so who took the shitty end of that stick?
Kick tried to make it out to be like E-Rob was a bad person, but I feel like Darius was put there and he instigated E-Rob. Because
Yeah,
I know some things about that other person, and I like, yeah, I feel
Okay,
like he was
so I think that it's like with being very just out of the know. I think it's similar to when like I'm just gonna say it. It's similar to like all these people that track down these predators, and then when they meet them, they like bitch slap them once, and then like call the cops, and everyone's like, man, thank God I wasn't there, because that would have been way worse for that guy. I think that like they're like you said, they're downplaying the fact that they're planted there specifically to cause a ruckus.
No
And
Bark
that
_Nomad
once in a while,
says at Techie Overload I wanted
somebody's
to go
gonna
to
be
see
like-
the PR actors
like
and
me,
Rita's
like, listen,
actress
I'm from
Paul Rogers
Detroit.
just took
Yeah.
credit.
Please
Sounds like
stand
fun.
on business.
Techie Overload says damn man.
Because there was that one guy who was wearing like all green, and he was like running
Techie
around
Overload
just saying
says
stupid
next
shit
time.
to people.
For sure.
And he was like, say you love Twitch, or say you love Kick, say you love
Did you
Kick.
see the person dressed at? Go on, I didn't mean to distract you.
No,
but-
it's
okay,
fine.
so the
I
very
should
person dressed
stop.
I don't remember. I don't think I saw that person. But I did. Did you see the person dressed as Dr. Disrespect? They had blonde hair. They were trying to be like.
Nah,
I
I
asked
didn't
somebody
see
about it,
that.
and they said he was like the.
I wonder if she knows.
Some sort of like redone, like I don't know.
No, but I get it. I think that
And
there's
I
a
was
lot
just
of
like-
people trying
I
to
looked
push
at the security
buttons.
guard and I was
Techie
like, I
Overload
said,
says,
do you know
alright,
who,
Danny and
do you know
chat.
who they're
I'm
dressed
heading out
as?
to
And I
start
said,
heading home.
Okay.
I hope you
I
have a
have no
great day
idea.
in Venice for me. Love y'all.
Oh, I appreciate you, Techie. Thank you so much for the raid. You guys, please make sure you're following Techie ASAP.
Techie
Yeah.
Overload says it potential bliss.
And thank
peace
you
and
again for
grow.
the raid. If you guys are here from the raid, feel free to hang out. I understand that you just hung out and Techie explored around Comic-Con NY with you guys and you might be tired. But if you are staying, make yourselves at home. If you're leaving, please have a beautiful rest of your night. Yeah.
It's Cassilal says Techie Overload. No bark _ nomad says it. Techie Overload. Peace out. Stay safe.
I think they tried really
Techie Overload
hard
says-
to put an emphasis on how much drama was created by the Kick people when it was like very much bullshit. Like it was so minor, it was so minuscule.
Yep.
The real thing that I saw that like I can't be like, well, your fault because that would be kind of fucked up is all the people that their drinks were spiked at the parties. Because that was also
That's
another thing that was
unfortunate,
like
kind of like a Twitch
over-popularized
thing.
on
Yeah.
Twitter. Was like, oh, I got spiked, I got this, I woke up, blah blah blah, this and that, and I didn't partake in any kind of trying to talk about that to anybody. Even now, this is like the first time. But I mean, all of
Generally, why like no matter where I go, I don't leave my drink unattended.
Yeah,
Whatever. It's
yeah.
just kind of like, I mean, it's a sad thing, but it's like for them to like put it on, you know what I mean, to put it on somebody, it's like kind of just a general day in the
Mhm.
life of
yeah, because companies
human.
were like,
Like-
having to post apologies that it happened
Yeah,
at
that's
their
shitty.
event, and
So then the company should serve a drink cover.
they
or-
did.
Oh.
They did.
Like a cover for the drink.
And they weren't like, we gave drink covers.
Shit.
They were just like, maybe you didn't get a drink cover, but we did offer them to anybody and everybody that was at the venue.
Yeah.
And like, we're so sorry. Maybe they were out, or, you know, kind of like really trying to be accountable.
Was this at the block party or was this at like
Nah, this was like a
explicit
party.
venues party? Okay.
Mhm. And then there was like a lot of really kind of popular posts on Twitter. I fucking hate Twitter. But there was this popular post that like, you know, people were like, you know, we should be able to go out and have a good time. This is life. Like, we should be able to go out in society and not wonder if we're going to be drugged by random sketchy people at the thing. And that's so valid. And then another thing that is valid but kind of rude to say is don't get wasted. Fucking retain
You
your
don't have to
sobriety
drink
just for
alcohol.
the night.
Exactly.
You know, like
Yep.
if there's a chance that that could happen to you, it's only because you're drinking.
Yep.
And you don't have to drink to hang. You know, you don't have to. And if you're like, and I feel like if you really
True.
want to be extra careful and you do want to catch a buzz, because I like getting stoned as fuck at night, and if it's late and they want to get drunk, I get it.
Mhm.
Fuck, same shit, different, you know, thing. And bring a flask, you know, like be like super low key about it. And it is very disrespectful to the people who did deal with this like probably traumatic as fuck type thing where they felt out of control, and then when they got regained control and consciousness, they were like, holy shit, dude, I'm so glad I didn't
Albus
get
Engelbrechtson says,
assaulted
Danny,
or
how can
anything."
you hate a platform that is full of neo-Nazis?
Yeah, I mean, like, there was somebody
You're
outside
insane.
of, like, where we were that one night. It was a few nights before, I think it was Friday night at the coin op. Somebody came out, and I thought it was somebody I knew, so I was starting to panic. But still, I was just like, it was still a random person, like, collapsed on the sidewalk. Like, the fire truck
A
came
girl?
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, someone was holding her up and shit, and I was just like, I checked in, I was like, hey, yo, you good? Like, because I didn't want to surround them. Like, the last thing they need is
To be
a
freaked
group
out more
around,
than
like,
they
somebody
already
who's
are.
either, like, passed out or trying not to. Yeah. Just,
Yeah.
we're good? Okay, well, we'll move along. Like, shit.
It's crazy. I mean, like, it can happen to anyone. It really can. And you could literally turn around for 1 fucking second, you know. Could be the fucking bartenders too.
That's
I mean,
another
there's-
reason why, like, some people are like, oh, hey, you know, give it to a buddy or give it to somebody. It's like, even then, like, are you sure, like, they're keeping their eyes on, like, you know?
Like, I was trying to like proclaim my enjoyment of the con, and then like all of Twitter was saturated with like kick drama and then the
Oh,
spiking of
no.
drinks drama.
And I was like, all right, I'll just keep my joy
yeah.
to myself for a
Oh,
while. I'll
no.
let you guys, like, this is more valid. I don't want to be, like, rubbing it in people's faces that, like, I avoided drinking and had the best time of my life. And,
Right.
Like, you know.
Damn.
And even, like, I'm a stoner. I've been a stoner for fucking as long as I can remember. Like, literally more than 60-70% of my waking life I've been a stoner. And even in that instance, like, I'd much prefer to be a little more clear-headed because I'm networking, I'm meeting people I've been looking forward to meeting, I'm meeting strangers that I never knew I was going to meet. I'm meeting
19
Twitch
says my
staff.
girl acted like that off of the 4 gummies I gave her. She couldn't even talk and was a mess. If a stranger saw her, they would have thought she was on some heavy drugs.
Yeah, I had a friend who ate a little bit of RSO, which is like this oil that you can eat that's super
exactly
potent.
what it is, yeah.
His girlfriend broke up with him because she thought he was lying because she was convinced he was on some drugs that he's never talked about and that they should probably break up because of it. And they broke up because of it. He ate a rice grain sized piece of RSO, which is just hash oil basically, but you eat it and it's
But if you've
it's
like never
decarbed.
dabbed and you've never like done like it's really heavy.
It's like
it's
like
also,
eating
I think,
1,000
contains CBD,
milligrams
so it
of
like fully
chocolate.
rounds out the it's like really intense.
And if you haven't eaten or
Yeah.
whatever, there's so many things. And he's like a
It'll
pilot.
floor you, yeah.
He's like a private jet pilot. So he has a
man.
really good job. And she was like, "Oh, you're throwing your life away for whatever this
Aldous
is."
Engelbrechtson
And he
says,
was
oh,
like,
this is
"It's just
cute.
this."
I can say it. I'm a foreigner.
And they broke up. And then he gave me
Secret
the
City
whole
19 says
vial.
she's never
It was
even
like in a
smoked before.
syringe.
Right.
He was like, "I don't ever
I
want anything
don't
to do
wanna-
with this." And he gave it to me, and yeah, they never got back together even. It was kind of crazy.
Damn. That's terrible. That's brutal.
And I remained friends with both of them. It was really awkward. I don't talk to either of them anymore. It happens.
Yep.
And she lived in Santa Monica. She's one of like the first cool friends I ever met
Oh,
here.
shit.
And her boyfriend was a few blocks away, like really close to the beach, kind of like right next to the community gardens, Santa
Okay.
Monica. And then she was at like Second and Marine.
Okay, that's like on
All really kind of close to each other. I was like, sick, I have friends right around here. And yeah, I hope they're doing okay. you
Yeah,
know?
seriously. That's brutal. That's really sad that like, yeah, something like that, but you never know. Damn.
Yeah. My headache's gone.
Wilkie IRL says
So
some of
stoked.
these gummies can put you on your ass.
Some of them can. I know some people like take edibles and it doesn't really affect them.
Yeah.
But it's like everybody is different.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever tried kava root? Like a kava root drink? Have you ever tried the kava bar? Do you know that there's one
Not
down in
here,
Santa
but I've
Monica?
had a lot of kava, yeah. I used to have a friend who would make CO2 extract of kava. And it was like, imagine like a little dab jar, but inside of it is kava extract.
Okay.
And it looks kind of like a light colored wax. It's
And
like
how
white.
did you take that?
You literally take a toothpick
Uh-huh.
and you, almost like Rick Simpson oil, but like even less. You just get like a tiny little clump on the end of the toothpick and you eat it.
Okay.
And instantly your
feel the,
fucking
like,
face
tingle.
goes numb.
Oh my God.
It's not even a tingle.
Damn.
It's like,
Oh, shit.
it'd be
It's
like
just
the
all
equivalent of
numbness.
like cocaine
Oh,
or
shit.
something.
Okay.
And it's very relaxing and sedative like, but it's not enough to like put you out. It's nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Shit. I remember I'd always show people and let them try it until it was gone. It was almost like a party favorite type thing that's like fun to share with people.
You'd like pop out and be like, hey, take a sip. Yeah.
Mhm. And when I was living in Maui, there's like kava bars, and you drink like many cups of it, and just chill and smoke weed.
But like, what flavor? Like, have you had like many flavors of it, or like?
No. Nope.
Okay.
I haven't. But I have had kava. I've also had like kava chocolate bars. Those were kind of
See,
nice.
they have like a chocolate, like a Mexican chocolate drink at the bar I've been going to, which I haven't tried that one yet, but I think that's one of my next.
Nice.
Tried this like passion fruit one. It was kind of like a spritzer one. It was so good.
Ooh. Like a sparkling kava spritzer drink?
It was so good.
Damn.
Yeah.
Have you ever had gin?
Yep.
It's like, they're wondering, you probably know what it is, but it's like kombucha, but instead of granulated sugar, they use honey to ferment it instead.
Oh,
That's
okay.
basically the only difference.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Okay.
And if you make jun, especially if you're just starting to make it, it's one of these drinks that once it like carbonates and infuses and ferments, when you open it, it's like a never-ending foam. If you don't do it right, you open it, it just foams and foams
It
and
just-
foams
yep.
and never ever stops, like until you drink it all.
Till it's gone.
Yeah, it's a very messy experience. Like I met a guy who was starting his own gin company in Southern Oregon, and he kept bringing it to these like little yoga festivals, and he'd rent a whole booth, he'd like sell it, but 80% of his product was like that.
It was shaken up along the way.
Yeah, I don't know exactly why, but he was even like perplexed. He's like, I'm still learning. When do you think your next stream will be?
That's amazing.
When do you think you're gonna stream
Albus
next?
Engelbrechtson says, why is Danny sitting like a sad pug?
Like a sad pug? This is one of my comfort
It's
stances.
Cassiel
I
says
like
that
sitting
sounds
like
fun
this.
like a science project.
I usually
lol.
squat sometimes too. I'm like,
I'm doing my Kegels.
right?
my butt Kegels.
I gotta grab some things downtown, so I usually don't go downtown often. Gotta avoid downtown, like that area.
By
if
this
I can.
weekend at some point you have to get
Rainbow
down there.
Raccoon 82 says lol.
You're gonna bust down there?
You have to go down to like Fashion District
Okay.
and get some like crystals and things like that for my Halloween costume and like some gold chains.
What are you gonna be for Halloween?
Poison ivy.
Ooh,
Chicago Lover
nice.
says lol.
But it's going to be like a full
Chicago,
knit
what's up?
dress with like knit leaf. Yeah, it's gonna be a whole thing.
Cool.
I've got a few events to go to, so I'm excited.
What kind of events?
One of them is just like this place that I'm trying to discuss, like maybe doing a fashion show at. It's like a pool bar down in Beverly Hills.
Ooh.
And then another one is like a private beach Halloween party. And then the other one is my friend who, he has a stream in a minute, but he does like special effects and lighting and all that sort of thing. And they've made this like lit dance floor with this lighting, like, and they made this like whole
Rainbow
show
Raccoon
with
82
like
says I am going to dress as
songs or
Mrs.
whatever the heck
Crunchbull
it
for
is.
Halloween.
Yes, I'm excited.
That sounds dope. Does the floor illuminate as you move on it?
It'll be like
It's like
illuminate,
interactive?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Hold on, I think I have a video to show you.
That's cool. I've seen it in some places in the past where they have like these projectors that will be like hung above the ground pointing straight down, and that like when you step in the path of the projector it becomes like extremely psychedelic and interactive with your movements and stuff.
Ooh, yep. So it'll also be a silent whatever.
Silent disco.
Yeah, which I've never done that before.
It's Cassiel says sitting like a potato lol.
Oh, crazy. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm so stoked.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says lol.
That looks like it's gonna be fun. When is this one?
November 2nd.
Oh, okay. Is it also Halloween related?
Yep.
Okay.
So like I'm assuming that's not what the show's gonna look like, but that's like, you know, some things like working.
It's
on.
probably
Yeah.
like the weekend after Halloween or something like that.
Mhm.
Is Halloween on a weekday this year or something? But you have to go downtown to get some shit, and then you may or may not stream you crafting some of that at some point? Okay. Well, it should be sunny this weekend. It shouldn't be like gloomy like the last yesterday and today.
I know it's been kind of like meh.
Yeah.
When do you leave town?
I don't know. I've been trying to look up flights to go see my family for like a week, and then I'll be
says
back
New
after
Year's
that.
Eve is on my B-day this year.
Ooh.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says Halloween is on a Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Thursday. Okay, I was gonna guess Thursday or Friday. Thursday. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a place to park my van in like Orange, not Orange County, but like Orange. It's kind of near Anaheim.
Mhm.
It's like 41 miles away, and I went there once. It took me 4 hours to get there. It's crazy. But
you go at the wrong time. and
yeah,
things like
which
that.
you know I'm so used to doing that, and so technically I can park there while I'm gone.
Okay.
But if you know of any places that are safe and actually legit closer, I'm open to considering other places.
Okay.
But I have no expectation.
I'll let you know for sure. If you park that far, how do you get to the airport?
Yeah, that's kind of the pain in the ass, is that like I might get lucky and they'll drive me to the airport, but last time I did, I parked it at their house, and when I had to come back, I actually had to take like an $85 Uber to get to their house. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, depending on when it is, I could probably take you. Like, if I can't find a close by spot, because I mean, like, literally, the airport is very accessible.
You have a car?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna bring my car down here, but I didn't want to because I was like, if I like can't get it,
Right, yeah.
which I was like pretty sure I can because I put like
I would have to like disassemble it for
ladder
you.
in my car, but I was like, gotta grab the tarp, and I was like.
And then you backpedal to brake. It's a beach cruiser, so you gotta remember that.
Thank you, because I'm looking. No, nothing.
It's
on
very
the front.
old school.
And even though you told me that, my first reaction is going to be.
Right, for sure. Same. Yeah.
Oh, I can't stop. How do I stop?
That's it. That's how. Right there. Let's do a little roll call. If you're listening right now, if you can hear my voice, please type 1 in the chat. Oh, that's dead.
Your life dead?
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says 1.
That is not dead
No
at
Bark
all.
_ Nomad says 1. Ghost of Bobby says 1. Rainbow Raccoon 82 says Uno. Albus Engelbrechtson says 1. Grim _ Deviant says 1. Slowpoke 1967
Otis Goddess says 1.
Otis Goddess says 1. Agro _ Magnet says 1.
Agro Magnet.
It's Cassilal says cheer 1.
Thank
Chicago
you.
Lovers says 1.
You guys are awesome. Oh my god, there's so many good people here right now. Thanks for hanging, guys. If you don't know, I run ads once an hour. Those ads are probably going to come up soon if they didn't just come up. You can avoid those ads by closing your eyes. You can avoid those ads by going to the bathroom and brushing your teeth, or making your pet a snack or yourself a snack. You can also avoid those ads by supporting me, which helps me a lot, and you can use your Amazon Prime and subscribe for free. You get ad-free watching, you get the paid perks, and I get paid for it. Or you can use your hard-earned cash. I know it's not easy these days. Or you might get lucky and get gifted a sub, but this is your warning. I run ads once an hour, and I hope that that's not a huge deterrent, because believe it or not, my ad revenue is not an insignificant part of my earnings, which always surprises people, like other streamers.
It really does add up.
When I've showed people the difference between manual ads and auto ads is over a double increase in earnings. So it's like you go from being at like 25% to being at like 55.
Yep.
That's huge. Like if I'm capable of earning like 100 a month with 30 average, then somebody with 300 average is making 1,000, and that takes so much pressure off of their audience and off of their people that might feel like they have to subscribe or whatever to help you. And they're actually just announced that they're gonna have this new if you were running ads column that says with your average, with your viewer with your retention, with your watch time, with how many hours you stream, it will give you a recalculation of how much you would have made. Pretty precise too. It's like accurate if you did auto ads, if you were at 55%. And this is just being released like this weekend. And I saw a lot of people like posting back about it and being like, yeah, this is bullshit, blah blah blah. And
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says ads incoming.
Bullshit. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, ads incoming, guys. Thank you for understanding.
Roll them.
Yeah. It happens at the top of every hour, but since it takes 3 minutes to run the ads, I think it also pushes itself back a little bit. So like,
Well, do you have like the pre-roll set or no?
I have it set so it just runs like every 60 minutes.
Okay.
And it runs right when I start the stream. And most of the regulars, I mean, the first few minutes of anyone's stream is pretty much like you getting ready or a BRB screen or starting soon screen. So I feel like it's nice to run the ones at the very beginning, because nobody really sees it, and most of your regulars who show up that early, there's a likelihood that most of them are subbed. People that show up like right when you start a stream, they're supportive of you, and I don't think they're going to get bummed out. But then after that, it's at the top of the hour, every hour.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I made like $45 in ad revenue just at one day at TwitchCon.
Huge.
Yeah, that's huge. I've had months where I make that much in a whole month.
Right.
So like that shit blew my mind. I don't know if it's because advertisers bid higher on events that are so like
for that,
like it's TwitchCon, you know.
I didn't think about that, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I feel like that it's almost like around Christmas too, they pay more. So like I follow this one guy. What's his name? Cyr, CYR.
I know exactly who that is. I know him, yeah.
So when it's Christmas time, this motherfucker runs the max amount of ads that you're allowed to run per hour, which is like 12 minutes or something. So at the top of the hour, 3-minute ad break. 15 minutes, 3-minute ad break. 15 minutes, 3-minute.
More than one ad per hour?
You can't. Yeah, you can. You can run like I just said.
Have you ever met Cyr?
In real life?
Yeah.
No.
What?
No, but I've followed him for a long time.
Wait, okay, so like I met him for the first time a few years ago, and then I saw him on Monday at the zoo. He was with P-Stars and all them.
Oh, that's trippy.
I know a few
he's
other people
dating
that were
another
extended
streamer.
from the group, so I said hi to them. But then like later on, I was zoned out, and I was like nerdy now looking at this animal, and like I look over, there's Austin, Cyr, Peach, like all these people grouped up right here, like one
That's
step
crazy.
away from me, and I was just like, bro, I've got to go.
That's crazy. Was Will Neff and Caroline Klein with them?
I think they were around somewhere.
Caroline
but
Kwan.
Yeah, but I didn't see him like in that group. But yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
It was hilarious. I was just
So
like,
Cyr, CYR is a streamer on Twitch.
He's hilarious.
I think he would make
He's
a really
riot.
good actor. Like he really pushes towards being that, but like I really feel like he has something special, and he's so unique in that way that like his content is mostly like his uniqueness, you know, and his comedy and his silliness and absurdness. And he's not a very negative person. He's
Secret
very
City
funny.
19 says, from a viewer's perspective,
Peach
if I go
Jars,
into someone's stream and
I didn't
get
even
hit
know they
with
were
Max
dating
ads,
until I put
just
2 and
leave.
2 together
I
after
leave
a
because
while.
I don't even know if I like your content or know what you're about to sit there and watch that many ads. If I'm a follower already, then it obviously doesn't matter. Got ads, so can't hear your response.
Yeah, but if... oh, man.
But the cool thing about the ads thing is like you can see the image, the video on the side now. They used to block that out.
Right, like the less invasive ads, right. Yeah, I don't know why mine don't do that. I think you have to have a certain like regiment of ads or a certain preset ad, like to really to enable the less invasive ads, because I'm almost positive I turned that on, but nobody ever tells me that it just pops up at the bottom or pops up on the right, or it minimizes my screen into the corner like I see on Cyr's stream all the time, where I'm still like watching it but not hearing it.
Right.
And but no, Cyr's, I've never seen anybody run ads as much as him. Just wait until December. Yeah, just wait till December. That man probably made like 50K.
I think probably around December I had a Cyr sub, so I didn't notice.
Thank God. I also really like Will Neff. He's kind of been
hilarious.
Yeah.
So like I gotta catch his The Price is Right, because like Felix and them were on it, but it was hilarious. Being
like
able
Felix
to catch
XQC.
It. Yeah.
Okay.
So like
we're talking
Hey
about
Money
big
Wubby.
streamers, guys. By the way, Sometimes when I bring up big streamers,
Sorry, I mentioned
everybody
this,
in
and
my
like I
chat
realized that not
will
everybody
be like,
know him. by
"Oh, we
like,
don't watch
yeah.
streamers where we can't chat in the chat," kind of thing. But I do.
I
There's a
love-
few that I like, and they really have done good things for the platform and inspired a lot of people to try streaming without even knowing it. Really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I know tons of people through, people want to call it through the jungle or through the juicer community or whatever, but like Felix, like XUC is an awesome person. I mean, he's had his like ups and downs, right? Like nobody's perfect.
More No says no one bigger than Danny to me.
Yeah, I'm just like proud of him.
More
for, like,
No,
still
I love
coming
you.
back and still showing up. But like Pay Money Wubby, I knew of him, but I really didn't know. So he won the show, and then I ran into him later Saturday night, and I was just like, wait, good job today.
It's so fun running into them because you're like, "Whoa, it's you."
I'm like, wait, hold on, we're at the same party? What the fuck?
Like I've met Will briefly. I've met Austin a couple times briefly. I've met Hassan a couple times briefly. I've met a lot of these random people briefly.
Mm-hmm.
I spent a decent amount of time chatting with at the coin op, one of XQC's like long time moderators was hanging out.
That's my friend, right? Like,
No.
he's my homeboy. That's how you met him.
That was what I was thinking. That's why I figured I would bring it up because I think you were there, right?
So like, I don't like to. I actually shouldn't talk about it, but not him.
Offer
but
the
I
lady
met
some
him
fine weed.
from somebody through Felix. So like, there's a friend between the two of us whom is another mod that I don't usually like to name drop. Last year at Vegas, he messaged me, "Hey, let's go meet up with them." I was like, "Fine, bro, fine." So that's how I knew Oaks, and that's how you met Oaks.
Okay.
Mighty Oaks is Felix's mom.
When he was like, when I was like, "What brought you here?" or whatever, he was like, "Oh, I'm an XQC mod," and I was like, "What?"
He was on.
It's like a rare bird.
He was on another mountain because like that was his first time meeting Felix, and then like
This year?
yeah. So
Wow.
then like
I wonder when Felix meets his mods, he's like,
he was not happy when he met Mighty Oaks. Let me tell you that.
"Really?
No,
Why?"
I'm not gonna say it.
Because he wasn't impressed with
I
the
can
type
show
of
you a
person he
clip.
was?
Let me show you a clip.
But do you think that's why? Because he's a little bit inconsiderate of just people's uniqueness? Like, did he expect them to be a certain way?
I don't think Felix is the type of person to expect of anything of anybody, but like when somebody comes at him like in certain types of way, it's just like, I'm like, okay, bro. Like, not necessarily them, like he didn't go up alone. Like Love You Oaks Boy should have went up alone. Like he didn't approach him alone, he went up with somebody else. So they like two-manned him.
Oh, but was the
At
other
his
guy
meet and greet.
associated at all with him? Or is he just
He
kind of
was
a
asking
fan?
him out to lunch, and I can't remember if he asked for VIP too, but he asked him out for lunch. The other guy.
person?
Yeah.
Who's not a mod?
No.
Yeah, he should have gone alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was his first time meeting him, so lesson learned.
Yeah.
I just feel like XQC kind of like, and obviously it's like a persona, and it's also like being based, but I think that he shits on people who aren't like perfect all the time, and like he rips on people for being broke and poor and all these things.
He fucking.
So I feel like if
rips
he
it.
made a moderator and then met them and then they like didn't live up to his expectations, what he would prefer them to be, that could also be an issue as far as just like being a homie. Like I wanted to meet XQC and then be like, yeah, I've been following you for years. Nice to meet you. Bye. Like not linger at all. But then also be like, oh, and I'm poor, and I live in a van, and I've watched all your streams from like a homeless situation.
Right.
Just to kind of make him be like, what the fuck, you know? Because like he probably would want to shit on me, but would also like have a moment of realizing that I'm a good person and that we all are so different than each other that like not everybody needs to be on that level to be a dope person. That was kind of one of my things. I signed up to his meet and greet like the second they launched, and I got it, but I didn't end up going.
Why not?
I don't remember. Like something else happened where I ended up like skipping it.
Okay, so like I was able to be a +1. I got in because like I met Felix in 2019. That's where I first met him. So like, you know, the XQCL emote, my friend made that. She also made my Otis Goel emote. So she made that one.
The OG one.
Yeah.
And then yours.
Yeah, and then she made my pins. So Felix signed that at his meet and greet. And he was just like I was feeling guilty. Like I was telling him, I was like, should I gift it to him? But like it's such a special pin to me. And I was just like, no, I'll keep it to myself.
Yeah, he's got enough money to make his own.
Exactly. But like that's how I was connected. So like I showed up, I found, you know, XQC through YouTube and stuff, but I showed up and like started talking in the chat, and potatoes, however people know her, she gifted me my first sub.
Nice.
And then I was like, oh shit, and I didn't know who it was. Like we started talking, we became friends, and then like later I found out who she was, and I was like, you did what? You made what?
Nice.
So yeah, she went like on an Etsy run. She made these like gold enamel pins of the XQCL emotes. So I wear it on coats and stuff. But now that it's signed, I'm like, gotta like be careful where I take this up to.
Yeah, I started watching him when he was balls deep in Minecraft speedrunning.
Yep.
And
but like one of the first like before he started like really battling out with Forsen, or like in the deeper okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah,
like
like
in
the whole fucking journey of that.
Okay.
Yeah, and like him being trained by like extremely younger Minecraft dudes that I follow all of them already. And then I was like, and then I found out that like the reason why they hold like 500-600 viewers per stream is because they coached XQC on his streams once ever, and he retained 0 of what they taught him. And then people would go to the other person's streams and actually retain information, and then they would like kill XQC speedruns being like a first timer in the game. And it drove that motherfucker nuts, dude. He was like, he was
I am going to go get ready for bed.
Okay.
I'm not going to bed right away.
Sleep well, Rainbow Raccoon. Appreciate you. It was so funny watching him, like, so when you're starting a Minecraft speedrun, you have like this option to kind of file through like 16 seeds, and you can pick different maps and reload them. And
I watched,
god damn, dude, would he spend hours just in the beginning screen?
Just refresh, reclick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people, and then what's his name? There was this one dude that I really liked watching, who he had like this long hair. It was kind of like parted in the middle, and it always covered his whole ass face. Man, I haven't seen him stream it forever, but he would recap. He trained XQC at one point, coached, and then every time XQC would do a stream, he would do a stream where he watches the stream that he previously did. So like not while he's live, but a previous VOD. And then he would take like schematics and notes on the things that he had been doing. And he would be like, oh man, this was like a record-breaking run, and he just threw it. Like he could have gotten this. Like I can explain to you every detail as to why, and like what was being generated and what the odds were, and all this stuff. And then he managed to kind of coach him a bunch of times. I think XQC kind of grew to like the kid. And fuck, I wish I could remember his name, but then again, I haven't seen him stream in a while. And he always had this like lamp in the background.
I could probably find it if needed, but yeah.
Right. And I still follow and still check in on people that are like trying to break records on their runs. Like there's this one guy who's trying to do the all advancement run, which is like a 20-hour speed run. And it's crazy. Like you'll see him get like 18 hours in on his 500,000th attempt, and then he'll just be like reset, and you're like, oh, like I just watched. No, what? Fuck. You like almost don't want to watch him do it again. You're like, yeah, you're alone on this shit now, dude. This isn't like a 13-minute speed
I'll catch
run
you at the end again.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
His name's Feinberg, the one who's trying to break the all-time record. He also coached him a little bit at some point. And there's silver runs. There's like a bunch of people that are really good. I feel like if XQC started doing, I feel like Minecraft is unintentionally like one of the most stressful games ever. Just, I don't know why. Like, even if you have no mission or no goal, like, it just becomes
so
like
stressful.
Yeah. I definitely gained a lot of stress in my life from playing that game a lot.
Like, unless you literally have, like, the whatever adventure mode on where, like, the zombies, nothing can kill you.
Yeah.
Like, and you can, like, float around in the air
Even
without
easy
an
mode,
Electra.
it's pretty easy to die.
Like, yeah, exactly.
Like, there's, like, easy, medium, and
Yep.
then, like, hardcore.
Oh, yeah.
Medium is like, fuck this.
Yep.
Easy's like, okay, I might be able to survive this.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's all kinds of people who do hardcore, and they do hardcore servers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's people that have been on the same server without dying for like 1,000+ days and stuff. And I don't know how the hell they pull that off, but
You know, me and my friends have had, like, slap fest, like, killing each other.
oh yeah. One of the most fun things I ever did was like host my own realms and invite my community on stream to come, and just seeing what everybody builds, seeing how everybody has
Those
fun
are so
together,
cool.
like building a boat, fishing together, like traveling across the seas and finding new land, and like finding new creatures and new wood and new weird shit.
Adventuring together.
Mm-hmm.
And they have so many new biomes now, too.
Yeah, when I started my realm, I was like in the desert biome, which is kind of a rare biome to just get launched into. And everybody was like, don't reset this. Like, oh my god, this is epic.
7 Days to Die is
Somebody was like, I
crazy and
searched for
stressful.
months for this
You can adjust
biome, and
a
you
lot
just
of
got fucking
options for the
started
zombies
here.
to make
Like,
them
that's
run
not
super
fair.
fast,
That's
tough to fight in huge swarms. I love it, lol.
7 Days to Die is pretty crazy.
7 Days to Die is
And
nuts.
stressful.
The first time I played it, I think I played like 16 straight hours.
Whoa. Damn.
Yeah. I made it through the full week. It was like the 7th day.
The hardest and absolutely the most stressful game that I've ever played and beat was called Hollow Knight.
Ooh.
This fucking game. It's for Nintendo Switch.
Mm-hmm.
And
I've seen the
I
gameplay
broke
of it. It
2
looks
controllers
really difficult. Mm-hmm.
just from playing it normally. Like, I never threw a controller, I never slammed a controller, I never aggressively did anything that I would regret. Just playing just destroys your controllers. And
It
when
really does. I had to get a new set. Yeah.
I was like I was sort of like, all I know is that I got to like 113% completion, which means I beat the game and then also beat some of the extra shit. And when I researched, I found out that I was like 1 in 1,000, or like I was one of 1,000 people that got past 100%. And I was like, no fucking wonder it was so stressful. Like, I thought I was just like in a million, you know, I thought there was like a million other people who'd done all the same shit I did. And I was like, damn, no wonder. I was mad stressed. Like, that shit, I would literally play it for fucking 10 hours on stream, and people would come in and then leave and come back later and be like, I can't believe you're still playing this fucking game. And they come back like a month later and they'd be like, I can't believe you're still fucking playing this game. Yeah. Ori's a good game. Ori and the Will of the Wisps.
I love them both. Or in the Blind Forest, or in the Will of the Wisps. They're
Yeah.
both amazing.
Great games.
Mhm.
That's a good game.
I could replay them both for sure.
People called that game like Ori and the respawn points or something, because
Oh, yeah.
I'd always die and be like respawn
Well, yeah, because there was like the first one, the Blind Forest, was the part where the tree starts flooding, like towards the end, like before you get out, like.
Isn't there like a lot of running?
I think I was on medium, and it's a lot of like swinging and just like straight vertical.
Aren't you also being chased by something?
Yes, and
Yeah.
it's like the whole flood
It's, like,
too,
horrifying.
so you can't like you've got like
Such an
the
epic
time.
part.
It's crazy.
That's so
But I
fun.
was on medium. I went through the whole game on medium because I was like getting better with game, and I was stuck at that point. And I was stuck on a loop, and then I like tried to beat it off stream, and and then I was just like, I can't. I had to go to easy.
I started playing like
and I still struggled.
I forget what the part is, but there's this part that's like notoriously the hardest part of the game that's not like an add-on feature, where it's like forget what it's called, but you're like basically the whole thing is like you're avoiding chainsaws and like circular saws, and it takes so much meticulous jumping and movement and augmenting the newer skills that you have, and like, you know, jump, dash, bounce, jump, land on a blade, down swiping the blade. Oh, this is Hollow Knight actually.
Right.
And then using the blade to keep yourself bouncing, and you're literally like, what do I do next? How do I get to the next part? And then you like jump a little and you're just getting gobbled up by a chainsaw. And I played that. I fucking was like breaking out in eczema. I was so stressed. And then I started playing it off stream because it was a little less stressful. And then I started getting the routine down. And then I was like, fuck this, I'm going back on stream. And I actually ended up beating it on stream. It was like such a monumental stream. It was so hard.
That's huge, damn.
There's like this one area where you don't know if you're just gonna go through this hole that kind of like, you jump into nothingness and then the screen goes up and then you're in like a new zone. But to get there, you had to die like 7 days worth of deaths and trying. And I finally got to drop down and I was like, please don't fucking die, please don't die. And then you just land on a platform and it's like a save point and you're just like, oh, it's like the most gratifying thing ever.
Oh, that's gonna be amazing, gosh. Damn.
Yes.
I might have to play it now that after you said you liked it.
It's stupidly hard.
I know, it's been on my list to like
the
play.
vibe is so good though. The music's really good. Like if you look up on Spotify, like Hollow Knight soundtrack, it's all such good music and it's so emotional and
Nobark_nomad says at Albeisengelbrexen, it's a pretty fun game emo. I have gotten too far though. If you've played Fallout 4 then you may recognize the protagonist BA.
I've heard good things about Fallout 4. A lot of people were like, that's a good game.
Nobark_nomad says at Albeisengelbrexen, it's on Switch and Steam.
Enjoy your wedding cake. So Cassie really loves a strained wedding cake. So she almost only exclusively buys that. And then in the evening she goes on a walk and gets ripped.
Nobark_nomad says I love Fallout lol. It's Cassie lol says it's Super Scott. Albus Engelbrexen says at Nobark_nomad.
I usually wait for the evening to get ripped. Depending. Yesterday I was like feeling a little shitty and I just got fucking lit.
Tale of Two Wolves says, is she grounding?
Is she grounding? Maybe.
Yeah, I guess.
Kinda.
Yeah, I'm rooting myself to the ground. Yep. That's so funny. You driving? No.
So you're gonna head downtown tomorrow and try to get some of that out of the way on Friday?
Yeah, either tomorrow or Saturday. We'll see.
Super Scott says ground ball home run derby.
I'm trying to
it's
think
Cassie
of
lol
like
says my walks back are fun lol.
one time I parked like right next to the Miracle Mile area. Kind of like there's like a Lassen's over there and there's like either way, I parked there and walked all the way downtown from there.
Damn.
It was like 10 miles one way. And then I walked all the way back 10 miles. This was before I realized buses were worth it. Now I'm like, fuck, dude. I'll do half of it on a bus and the other half walking, or get a bus there, walk around, take a bus back.
Exactly.
But yeah, I finally started using like the buses more around here. It's nice.
They're super handy.
Fuck yeah. And they're not too spendy either. They're kind of worth it.
Nope.
Is there like a 2-hour grace period
yeah.
here, or is that different? Because in like San Francisco, you pay for one and you get like 2 hours on any bus that's the same price. So like within the next 2 hours, say if you took a bus downtown and you went to a place, you knew exactly where you wanted to go, you bought what you needed.
I feel like if you ask them, they might let you, but I don't know if they
you can play sometime. Always Emiliana says
best part about buses is like 90% of the time it doesn't fucking matter.
No, exactly. Yeah,
like I was in San Francisco and I was like, scan, it's like declined, scan, decline, scan, decline, and then like the 20th time it's like approved, and I'm like, okay. And then the other day I took a bus and it did that. And I was like, you know, I'm riding this thing for free. Fuck this. Because like I tried so hard to figure it out, but I couldn't. And it obviously didn't really matter in the end, kind of.
Because it was like, oh, well, we'll take it or yeah.
And then I always see people get on that just don't even scan
I know.
shit, you know?
Yep, there's so many people like that in San Diego a few years ago.
Tale of Two Wolves says
People I
small
stayed
talk
with
I
and
don't
other
miss.
people I
Most
saw
people
get on my
usually
Snapchat.
politely cut me off. I endlessly yap.
Just hop on. Yep.
Small talk I don't miss. Most people usually politely cut me off. I endlessly yap. Well, I'm a yapper. So, dude, I've had my mom be like,
Enough.
I can't process everything. You're gonna have to give me a break, maybe for the rest of the night even.
Damn.
I can't help myself sometimes. I'm a yapper. And I want to tell my mom like everything. She's just like, this is a lot. I was like, oh yeah, you're right, my bad. I'm gonna go smoke some weed and leave you alone.
I'll let you be fine.
Right.
No bark _ nomad says ADHD talking lol IK that feeling.
Yep.
Dude, this is just so crazy to me. I know it's like past summertime, but I've never seen this many people out here
Tale of
this
Two
late.
Wolves says Danny gonna
Trippy.
see family soon.
Yep, I do.
It's like I think at this point, like there's a cafe over there that has
It's
like
Cassie Law says
semi-good
Danny is a
coffee that I've
lullaby.
had
I can
before.
hear him for hours.
Oh look at I've got this up. Let me
They got
play
the
it
golf
before it's
course?
gone. Yeah, they have a cafe over there that has pretty decent coffee.
Interesting. That's funny because there's this one dude who like his name's Chris and he's a painter. He's a pretty good artist. And he's also like drinks a lot. I don't know where he is right now and I'm a little bit concerned because I haven't seen him in months, but he would park here but stay here overnight. I leave every night. I don't stay here overnight ever.
There's some people who do stay here.
Yeah, and he would wake up in the morning and like groggy-eyed, totally just like shit, like just not awake yet, you know, like kind of, and he would just mosey on into there and just come out with a big ass cup of coffee like every morning. And he's like, what? You never go over there to like use their bathrooms or drink their coffee? And I was like, nah, I didn't even know that shit existed there. And he's like, oh yeah, they don't care. And I'm like, I mean, if you can get away with it looking like you just crawled out of a cave, then you're probably right. They don't seem to care. Maybe.
Tale of Two Wolves says chain bookstores are my low-key free hotel.
Chain bookstores are low-key or free hotel? How?
The bookstore that I used to know down near this area closed down. That was like closer to the beach.
D-Toma 5 says gotta take off for the so take care oh thanks.
Oh,
for the stream.
Toma! I'll see you later. Appreciate
Always
you so
_
much.
Emiliana says it's Cassie lol I don't
Do you
know
want
what
to
it is,
follow
but
one of the
something about Danny's
nicest
voice is
fucking
soothing.
guys? Literally, I know I say this a lot, but he's been coming to my streams for a while, and he's found me on YouTube, but he's also on Twitch, and he streams. And this motherfucker
Taylor
never
Two
told
Wolves
me
says,
that he
so download,
streams.
read,
And then
above.
I was on my dashboard, and then at the bottom it said, did you know this community member of yours who watches your streams also streams? So it outed him.
Oh,
and he was streaming. I clicked it and he was live. And I was like, hello, mister. And he's like, wait, how did you find out that I streamed? He's one of the sweetest, nicest
It's Cassie lol
dudes
says I want to
ever.
die in a bookstore lol.
You wanna? I can arrange that. Just
Which one was
kidding.
it? Was it always or?
It's Cassie lol says
D-Toma
at always
5.
_ Emiliana.
You guys, if you're not following Deepening 5, I highly recommend it. Sweetest guy ever. Literally one of the kindest souls you'll ever meet.
It's Cassie lol says oh yes lol.
He's like the kind of guy that if you saw
D-Toma
him
5
mad, you
says
might
you're
be
too
surprised.
kind Danny much love.
Be like, are you okay?
You good?
You know, because he's just so kind and so kindred, and
It's Cassilal says at BB Homa
he deserves
5.
this kind of hype. He really does.
Aw, I got it.
If you guys aren't following him, click his name. Look out for his streams.
Toma 5 says at it's Cassilal.
Prime sub to him. Go sub to his ass. Something. He's worked in like illustration, animation type stuff, and he worked for like Disney and different companies. He doesn't do that now, but he has an interesting like resume and rap sheet, and is very creative, and he's definitely a great guy. So.
Right on. What do you do for Disney, if I may ask? I know some people.
I think he's an illustrator.
Okay.
Drawing, things like that.
Yeah. I wonder if he knows my buddy Domo Stanton. He does illustrations for like comics and stuff.
What's his name?
Domo Stanton.
Domo Stanton. I don't know. He might be gone by now, but if you're not, do you know Domo Stanton?
I don't know exactly which comics he's worked on, but do you know that Bruce Lee, I don't know if he still streams on Twitch, but Bruce Lee's, or one of the, I mark my words on Bruce Lee, but one of the big illustrators through
through the like Bruce Lee legacy of movies or something?
Yeah, like streamed. And like I'm trying to think.
You know who streams that Zero from fucking Holes?
Oh shit.
Did you know that?
Damn.
Yeah, he's
no
like
way.
a pro gamer.
No.
Yeah, he's like a big face. Like he goes to TwitchCon every year, and people are
That's
like, "What
hilarious.
the fuck? It's Zero."
Okay, so have you ever played Detroit Become Human? Or you know the game?
What's it called?
Detroit Become Human. It's like the robot game where you're like, you go along and you make like decisions, kind of like the movie thing of like Until Dawn or things like that. Well, that actor and one of the actresses in that stream on Twitch, and they're actually married. Like they're together.
Oh, nice. So
There's
cool.
like the stripper like hooker from
T-Pain streams on Twitch. Soulja Boy streams on Twitch. Dane Cook streams on Twitch.
And then I think there was the girl from Stranger Things. She streamed on Twitch. She did like the awards show at Katie's event or something.
Oh, trippy. Beyonce has a Twitch account, but she never streamed on it.
That's funny.
She was in like a Super Bowl commercial for
Oh shit.
like Amazon or something
Okay.
like that, and they showed her streaming. And like everybody opened up Twitch and was like, Beyonce, and like searched for her. And she's got a verified account. It's her account. She's never streamed, but
Damn. Verified already.
yeah.
Do you watch any like VTubers at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Literally, it is one of my niches that I love. I've loved for 4 years maybe now. I've known about them for like a long, long time. Like
They throw one
8
of the best
years.
parties at TwitchCon.
Yeah, I follow. Okay, so I saw Iron Mouse walking around in her like mechanical TV screen thingy, and I was like, "Hey, I just want to let you know like how proud I am of you because I used to watch you on YouNow when you had like no viewers, and we used to chat, and I was like in your chat like as a regular, and like you probably don't even remember me because it was so long ago, but." I'm so proud of you because you moved to Twitch and you became what I believe to be one of the most inspiring, influential VTubers that have ever encouraged other people to do the same thing. And I might be out of the loop a little bit because there could be other people that were as big as her in that same era, but she's the fucking GOAT. And when I said like, oh shit, yeah, I'm back from YouNow days. That like everybody in the chat was like, "Oh my god, he's an OG. He just mentioned YouNow. What the fuck, YouNow?" Like, I don't even think you're allowed to type YouNow in her stream because
it's like banned.
I don't know.
It's like a banned term. Yeah.
Yeah, because I tried to go in there and say, "Hey, I'm the guy
who said that, you know, like I'm that guy, and it said like message cannot be sent, and then I was like,
well,
hi, and then that sent, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna explain who I am. And it was just so funny. And there's this streamer, her name's Crystal ST, and she does GTA RP, but she's a VTuber.
Okay.
And I found her like in January of this year, and she has such a nice voice. And I was also introduced to her, like Andy Milanakis was doing GTA RP, and he rated her, and they had just...
I met some awesome people through Andy,
Yeah, and they just launched this server, so it was all brand new to everybody, which is, I think, the best time to start getting into watching people do GTA RP, because they're all learning, and you're learning, and you get to see the character
everything is
build
fresh,
up.
too. Nobody has, like...
Everybody's like, hi, nice to
set
meet you, and they like
character.
punch each other on accident because they
Yeah.
don't know the buttons yet and stuff, and it's so funny. And so I just fell in love with her community. They're so sweet, they're so welcoming. Like, I spent like 6-7 months communicating with them in almost only cute emotes. You know,
Aw.
it's like hi streamer, hi chat, and like 7 people are like at potential bliss cute emote, you know. And I never like saw her face or anything, and then I like randomly opened up Twitch app when I was streaming at TwitchCon, and hers was the first stream that popped up, and she was IRL streaming at TwitchCon. And I was like, oh my god, dude, I was literally a follower of hers for like 3 months, and I already had 30 days watch time. It was pretty bad. I think I have more watch time in her stream than anybody I know in any stream I know. And I just ran all around fucking... She's like only showing like her sweater. Like, I couldn't see much around her. I couldn't really see her face. I was like, I'm finding this person. She's wearing this color hoodie. And I ran up and was like, oh my god. I hope this isn't weird, but like, I love your streams. And I was like, I explained to her that even though our content is completely different, and I'll probably never even play GTA, and I never have, and I love it because of her, but that the way that her community treats each other really set like an example for what I wanted my community to feel like. And that like without her knowing, without her community knowing, I feel like my community has started to behave similarly to hers, and it is such a vibe. And I was just like, thank you for like inspiring me. Totally different person than you, totally different country, totally different content, and somehow you've managed to make my life better. And I was just so glad. I've always kind of wanted to tell her that, just like through chat, and I was like, now's the moment. You know, it wasn't awkward either. I'm not like a kiss ass, but like I'm very genuine when I want somebody to know how I feel, and I think it was received very good. And she like turned the phone towards me and was like, look at chat, and chat was like, oh my god, it's potential, it's potential. And yeah, I just was like, I love VTubers. They're so fun, so nice.
They're super
I used to have a nice PNG tube setup made by like a professional artist who like makes rigs, and she'll rig like a multi-layer 2,000 layer rig for like pro people, but she made me a very simple PNG tuber thing and helped me set it up with video tube and all this stuff that you need to run it. And I still have all of the images and all of like the tools needed to make it work. And I could incorporate it, you know, at some point. Technically, I could put it in like the corner of my screen through OBS still, and kind of just have it there. I don't know. I'm thinking of how I could integrate it into IRL, but it would just be kind of like an extra, not really necessary. But yeah. Why did you bring it up? Because they throw good parties, or?
I mean, I love them.
Just
And
in
then there was a
general.
huge controversy thing about, like Iron Mouse beating Kai Cenat and all that sort of thing. So yeah, I was like,
It's not the first time she beat his record.
No, I know.
They shouldn't be surprised.
Nope.
I think that the worst part is that there's all these assholes that like defend Kai with that are like,
they're just a
fuck
kiss
this
ass,
cartoon
like,
character.
Oh, maybe, yeah. It's just like, bro, come on.
And then people are like,
Come on,
I
let's
hope
be
you know
real.
that she has a lifelong incurable disease. She
You know what the thing
donates
with
all
that
of
is,
her
like,
shit.
some people like twist things and like they're like, no, she doesn't have one or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, people are so crazy.
yeah.
Well, she,
But it's like, yeah, it's what it says she does.
yeah, she's hardcore. I mean, she's donated millions of her earnings to these things. And the only reason why she broke the record is because everybody knows where the money's going. It's not because they all want to flex and be like, Kai Cenat is king. They're like, we're doing something. Kai Cenat has never donated a fucking drop to any good cause. He's always just
Not to
pocketed
my
the
knowledge,
money.
yeah.
No, for sure he hasn't. Or else there would have been a bunch of responses
Something
saying, well, he
somewhere,
does
yeah.
this too. I mean, I think Kai Cenat does a lot for just being a POC creator.
Mm-hmm.
And just in general, like to have him on the top ever is a huge deal, and it's a big win for that community, and he inspires a lot of people, a lot of other people to say, fuck it, I'm gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why not? Let's run this shit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Iron Mouse is a legend. Fucking
Yeah,
love
she
her. Amazing voice, amazing singer, incredible singer, incredible voice actor.
Mm-hmm.
She's been in a lot of like anime, a lot of video games. Her voice is permanently fixed into some of the most popular things that have ever been created.
Damn, I didn't know that. That's sick.
She's a legend. Yeah. So that's also another reason why she can donate a ton of her earnings outside of, you know, like all the other earnings she makes as a professional,
On top
not
of
on
that.
Twitch.
Mhm.
Yeah. She puts so much into it too. Like she'll be sick and keep streaming, and she'll have like a lot of symptoms of her sickness and just keep powering through it.
Mhm.
She'll fall asleep on stream because she's so tired,
Mm.
and she'll go non-responsive for like literally an hour straight, and people will be like, is she okay? And everyone's like, stop asking, you know, she'll be back, she'll be okay.
Does she have like, what kind of like rig setup does she have? Cause like,
Hers is like the most elaborate, exquisite,
Okay.
hard to maintain
yeah.
and pay for type thing for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like her rigging, like my friend that's an artist, I have a friend who's like 250,000 subscribers on YouTube, specifically an artist for VTubing and stuff,
Mhm.
and like lewd art and stuff. And just giving examples from her being like, oh, I'm working on this commission for somebody, and I have to make all the layers, and then I have to rig it, which is like all physics and shit. And like she was like, oh, this person's hair is like 780 layers, and then the physics of rigging it all, it has to be lifelike, it has to move when you move, it has to layer when you would normally, hair would move in a certain way that it's layered, and yeah, hers is like the most high quality you could ever see.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And she's not like a lewd tuber at all.
Nope.
Iron Mouse.
Mm-mm.
She makes 18 plus jokes, but she's not like a lewd tuber.
Yeah, there's like the place for it, but it's not like No, she's funny.
She lives in Japan.
Okay.
Iron Mouse. Yeah. And that's why she's friend with Sea Dog VA, Connor.
That makes sense.
He lives in Japan. They know each other in the real life.
Mm-hmm.
And they collaborate a lot. Like she'll have custom commissions made so that she can be on his streams. Like when he does a cyclathon, her stream is then her in a basket in the middle of the stream so that she can be fixed on his handlebars, and then she watches his stream, and then he gets like double the amount of viewers because of it. And it's always going to a charitable cause too. It's never, Connor also never pockets the money he earns. I don't know what he does as a professional, but like he obviously is fine without most of his earnings he makes on Twitch. Ow.
Sounded good.
Yeah.
Oh,
well.
solid.
Yeah, my foot's gonna fall off after that. Same vibes resonate. Law of attraction. Manifesting. Silva method. Oh, I didn't get the played Morgan Freeman. January of 2020 on Why Now blurb. Oh, You Now. Yeah, that's where when we met. Yep. What time is it, guys? Damn, we've been online for 10 hours. Yeah, me too. Large Cat Energy. Yo, I like that. Nice username. It doesn't let me click on emotes to see where they're from. That's sad. Large Cat Energy, thank you so much for being here. And Grim Deviant. Getting a little chilly, huh?
Large Cat Energy says from Tara's stream.
Oh, sick. Nice. Tara is a friend of mine who... Oh? Friend of mine, sorry. I'm not trying to attack you. A friend of mine who I originally met through Twitch that was in New York City, an IRL streamer, started this year. And then she moved to Seattle, and I was going to already do a road trip from San Diego to Seattle. And so I ended up getting to meet her and her dogs and stream together. And yeah, it was fun.
What kind of dogs does she have?
I don't know.
Nobark_nomad says at Large Cat Energy, hey, how are you?
I don't know exactly what they're called. Cute white dogs.
Large Cat Energy says at Nobark_nomad, I am good, how are you?
Oh boy. Sometimes this whole side of the street is filled with vans, and I'm not sure if there was some major crackdown on people that sleep over here overnight.
Nobark_nomad says at Large Cat Energy, I'm doing pretty well and kind of baked lol. Secret City 19 says time to cry now. Large Cat Energy says at Nobark_nomad nice. Large Cat Energy says I am a cat. Large Cat Energy says free text to speech.
You know
what I saw last night? I saw the most people I've ever saw camped out on the beach.
Really?
It's Cassielal says what did I miss lol.
But still, it was like down, like away from the pier, like just scattered sporadically. Just like there was a pile of people here, there's a tent here, and I was like.
Large Cat Energy says I don't know. I think Danny went outside the house van truck thingy. Secret City 19 says the ant people, you missed the ant people. Always _Emiliana says Danny. Secret City 19 says it was amazing.
Like if you're not insulated properly, like, oh yeah. And that's what I'm doing. I'm like, they have lifeguard like trucks that drive around here and cop cars that drive around, and I'm like, how do they think they're? Because there's no drug path they take.
And then they will also set up like a whole tent.
Yep.
All this shit there.
I saw a few full tents up there. Yeah.
It's Cassielal says at Secret City 19 I seen the ant peeps on my walk, they say hey lol.
Oh yeah, so for the
Large Cat Energy says I am sitting in the darkness but there is plenty of light.
And then this thing will clank around a bit, but I've managed to like leave it on the front while I ride.
Always _Emiliana says Danny come back KK. I got separation anxiety.
Driving it for the first time.
It's Cassielal says at always underscore Emiliana. Large Cat Energy says beep boop paging Dr. Danny.
I had it leaning up against this tree like all day. The amount of people that walked by it was like, maybe I should
Secret City 19 says Danny sounds like a used car salesman.
Sure. Like this one girl walked by it like 7 times.
No way.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
No bark underscore nomad says beep boop boop boop
So
beep.
I was like, well, if it happens, at least we get it on camera and we can just like talk about it forever. Like if they look at me like,
Make a clip out
oh
of
shit,
it.
is it his? I just be like just kind of let it.
Like, where's this at? Whose bike is that? Like, on a bike?
Nice bike, you know, to them.
See how they react. They're like, oh, that's a nice bike.
They're like, thanks, I've had it for a long time.
Large Cat Energy says meow 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 rar
Do you wanna say
meow.
bye to everybody?
Secret City 19 says at.
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
You guys, everybody say bye to Oats. She's awesome. I think I can give shout outs through this app,
Large
which I
Cat
couldn't
Energy
do with
says
my
by
last
lovely
chat
friend.
app.
Grim underscore deviant says goodbye.
That's handy. Even though you
It's
can't clip on
Cassielal
it,
says
click
we
on
love
emotes,
you, be
there's
safe.
things you gotta give and take, right?
Did it work? I don't think it worked. So I think
No
I can
bark
click
underscore
your
nomad
name.
says see you later Otis.
Let me scroll up. It's been so much chatting.
I'll type in chat.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys can just click her username and follow her, which I highly recommend. But I'm supposedly
Otis Goddess says
shout
at
out.
no bark underscore nomad bye bye.
Oh yeah,
Aha!
let me get...
It worked. I just have to like hold your name down and then click this button.
Akari's 11 says Oats the goat.
Oats the goat. That's
Secret
right.
City 19 says buy Oats. Treat our precious bike with absolute care and love, or toss it on the side of the house. It's up to you. Lol. Large Cat Energy says have good night.
Should we ask him the infamous question? Who is your favorite mod and why is it?
Wait, what?
There's an inside joke with XQC of who is your favorite mod and why is it Netcat?
It's Cassielal says lol. Always underscore Emiliana says bye boop.
Damn, it's 7 o'clock. I feel like it's so much later.
I know, I kind of feel the same.
Did you eat dinner?
No, I'll probably find some food once I think clearly and once I leave this park.
And you're
I
like,
did
yeah.
eat today, but
Oh, yeah,
like I
yeah.
haven't. Yeah.
Sometimes I'm like that too. Like if I wake up, I'm like, no.
Large Cat Energy says
feel
beep
like-
boop Dr. Danny to the cannabis corner.
Later, when I feel like I eat like less than most people, which
Same.
I'm sort of realizing this the last year, kind of.
Secret City
I
19
think-
says are we
I don't
all
know. I kind
going
of don't
have
want
a
to
group
say
hug and
it
watch her
because I
pedal
feel
away?
like it'll be a big ass topic and it'll maybe make other people be triggered. But I'll just say it anyways. I think I may or may not have some type of eating disorder. I don't know if it's just my lifestyle or what is going on, but like I feel great, I feel energized, I feel healthy with like snacking all day. But then when I get the chance to eat a big meal, I'll fucking eat a shit ton at once.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's normal or if it's like a balance
Mama
that I should
underscore
be
Isa
learning to get
underscore
better
fan
at or
says
something.
fasting is good for you.
See, like I'm the opposite. Like I'll have like next to minimal, and I'll feel like I want to eat a whole meal, but I never can. Like,
That's how I kind of feel most of the time. But then when I get a chance,
or like I'm
where
feeling
it's
good
like
or
presented
something.
to me, it's like
I didn't make it. Or I
Large
don't
Cat
have to
Energy
if
clean
says
up.
I'm
there's
visiting
definitely
my
power
mom
in
and she
fasting
makes like this
occasionally.
huge thing of fucking food, and she's like, it's kind of a lot. We'll have it for weeks. And then I'm like,
You're like, it'll
watch
last
this.
a few hours.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, hey, guess what? I can show you I can eat a lot. But it's like a weird thing. I don't know. I'll have to like look into it more. Tie-dye Peacock
No.
Jasmine,
Says I eat one big
14
meal, then snacks,
months. Nice,
Do you
Cassie.
take like any vitamins or anything?
Yeah, I
Okay.
usually do take supplements. I actually ran out. That's a good reminder. I should probably buy some more.
Tie-dye Peacock Jasmine says you're not alone, Danny. I eat one meal a day most days.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for the
Secret City
subscription.
19 says
14
we're trained
months.
to eat multiple
Wait,
times a day. It's
that
not
means that-
necessary. Your body knows when it needs food or water.
Yo, that
It's
means we have a
Cassielal
whole nother
says tie-dye
point.
Peacock Jasmine.
Yeah, the whole like breakfast, lunch, dinner thing I feel like is kind of overdone, but that's my own personal take.
Yeah, who wants to eat in the morning most days?
Yeah.
Psychopaths? I feel like it's hard for me to eat because I'm like not
Large Cat Energy says,
vibing.
speaking
Or
of
if I'm
water,
hungry in the
gonna
morning,
go
I'll
to
eat
the
and then I
watering
won't
hole
eat
real
dinner.
quick.
Like,
Right. Yeah. It's like,
It's
oh, I already
not
ate
every
today
day,
at
but
8 in
yeah.
the morning. But I feel like my like morning feels are like not compatible with meals.
with appetite, no.
I would when I was like taking care of myself, living by myself,
Secret
making
City
all my own
19
food
says,
and not really
who
eating
wants
out
to eat in the
ever.
morning? Psychopath.
I would make a smoothie as early as humanly possible, and I would take like a sip or two, and then I would put it in the fridge. And then I would already have a smoothie made, and then anytime I really got hit with the really like random hunger thing, I would be like, fuck yeah, I have an incredible smoothie waiting for me. And
What was your main like base for the smoothie?
banana,
Okay.
blueberry, cherry, unsweetened peanut butter, maca, cacao, unsweetened almond milk.
Sounds fire.
And that's pretty much all you need to be the happiest you've ever been.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty clutch. Yeah.
It's so good. It's so good. Next time I'm settled somewhere, I'll have to make you one.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Damn.
I have a who wants to eat in the morning? A psychopath, right? Sometimes I say that about things, and I'm like, maybe I should chill.
Cat's sleeping now.
After
Good
the
night.
end of the day, it is.
You're going to bed, large
it's-
cat? Good night.
I love that name, large cat.
Large cat
Secret
energy.
City 19 says smoothies are great, but you have to eat H out for insulin spikes. Because you blended everything, it compromised the fiber in the fruit.
Right. So
But
like
it's not
some
separating
people
the fiber.
affects them a
It's
lot.
not like
Secret
juice.
City 19 says watch out.
I get what you mean, though.
Large Cat Energy
Yeah, like
says
juicing
thank
and
you,
stuff.
lovely
Like some
friend.
people will sit and like tell you till they're blue in the face. Like you got juice, you need to do this, and it's like
Yeah, I don't eat things with added sugar.
For some
so
people,
like
yeah.
I'll eat fruit as much as I'd like, as long as it's still attached to the fibers it was born into, the sugar is. So like with a smoothie, only
Tie-dye
thing you're
Peacock
really doing
Jasmine
that's
says I can't eat
detrimental
till
for
I've
like
been
our
up several
normal
hours and by then I'm
process, I
usually
think, is
too
the
busy
fact
to
that we're
stop
so
and eat,
used to
so I just
chewing
wait
food,
till
and we
dinner.
should be
But
chewing
I
the
don't
fibers
feel
and the
hungry,
sugars,
so
'cause
I
that's
figure
how
I
we were
must be
designed.
fine. If I do
But-
eat when I don't feel hungry, I only take a few bites
At least you're
and
not
I'm
taking
done.
the fiber out.
Large Cat Energy says
You know,
Danny
with a
is
smoothie.
smart.
It's not
With a
removed.
Large
smoothie,
Cat
right.
Energy says no added sugar
But
is
that's
good.
valid.
Rainbow Raccoon 82 says boo.
Yeah, I've been on a no sugar added kick since like 2016.
yeah,
It's like 8 years.
that's impressive.
Yeah, a long time.
I try not to, but sometimes I bake some things. I'm like
Yeah.
shit. Like
It's easier for me now though, because there's so much like keto friendly stuff and all this shit. And it's not like I'm on a keto diet, but it does just happen to be like the lowest glycemic alternative sugar type things and stuff. So I found some stuff I really like, and but you know, with moderation, anything's okay, really. You know?
That's what I feel. Balance is clutch, and like there's more for other people, you know, that they need other stuff or whatever. It's different for everybody.
Exactly. I feel like as long as you're happy with what you're
Secret
eating,
City
and
19
I'm
says
happy
very
with what I'm
impressive.
eating,
I have my
then what
kicks
we're
where I'll
doing is
tear up
right.
some chocolate and then
Exactly.
times I
Even
couldn't
if
be
it's
bothered.
different.
Yeah.
Mama
That's what I learned about
_Isa
life, is
_
like, you
fan
gotta
says,
have
do
to
you
be
have any advice on how to
accepting.
get off the sugar?
Start looking at the ingredients on everything that you normally buy and just take into consideration like how much that adds up throughout a day, and then slowly reduce it.
Yeah,
Not
or
just
you
like
said,
cold
the fruit
turkey.
sugar. Start with that, because then you can actually tell and taste the difference.
Yeah, because you don't want to be like turn into like a slug. You know, you don't want to be like, oh, I feel
Because
like I'm
maybe
dying.
you might need sugar. Like
Oh,
I
you
don't
do.
want
Everybody
like,
does.
Exactly. Like just
Yeah.
you need a little bit of salt. Like right. So
100,
like to totally omit that. Like yeah, maybe not.
I would say one of the best ways, and it sounds so cliche because I just mentioned making smoothies, is like finding something that's like gonna replace high content sugar things like waffles, syrup. As fucking amazing and tasty as that is, if you could have
Secret
a
City
smoothie
19
instead,
says life's more fun not reading ingredients. Just know how to
you
eat
don't have to
things in
crash out
moderation.
when you're eating fruit too.
Tie-dye
It's not
Peacock
like when
Jasmine
you're eating
says
80
stevia.
grams of granulated sugar that's been mixed into a product.
I think
You
you're
have, like, a
craving it more
different-
too. Like you're You're looking for
And you're
another,
less
like,
likely
hit
to
of
get
sugar.
diabetes from
Yep.
just eating fruit. But you can gain a lot of weight eating fruit.
Yep.
And even like a lot of vegans gain weight because they eat carbs and they eat like noodles and all this shit. But sugar-free people will start eating hella fruit and they'll gain weight. Like if you just ate cherries
It'll
every
spike-
single day for the rest of your life,
God.
you would gain weight. And you would turn into a cherry.
Yeah.
Your butt would look like a
It would
cherry.
literally, like,
That's
poof.
not so bad though. They say like
There's
cashews,
worse
it gives you
things, yeah.
cashew booty,
Damn.
meaning like the cashews are
Tie-dye
shaped like
Peacock
butts,
Jasmine
Okay.
says
and they're
if you
high
stop eating
content
sugar,
is fat.
after so long
Alright.
you'll
So
stop
like if you
craving
eat a
it.
lot of cashews,
Mama
a lot of it
Isa
tends to go to
underscore
your
fan
butt.
says I am already
And like
past the
like
slug
with
phase.
walnuts,
I am a
how they say
complete
it looks
sugar
like a
addict.
brain.
It really sucks. I hate
That's
it.
supposed to be good for your
It's
brain
Gassiel
health.
says I'm allergic
And
to
like the
stevia.
association
Large
with
Cat
what
Energy says
anatomy
fruit
it
is still
looks
better
like,
than
it's supposed
processed
to
sugar,
have
though
actually a
no.
correlation with our bodies.
Makes
And it's
sense.
not like a myth,
Get
it's
that.
like people like scientifically studying these
Right.
things, which is kind of incredible.
That's amazing.
Secret City
it's super
19
cool.
says your body doesn't know the difference between fruit sugar or processed sugar. It's the fiber in the fruit that helps. So realistically, if you ate a bunch of candy and a bunch of fiber, you'll be good.
I don't know. I think it has to do with the correlation between the fibers it was born into, not just any fiber. I think that
Yeah, like if
they
you had
are.
a ton of flax and then like a ton of...
But when I eat, so like if I
Which
eat,
I mean...
there'll be a night where I'll just eat like a whole fucking container of hummus and chips, and I'm just like, fuck yeah, this
Large
is great.
Cat Energy
But then
says
I think
there are
about
a
it, I'm
bunch
like,
of
okay,
chemicals in
now I have like a
processed
bunch
food,
of
so-
oil and ground up
Rainbow Raccoon 82
chickpeas
says, hey, hey,
and
peeps.
random shit. And
Tie-dye
it's not a
Peacock
very
Jasmine
fibrous
says, yeah, I think my
thing.
dietitian taught
And I'll
me
eat like a
different law.
high fiber protein bar right after.
Okay.
And it does actually, like I am,
You feel the balance.
I feel like an old
Says,
man
yo,
because
yo.
I'm like, I have to take into account the fiber so that my
It's important.
bathroom experiences aren't like wretched or weird or uncomfortable.
Especially with being on the road, like it's not worth
Oh
playing around
yeah.
with.
Oh my
that shit.
god. There's literally, I've told everybody,
Rainbow Raccoon
right when I started
82
this
says,
journey,
oi, oi.
if you do this, the one thing that's gonna be like, whoa, this is a wake up call, is finding a restroom in the morning. Cause when you guys wake up in your beds and you're like, oop, gotta go to the bathroom.
And you're not like, oh,
and
gonna
you
scroll
take
down
like
the
20
hallway
steps.
and yeah. No.
Here, you have to not only prepare your vehicle for being able to drive again,
Yep.
you have to drive to a spot, and then you also have to hope that the bathrooms aren't filled.
Yep, that they're not taking or they're cleaning them because of the depending on the time.
Or there's
you
like
go.
homeless people like
Yep.
just camping in there.
Yep.
I'm ruthless. I am them. We are the same person. We're going to the same place in the morning, so I'm going to treat you like you should treat me.
Yep.
If I'm in there for
Large
30
Cat
fucking
Energy
minutes and
says
you have
that
to
they are
shit,
not locked for the
please
winter.
knock on the door
Secret
and be
City
like,
19
listen,
says
man,
intermediate
I
fasting is the
understand
way.
you're in a
18-hour
very
fasting and
vulnerable
6 hours
position
to eat
right
what you
now,
want.
and you might have a stomach ache, and you might just be trying to get it all out, but you also might just be sitting there because this is the one fucking moment of privacy that you get all day.
Facts.
And I get it. And I live out of a van. I've literally said all this standing at like the main door of a bathroom and been like, and no big deal if you tell me you're not fucking coming out, but let me
Tie-dye
know.
Peacock
Right, so you
Jasmine
can move
says yes.
along.
Yeah,
That's
and I've
what I
had to
do.
say that dozens of times. The
just
second
gotta
I
say
walk in and I notice that there's like a backpack, a bunch of shit
You
on
see
the
the
floor,
same, yeah.
and I'm like, okay, well, hey, yo, I also am homeless, and I also need to use the shitter.
Right.
You have any idea how much longer you might be in there? And I'm so fucking sorry for bothering you and talking to you right now because I get it. And they've always been nice. They've
That's
always
good.
been like, oh yeah, just give me a minute, or you know.
Mhm.
So
Thank goodness.
at first I was a little more shy about it, and I was like, fuck, and I just like let it make me have to go somewhere else. But
Right.
a little bit of being vocal, and sometimes people
Goes a long way.
I've even been like, yo, I'm gonna be quick.
Right.
Like,
and
when I'm
especially
done,
just
you can
like
go
how you
live
said the
in
way
this
you approach
stall
it. You're not like,
again.
hey man, get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. Or
You know.
discriminate against them for
Mhm.
their position in
whatever.
life.
Yeah.
Intermediate fasting is the way. 18-hour fasting, 6 hours, eat what you want. Crazy.
Mama_Isa_fan says at Secret City 19 I am doing that and still failing. I think I am taking the eat what I want too far. Secret City 19 says twiddles
I intermittent fast, but I ate a whole lasagna.
Oh shit.
Twiddles dumb thumbs during ads. The bike isn't gone before I get back. Hoping the bike. Oh yeah.
Secret City 19 says at mama_Isa_.
They just want to see. They don't want to see it disappear.
Oh, that's so funny.
That's cute. The ads are almost done. We got a minute and 17 seconds.
Have you ever seen those like fold-up bikes?
Yeah, I have.
I mean, I know they cost a lot, but goddamn.
Right. Yeah, I think Bike Curious in San Francisco has one or had one. He's like a cyclist streamer in
Says,
SF.
hey man, I use that excuse and
Super
ate half
cool
a
guy.
cheesecake alone. No judgmental here. Secret City 19 says at mama_Isa_fan when I do it I usually just do one big meal during the 6-hour opening.
See, my intermittent fasting
See, I
was
don't
like,
even always
don't
have
eat
a
until
big
You're only
noon.
here for so much time.
That's my
Might
other
as
thing,
well
is I don't
enjoy
always
our
have a
time
big
here.
meal. I'm just like, I'll have what I have.
Me neither. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. I gain a lot of weight if I eat like the standard society eats.
I have some family members who are like, yeah, we have to have our big meal at this time, and then they don't eat later on. But I'm like,
Right.
that's for you. That doesn't work for me.
Yeah, I think it has to do with a lot of like capitalism. Like
Yep.
people want to sell breakfast, lunch, dinner, dessert, and stuff, and that like we don't really need to buy into
No,
that.
yeah,
Energy, the saying goes, I'm
way
here for a
too
good
much.
time,
It's
not
yeah,
a
the
long time, enjoy
consumerism
it.
point of view. Absolutely.
That's a fair point too. We're only here for so much time. Might as well enjoy it. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Speaking of
Large Cat
time,
Energy says, but that starts the debate between short-term happiness and long-term happiness, so shrug emoji.
well, don't let food dictate whether you're happy or not. That's a good start.
True.
Just do whatever feels
Tie-dye
right.
Peacock Jasmine says it's a nice balance. Eat what you enjoy in moderation.
If
but
you're like
also
trying
let
to
the
better
impossible
your
cause
health,
greatly
if you're
affect
like,
your body
there's so
and
many
energy and mood.
variables. Like, are you trying to just eat better? Are you trying to lose a certain amount of weight? Are you trying to live a longer life? Are you trying to shave off damage that you may have done? Are you trying to prevent the doctors telling you some bad news when you're like a certain age? Or, you know, there's so many ways to look at it, really. And I think all depending on what your goals are, that should also
Large Cat
dictate
Energy
what
says there
you
are
do with your
definitely a lot
diet.
of variables.
Mm-hmm. And then there's so many snack commercials too, right? Like people who watch TV, whatever. Like they're so, it's everywhere.
It's like, oh, you're on a diet? Here's a Taco Bell commercial.
Yeah. Or here's a weird, crazy, high sugar, whatever beverage ad. Like,
They're like now at every store in the world that are near you. And you're just like,
Jasmine says it shouldn't be one extreme or the other. There is a way to balance, and for each person it's different.
yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Do you need a water or anything?
No, I've got some. But
I got spring waters, lots.
Oh, I don't want to take your water.
But I have so many. There's like this many under my bed too. I have like way too
City
many.
19
You can have one.
All right, I'll take one. I am.
Oh wait, I
running
already
late.
drank out of it.
Eating healthy is a lifestyle, not a diet.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are healthy minded, and that takes you real far in life.
Oh yeah, it really does. It goes a lot farther than what people want to admit. I think.
Tie-dye Peacock Jasmine says exactly at Secret City 19.
Right? I wonder who. You guys, let's do. Here. Excuse me. Okay, last check in of the night. Sorry for telling you guys what to do, but type 1 in the chat if you can hear my voice right now. I'm gonna look through my list and see if we can
Tie-dye
read
Peacock
somebody
Jasmine says I
awesome.
hate the word diet.
Yeah, it has the word.
I've never really thought about it much either, but I tend to not use either. I don't think I like it either.
And it has the word die in it.
Says one.
Kinda
It's
crazy.
Gassielol says cheer 1. Tie-dye Peacock Jasmine says just be healthy. Tie-dye Peacock Jasmine says 1.
How's YouTube chat doing? Are we still getting YouTube chat through? I feel like I keep having this weird glitch with my chat app that wants me to
no, it's not
refresh.
working.
Yeah, the only reason I'm paying for this app is to have YouTube chat included, and that's the one aspect of the app that keeps glitching out.
That's so annoying.
It is. I really hope it doesn't continue to be that way, but whatever.
Large Cat Energy says Oaks is a streamer too.
Yeah, Oates is a streamer. Yes.
Yeah, I make things.
You ask your neighbors to put down a
We're
little.
gonna stream together soon. At some point.
Absolutely.
We'll do a collab where we're both streaming and we'll send people your way. Twitch drops. Earn rewards. Sweaty Petals enable drops. Wait, drops for what?
Large Cat Energy says what
IRL
is
drops?
Yeah, I don't know. It would be dropping. Purchasing a gifted or gifting a subscription. View details. Let's see. One purchase of reoccurring. Damn! One purchase of reoccurring or gift subs. Claim the reward 3 months of Discord Nitro.
That's a good one.
That's a good fucking deal. Wait, why do I not have this shit enabled on my stream so that you guys could...
Large Cat Energy says it gives you 3 free months of Discord Nitro.
Fuck yeah, I want that. Buy 1 sub or gift a sub, get 3 months of Discord Nitro. Starts October 17th, ends October 31st. Okay, so I can become a participating channel. I don't think I've ever had drops on.
Lol says lol.
I want 3 months Discord. Somebody remind me of that
Large
later.
Cat Energy says I don't think it's a good deal because I think it tries to lock you in after the 3 months.
Yeah, just make sure you set in a calendar alert or something to cancel.
You just cancel it right away.
Okay.
Yeah. I've gotten the free Nitro before, and you just go to your settings
Oh,
and click
okay.
cancel.
See, I have the Nitro, and I got a free 3-month thing for Xbox.
Yeah.
And then I signed up for that, and then I
Nice.
locked it for that. I was like,
Nice. Yeah, it'll tell you, like, when you're trying to cancel, like, say you're canceling it the day you got it, it'll say, are you sure you're going to lose all your perks? It doesn't say, like, when it ends. It,
Okay.
like, really tries to scare you into thinking that if you confirm it, that
That
you're
it
going to lose the
happens.
perks.
Ah.
But really, it's then you have the perks for
okay,
however long.
until the time it cancels.
It's very...
okay. It's
weird.
worded very interestingly,
Yeah.
like very.
See, this is Crystal.
Sassy. Oh yeah, RP9.
Large Cat Energy says subscriptions are slavery. That's what I say anyway. Tie-dye Peacock Jasmine says I'm gonna go jump in an ASMR stream. Have a great night,
Okay, bye,
everyone.
Jasmine. Thank you again so much for the sub. I appreciate you. You guys, make sure you follow Jasmine. She's so sweet. We were lucky enough to be a part of helping her get affiliated and whatnot.
Aw.
Okay, let's find somebody cool. Could raid Crystal. Ay, ay, ay. It looks like Sweaty Petals and AD Engineering are out
Tie-dye
eating
Peacock
dinner.
Jasmine says you're welcome. Have a great night.
Thank you. I love you so much. You're amazing. Iron Mouse is
Large
on.
Cat Energy says today is honeymoon, they say.
Oh, this is clips. Just kidding. Come on, IRL people. Who the fuck? All right. You guys ready for a raid? Thank you so much for hanging out today. Let's do this. Let's set up a raid.
Secret City 19 says Oats looking for the spiders.
Yeah, she's taking pictures of them. There's no small streamers trying to get affiliate on right now? Man, one raid right now. Seriously.
It's Gazilon says snooze fighting.
Wait, what?
Large Cat Energy says how did you meet the legendary Oats?
TwitchCon.
TwitchCon.
And Luna introduced me to
Secret
you.
City 19 says we going to watch Oats do a wheelie down the street.
soon when you see her streaming with the bike.
It's Cassie Lal says snooze fighting IRL.
Should we raid Sweaty? I think he's out to dinner. Let's see how the vibe looks.
Large Cat Energy says this year at TwitchCon.
Yo, let's raid Sweaty and let's blow his stream up. Like, you guys, Sweaty's a homie. We're like best friends. We literally not even known each other for a month, just like us. But he's such a homie. So when we get there, I'm giving you guys permission to just spam the fuck out of his chat saying Bliss Raid.
So if we get banned, it's your fault.
Yeah, if you get banned, just tell him to ban me.
Go.
I would raid Crystal, but I really want to raid Sweaty. I want to keep it in the IRL fam. But I'll probably
Cat
be...
Energy says Bliss rating.
Okay, let's see if this shit works here in just the chat. Okay, so Sweaty Pedals is an awesome dude. He's an IRL streamer. He's also a variety streamer. He'll ride like Peloton bikes, and he games while riding exercise bikes. And that's why his name is Sweaty Pedals. And he has gotten a lot of one-shot kills on people, and they show up to his stream because they see his username, and they're like, "What the fuck? This guy's also riding a bike while killing me." And so it's pretty funny. But you guys,
I see a couple of my friends being super upset over that.
thank you for being here, Large Cat Energy. I appreciate you. No Bark, appreciate you. Grim, Cassie, Secret City, Jasmine again. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Large Cat
you.
Energy says thank you, friend.
Oh,
Large
of course.
Cat
Mama is a
Energy
fan.
says
I love
good
you
night.
so much. Have a good night. Anybody else that is trying to say goodbye, please feel free to say anything in the chat right now. Exclamation point R, very simple. You can just type Bliss Raid. It's just a reminder.
No Bark _ Nomad says thanks for streaming today.
Aw,
It's Cassie Lal says love you
course.
all. Secret City 19 says good night guys. Stay blessed.
You can copy and paste these if you're a subscriber. Good night, guys. Love you guys. Shout out to Lakebug, Rainbow Raccoon. It's Cassie Lal. Best mods ever. And yeah, I'll see you guys there. Bliss Raid in like 3, 2,